Mikami Satoru introduces himself as a painfully ordinary 37-year-old salaryman living alone, decent-looking, steady at work, and still single after too many failed confessions. After work at a busy intersection, Mikami waits for his junior Tamura, who arrives with the office beauty Satori Miho to ask for marriage advice. Satori politely introduces herself, and Mikami immediately gets more nervous than she is because talking to women is exactly where he falls apart. Trying to be playful, Mikami jokes that Satori is famous at the company for wild rumors, but the teasing lands badly and leaves her red-eyed and flustered. Tamura quickly smooths things over, and Mikami, half jealous and half sincere, decides to stop fumbling on the street and take the couple somewhere to eat instead. Before they can leave, terrified screams erupt nearby and the whole intersection snaps into chaos. A man with a knife and a stolen bag charges straight toward them, and Mikami instantly sees the blade lined up with Tamura. Mikami shoves Tamura out of the way and takes the stab in his own back. As the attacker curses and runs, Mikami's first thought is not himself but whether Tamura and Satori made it out unharmed. A strange mechanical voice suddenly starts announcing resistances in Mikami's head while the burning stab wound spreads through his body. Tamura grabs him in horror as blood keeps pouring out, but Mikami can barely process it through the pain and the bizarre voice in his head. The voice strips away his pain, his body turns brutally cold from blood loss, and Mikami realizes with a chill that he may actually be dying. Even on the edge of death, Mikami's true emergency is the data on his computer, so he begs Tamura to wipe the hard drive completely if he dies. Tamura can only give a bitter, helpless smile, then admits he had wanted to show off his girlfriend to the senior he admired. Mikami forgives the bragging, tells Tamura to make Satori happy, and dies still unsatisfied with how his life ended. At the instant of death, Mikami's soul connects to a tiny dimensional crack and a mass of demonic energy in another world begins building him a new body. His final drifting thoughts are as shameless as ever, joking about dying a virgin and promising that next life he will be bolder. Those thoughts trigger two absurdly fitting gifts as the inner voice grants him the unique skills Predator and Great Sage. Mikami grumbles that Great Sage sounds like a bad joke, but with that irritated thought, his consciousness finally fades into sleep. When he wakes again, everything is pitch black, and Mikami remembers the stabbing just in time to realize he cannot open eyes, move arms, or even find where his head is. The calm act breaks fast as Mikami spirals from confusion into full panic, terrified that he may be trapped in some living vegetative state. Then a tiny stroke of sensation brushes against him like grass, and that first touch feels like rescue. Mikami focuses on that touch, slowly drags himself toward it, and realizes he is lying on hard rock somewhere far from any hospital bed. As he tests his shape, a horrible possibility creeps in. His body feels sleek and jelly-like, almost exactly like the classic RPG monster he does not want to be. When he tries to figure out how to taste anything, a synthetic voice suddenly asks whether to activate the unique skill Predator. Suspicious and stubborn, Mikami mentally refuses the offer, only to get complete silence back from the mysterious voice. Left with nothing else to test, he wraps his body around the grass, dissolves it into himself, and confirms there is no taste at all. That settles it for him. He died from the stab wound, and now he has reincarnated as a slime in some rocky underground place. After a full round of denial and self-roasting, Mikami grudgingly accepts his new body because there is no point fighting reality now. With no hunger, no sleep, no one to talk to, and endless darkness all around him, Mikami spends his first lonely stretch of slime life doing the only thing available, eating grass out of boredom. As the empty routine drags on, he learns his slime body never gets hungry, never gets sleepy, and has not excreted anything once. While mindlessly repeating absorb, disassemble, and store on the grass, Mikami finally starts wondering where all of that dissolved material is actually going. To his shock, the inner voice answers at last and explains that everything is being kept inside Predator's stomach, with less than 1% of the storage filled. Mikami quickly learns he never activated Predator at all, because anything entering his slime body is automatically stored even without using the skill directly. So he asks what Predator really does, and the voice lays out a terrifyingly useful package: predation, analysis, infinite stomach storage, mimicry, and isolation. The sheer scale of that power leaves Mikami trembling with excitement, because this is no weak beginner slime trick at all. When he asks what the answering voice itself is, he gets the biggest relief yet. It is Great Sage, a support function added so he can use his skills properly. For the first time since waking in the dark, Mikami feels genuinely safe, because with Great Sage answering him and Predator in his corner, this endless isolation might finally have an exit. The chapter closes by spelling out his new reality in full. Mikami Satoru is now a slime with Great Sage, Predator, slime abilities, and a stack of resistances born from the way he died. 90 days after reincarnating, Mikami confirms that Great Sage has finally settled into his slime body and can now answer his questions properly. Great Sage explains that it had been borrowing the world's voice to answer him, and Mikami admits he still barely understands the mechanics. Even so, Mikami likes having something to talk to, because in this pitch-black place Great Sage is the closest thing he has to company. With nothing else to do, Mikami questions Great Sage nonstop and learns the basics of his new body. He really is a slime, and he does not need food or sleep. The answers get stranger when Great Sage says every cell in his body acts like brain, nerve, and muscle at once, so his thoughts keep going without rest. When Mikami asks where his memories are stored, Great Sage gives a vague answer, and he starts treating the skill like a dry but surprisingly decent conversation partner. Mikami finally gets the full list of Great Sage's powers, including accelerated thought, analysis, parallel processing, chant annulment, and all of creation. He gets excited by all of creation, then learns the catch. The skill does not give instant omniscience, but once he observes something, it can help him fully understand it. The mention of chant annulment hits harder, because it proves this world has magic and Mikami can cast it without spoken incantations once he learns it. Then Mikami thinks bigger and asks Great Sage to link Predator's analysis with parallel processing, hoping to turn his skills into something much more efficient. He immediately uses the new setup on the grass he had been swallowing out of boredom, and Great Sage identifies it as Hippocrates grass, a valuable medicinal ingredient. That lucky find changes his whole routine, and Mikami starts mass-producing healing ointment and energy restoration pills with absurd speed inside his own slime body. When he turns the skill link off and tests the process again, the same work becomes painfully slow, proving the combined setup is incredibly powerful. Since the cave is full of the same useful grass and he still cannot see a way out, Mikami decides to keep devouring the area and stockpiling medicine while he waits. That comfortable routine makes him careless, and while he's distracted by gathering grass and chatting with Great Sage, he suddenly slips. Mikami realizes too late that he has fallen into water, and his first reaction is pure self-loathing over getting reckless again. He braces for drowning, only for Great Sage to calmly explain that slimes do not breathe at all because they move with magical energy instead of oxygen. Now safe from suffocation but still trapped, Mikami figures out he is drifting in a still underground lake with no way to swim or tell where the surface and bottom are. To escape, he comes up with a reckless plan: swallow a huge amount of water and blast it out like a jet engine. He tries it immediately, drains a shocking amount of water into himself, and fires it off in one burst without thinking about the consequences. The move works too well, and in the middle of that wild launch Mikami hears the true voice of the world for the first time as it grants him hydraulic propulsion. The new skill announcement barely has time to register before Mikami is hurled blindly through the darkness, terrified by the speed and unable to stop himself. He finally slams into solid ground and bounces hard, but pain never comes, which is almost more unsettling than the crash itself. Great Sage explains that pain resistance hid the agony, physical attack resistance reduced the damage, and his body is still about 10% damaged overall. When Predator offers to assist regeneration, Mikami says yes, and his slime body briefly consumes the damaged parts and restores itself with eerie efficiency. The repair is so fast that Mikami starts treating his body like a test subject, impressed by how little 10% damage really slows him down. Once he confirms he is back to normal, Mikami finally focuses on his surroundings and starts moving carefully across the ground in case monsters are nearby. Then the silence breaks, and a voice speaks directly into his mind, calling out to him as Little One. In the dark cavern, Mikami hears a telepathic call of Little One and realizes the unseen speaker is almost certainly talking to him. He blurts out an insult in his head as a test, only to learn the stranger can hear his thoughts perfectly. Realizing he can reply by thinking, Mikami hastily apologizes and explains that as a slime he has no eyes to see who he is talking to. The unseen speaker suddenly bursts into laughter instead of attacking, and Mikami realizes his apology has turned the meeting into a real conversation. The stranger says normal slimes are mindless creatures that only absorb, dissolve, and regenerate, so Mikami's intelligence immediately catches his interest. When asked what he is, Mikami says he was born only 90 days ago, which makes the stranger question whether he is some rare mutated monster. The voice explains that unique monsters are unusual beings born with strange powers and places packed with magic, then concludes Mikami may have been born from his own overflowing energy. The stranger adds that no monster has been able to approach him for 300 years, so Mikami starts wondering if this unseen being is basically his parent. The voice rejects that idea and launches into a lesson on monsters, saying some lower races like goblins and orcs reproduce while others are born from condensed magic. He goes on to distinguish demi-humans friendly to humans, Majin born from evolved beasts, and even higher demonic races with huge power and long lives. Then the speaker proudly reveals he is one of the 4 true dragons, the storm dragon Veldora, a perfect immortal mass of magic that needs no offspring. Mikami is rattled by that title and immediately decides the safest move is to thank Veldora and quietly leave. Veldora stops him at once and bluntly says that after hearing his story, it is only fair for Mikami to explain himself too. After debating whether the truth will sound insane, Mikami decides lying to a monster this dangerous is a worse idea and tells Veldora about getting stabbed, dying, and waking up as a slime. Veldora accepts the story surprisingly easily and says reincarnations with strong souls appear from time to time, though Mikami's case is still very unusual. He explains that remembering a past life is not unheard of, but crossing from another world and stabilizing inside a monster body made Mikami genuinely special. Veldora adds that some outsiders called foreigners or world travelers do reach this world, and they often carry unusual intelligence and special skills. That instantly gives Mikami a new goal. Once he gets out of here, he wants to find a world traveler and maybe even someone from Japan. Veldora dryly points out one huge problem with that plan. Mikami still cannot see anything. Then Veldora offers to restore his sight, and Mikami is shocked that the terrifying dragon is suddenly being this helpful. Veldora asks only one thing in return. Once Mikami can see him, he must not run away in fear and should come back to talk with him again. When Veldora admits he has been sealed here for 300 years and is dying of boredom, Mikami realizes the mighty dragon is just painfully lonely and gladly accepts. Veldora says the answer is a skill called magic perception, which reads the magic filling the world and turns those fluctuations into a kind of sight. His explanation gets absurdly technical about reading light, darkness, and magical wave patterns, and Mikami can only stare in disbelief at how casually Veldora calls that simple. Even so, Mikami cannot live blind forever, so he decides to trust Veldora and ask for the lesson. Veldora tells him to move the magical energy inside his own body first, and Mikami manages that part almost immediately. Since Mikami has spent his whole short life absorbing magic, he can already tell the difference between energy inside himself and energy outside him. When he reaches outward to sense the magic beyond his body, Mikami also activates Great Sage to help process what Veldora is teaching. Great Sage instantly secures the extra skill magic perception and prompts Mikami to turn it on, making the impossible lesson suddenly work. The moment he accepts, a flood of information slams into him as the entire cavern appears through shifting currents of magic from every direction at once. Instead of collapsing under the sheer amount of data, Mikami's slime body and Great Sage handle it cleanly, turning the chaos into stable vision. With his new sight finally clear, Mikami looks up and sees Veldora for the first time, a real dragon with black steel scales and a terrifyingly evil face. The sight is so much scarier than Mikami expected that his first honest reaction is pure panic at the dragon towering over him. Now that Great Sage has stabilized his new magic perception, Mikami can finally sense the cavern clearly, and his first reaction is a nervous apology to the dragon he had underestimated. Veldora grumbles that Mikami learned too fast to keep him company, which only makes it clearer that the terrifying dragon is painfully lonely. With his fear fading, Mikami decides he still wants to explore the world and maybe find other people from Japan, but first he asks about the seal trapping Veldora in place. Veldora admits he was defeated 300 years ago by a human hero, and Mikami is stunned that anything could overpower a monster this huge. When Veldora says that hero called herself one of the summoned, Mikami immediately wonders if she came from his world too. Veldora explains that summoned people are dragged in by a massive ritual, and the ones who survive usually gain one-of-a-kind power strong enough to anchor their souls in this world. The ugly part comes next. Veldora says summoners carve a curse into the summoned person's soul to stop rebellion, turning the whole process into magical slavery. Mikami is horrified, and Veldora bluntly answers that this world runs on survival of the fittest, not the nicer rules Mikami expected from fantasy stories. World travelers fare a little better than the summoned, but Veldora casually mentions he has fought many of them before, which tells Mikami just how dangerous this world really is. The more they talk, the more Mikami realizes Veldora loves talking about humans even while calling them trash, and that contradiction makes the dragon feel strangely likable. Veldora finally describes the hero who sealed him, and instead of a giant warrior, Mikami hears about a beautiful petite woman with white skin, long black hair, a mask, and a katana. When Mikami jokingly suspects Veldora lost because she was pretty, the dragon snaps back in offended denial. The real reason was simple. The hero overwhelmed him with two terrifying unique skills, certain severance and endless prison, along with every kind of magic she used against him. Mikami pieces together that Veldora rarely kills humans unless he truly loses his temper, which makes the dragon feel less evil and more misunderstood. Even after hearing that Veldora once erased a city in a rage and was sealed because of it, Mikami still decides the dragon is not a bad person at heart. That sympathy turns into a bold offer when Mikami awkwardly asks Veldora if they can be friends. Veldora completely short-circuits at the idea, stammering in shock that a feared dragon and a slime could be equals. When Mikami starts to pull back, Veldora immediately blurts out that he never said he hated the idea at all. Mikami pushes him to decide for real, and the proud dragon finally gives in and accepts the friendship with a lot of bluster. With that settled, Veldora proposes something deeper than friendship. They should exchange names as equals and carve that bond into their souls. Mikami nervously suggests Tempest from Veldora's title, expecting nothing special, but the dragon instantly loves it. Veldora names himself Veldora Tempest and gives Mikami a new name too, Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru does not change on the outside, but he feels the name sink deep into his soul and realizes this bond is real. Now as friends, Rimuru asks the practical question, is there any way to break the seal keeping Veldora imprisoned here? Veldora says his own unique skills stopped working the moment Endless Prison was cast, leaving telepathy as almost the only thing he can still manage. Rimuru finds that strange, because even talking across the seal should count as interference, so he decides to test the prison directly. Rimuru touches the seal and tries to consume Endless Prison with Predator, but the attempt fails immediately. For one blinding instant the prison flashes and a seam opens, then the seal repairs itself, proving a hero's unique skill will not fall apart so easily. Great Sage answers with a grim breakdown. Veldora cannot break out physically at all, a spirit escape is barely possible, and even using a prepared host only raises the odds a little. Rimuru keeps digging and asks whether the hero ever took damage, hoping the prison might have some weakness after all. Veldora proudly says his strongest attacks all landed and still did nothing, which makes Rimuru realize Endless Prison may also have been wrapped around the hero as absolute defense. That combination of certain severance and Endless Prison sounds nearly unbeatable, and Rimuru is suddenly very glad that hero is probably gone by now. Back in the present, Veldora admits 100 years into his imprisonment he had already spent nearly all his magic power just leaking energy into the cave. That explains the strange environment here. Powerful monsters avoid this place, ordinary plants barely survive, and the rare grass Rimuru found is actually valuable medicine. Rimuru asks whether a better host could help Veldora escape, trying to turn Great Sage's cold probabilities into something usable. Veldora reveals he does not truly need this dragon body because he is a spiritual life form, but escaping without a proper offering would only make him dissolve and be reborn as someone else. That possibility is useless to Rimuru because it would erase the friend in front of him, not truly save him. Then Rimuru lands on a wild idea. If Predator can swallow Veldora together with the prison, maybe Great Sage can analyze the seal safely from inside his stomach. Great Sage confirms the impossible-sounding part first. Yes, Predator can absorb Veldora. Rimuru explains the whole plan to Veldora, including the risk and the need to rely on Great Sage's corrections to make it work. Veldora loves the idea immediately and trusts Rimuru without hesitation, saying that escaping together inside his new friend's body sounds far better than waiting alone. That one word, together, settles Rimuru's doubts and turns the rescue from a gamble into a promise between friends. Rimuru steels himself, tells Veldora he is about to eat him, and gets one last booming laugh in reply. Rimuru activates Predator, and the giant sealed dragon vanishes in an instant. The silence hits right away, and Rimuru feels unexpectedly lonely now that the loud dragon is gone. Great Sage reports that Veldora took up only a quarter of Rimuru's stomach space, which leaves Rimuru briefly stunned by how absurd Predator really is. Then the next prompt appears, asking whether to begin analysis of Endless Prison, and Rimuru accepts like a prayer. The chapter closes on his updated status. The nameless slime is now Rimuru Tempest, carrying the storm crest and the power set that might one day free his first friend. The day Veldora vanished, the whole world felt it like a disaster had shifted under their feet. Even after 20 days, nobody knew whether the sealed dragon had truly disappeared or was about to reappear somewhere worse. Count Nido Mygam explodes in anger after the Saints' Church suddenly cuts the money that had been propping up his border defenses. To Nido, the church's logic is insane, because Veldora's absence could mean monsters are finally on the move and his lands are the first place that would suffer. He runs through bad options one by one, from hiring mercenaries to begging the king, and every answer looks expensive, humiliating, or impossible. Nidal is not the only one panicking, because every country around Jura now has to guess what this power vacuum will invite. In Tiny Brumman, Baron Belluard summons the Free Guild's master and gets straight to the real problem. What are they going to do about Veldora being gone? Hughes answers with maddening calm that the guild has no special plan, because this is a state's problem, not a volunteer job for free. Belluard snaps back that the monsters must be plotting something, but Hughes reminds him the Free Guild exists outside the kingdom's command structure. The argument really comes down to power and responsibility, because the country protects citizens while the guild protects its own members, and neither side wants the other's burden. When Belluard finally demands actual numbers, Hughes says he can only gather about 10% of the guild without proper pay and formal mobilization. That answer only makes the crisis feel worse, because Brumman cannot squeeze the guild by force without wrecking taxes, logistics, and half the workforce. Then Belluard drops the fear beneath all his shouting. With Veldora gone, the Empire may claim the land around Jura and swallow the small countries one by one. Hughes knows he is right, even if the church itself may stay aloof, because one serious push from the wrong side could turn this whole region into a war zone. Behind their public hostility, Hughes notices how exhausted his old friend looks and drops the act for a moment. The truth is that the Baron and the Guild Master are childhood friends who only pretend to hate each other in public because politics makes honesty inconvenient. Since the Empire has not openly moved yet, Hughes decides the best answer is to gather facts himself before panic becomes policy. Belluard can only thank him, because even a few years of warning might be the only breathing room their small country gets. Elsewhere, Cardinal Nicholas Spertus watches Nidal leave with a holy smile and private contempt. To Nicholas, border nobles like Nidal are only useful so long as the church can squeeze them and test whether they will bend toward the Holy Empire. His church's creed is blunt: true believers should belong to the Holy Empire, and those who resist do not deserve mercy. But the strategy he follows now did not come from blind zeal, it came from Hinata's colder and smarter advice. Hinata told him not to waste strength forcing conversions when fear and rescue would make desperate people come willingly. Her real method was ruthless patience. Let worldly nations weaken, then arrive as justice and collect their loyalty. Nicholas hates how much that cold girl unsettles him, But he cannot deny that her plan made the church richer, louder, and far more powerful. Now, with the empire stirring and monsters growing active, Nicholas wonders how Hinata herself will move next. Back in the cave, 30 days after absorbing Veldora, Rimuru has settled into a very slime-shaped routine of survival and training. He keeps reminding himself that as a slime he cannot afford to stay helpless, so every day is about finding a way to fight before something kills him first. While training, Rimuru also keeps eating Hippocti grass for medicine stock and glowing demon ore from Veldora's magic-heavy cave. The herbs mean more restorative medicine, and the demon ore turns out to be a tough, flexible high-grade material even if it is not the legendary treasure he hoped for. Rimuru's next idea is simple and desperate at the same time. If he can spit water, maybe he can turn that into a weapon. His first attempts are clumsy, because too much force turns the shot into useless overpowered spray and too little gives him nothing at all. After enough trial and error, he finally manages a focused stream that can at least smack a nearby boulder. Even so, Rimuru can tell this is not a real finishing move yet, so he keeps searching for a better idea. To think it through, he slips into the underground lake and uses magic perception to study how his slime body floats and moves in the water. When he makes his body oscillate like a jellyfish, the water pushes back and suddenly he is swimming under his own control. That playful breakthrough becomes a real skill, and Rimuru gains water current control almost by accident. Now that he can control depth, direction, and speed, Rimuru realizes fighting or escaping in water might actually become one of his strengths. But once the break is over, he goes right back to the harder problem of making water dangerous enough to matter in a fight. This time he imagines a tighter chamber and higher pressure, compressing the water before firing it like a real shot. The new shot finally leaves a mark on the boulder, small but real, which tells him he is getting somewhere. He keeps repeating the feeling so he will not lose it, carefully tuning the opening and pressure over and over. Then Rimuru adds one more twist and imagines the water spinning into a thin edge instead of a blunt stream. That idea works far better than he expected, and the sharpened water slices straight through the stone target. Rimuru is stunned, but the world confirms it for him with a new skill, Water Blade. The payoff gets even better when his water-related skills combine and evolve into the stronger extra skill water manipulation. With an actual attack and stronger control in hand, Rimuru finally feels ready to leave the cave instead of hiding in it. By now about 120 days have passed since his reincarnation, and the place that sheltered him is starting to feel too small. He still cannot make himself speak out loud, which means life outside will be awkward until telepathy or luck gets him through. Even with that problem, curiosity wins because Rimuru wants to see the outside world, find other world travelers, and learn real magic. He also thinks of Veldora and the promise they made, trusting that the dragon is still there somewhere even if he cannot answer. So Rimuru leaves the wide chamber at last, and starts down the single road toward a world he has not seen yet. Deep inside the darkness he left behind, Veldora still spends his days trapped in solitude with nothing to do but think. For everyone else he is a special S-class natural disaster, but inside his prison that grand title means nothing against 300 years of boredom. Again and again, his mind returns to the masked hero who beat him fairly and sealed him away. What haunts Veldora is not hatred but frustration, because she faced him without fear and cut him down with cold, mechanical calm. If he ever escaped, what he really wants is not revenge but one more true fight where she sees him and goes all out. That impossible wish was all he had until the day a strange little blue slime slammed into him and changed the shape of his loneliness. Now Veldora clings to that encounter as his one real hope and calls out for the little slime he chose to believe in. Rimuru bounces up the tunnel from the underground lake, enjoying how easy movement feels now that magic perception lets him see the dark cave clearly. His calm climb stops at a giant human-made gate, the kind of ominous door that feels exactly like a boss room entrance. Before Rimuru can decide how to open it, the gate creaks open on its own and he hurriedly hides to see who is coming through. 3 adventurers step inside arguing the whole way, with one bragging he can handle a mere big lizard while the others sound a lot less sure. The skinny adventurer uses a camouflage skill to dim the trio's presence, and Rimuru realizes humans here really do use special abilities. Rimuru is startled that he can understand their language at all, and Great Sage explains that magic perception is converting spoken intent into words he can grasp. He wants to greet the first humans he has met in this world, but the thought of a mute slime revealing himself and getting killed makes him stay hidden. Once the adventurers move on, Rimuru slips through the gate himself, deciding that meeting people can wait until he figures out how to talk. Beyond the gate the passage is split into a maze, and when Rimuru picks a route at random he runs straight into a giant black serpent. The snake hisses and blocks his escape, but Rimuru forces himself to calm down by comparing it to Veldora and deciding this enemy is manageable. The moment the serpent relaxes, Rimuru fires a water blade straight at its neck. The water blade cuts clean through, and Rimuru stares in shock as his first real opponent is beheaded in a single hit. That instant win makes Rimuru realize just how deadly his attack really is, and he is relieved he never had to try it on those adventurers. He eats the serpent to test Predator, hoping analysis might let him steal more than just its body. The experiment pays off. Rimuru gains heat detection, noxious mist breath, and even the option to mimic the serpent's form. As he studies the result, Rimuru learns a useful rule of predator. Copied monster skills work best in the right form, but some can become his own even without transforming. 3 days later, Rimuru is still wandering inside the freezing cave and finally has to admit a humiliating possibility. He might be completely lost. When he desperately wishes for a map, Great Sage casually offers to display his current location, and Rimuru can only wonder why this life-saving feature was not mentioned sooner. The map reveals the truth right away. He has been walking in circles for days, even while straying into unexplored parts of the cavern. Once he knows where he is, Rimuru pushes toward the exit while remembering the strong cave monsters he has already cut down one after another. The centipede tries a stealth attack from behind, but heat detection and magic perception catch it, and Rimuru answers with water blades fired backward. The giant spider is worse for his nerves than for his survival, so Rimuru panics a little and slices it apart with full force before he has to keep looking at it. He still forces himself to eat every victory, and the payoff is a growing set of new powers from each monster he defeats. At last Rimuru leaves the cave and stands under open sunlight for the first time since reincarnating. Outside, he quickly senses the cave entrance is dangerous and backs away from the sunny hill into the safer dim forest. As he wanders through the forest, Rimuru sinks himself to the sun almost by reflex and realizes his body can now keep proper time. Now that he is safe outside, Rimuru starts testing the skills he collected in the cave instead of just carrying them around. His worst test is noxious breath, because when he used it on a carapace lizard the thing melted so horribly that he decides to seal that skill away. Heat detection, on the other hand, turns out to be excellent, because layered with magic perception it makes sneaking up on him far harder. Paralysis breath seems more situational, since its range shrinks badly in slime form and would only matter in a fight that is already too close for comfort. When he activates body armor, his soft blue body turns into a bluish-silver metal slime and gives him a flashy new defensive form. Rimuru gets excited about sticky thread for all the wrong reasons and immediately tries swinging from a tree like a superhero. Instead of looking cool, he ends up hanging there awkwardly and quietly drops the idea. Steel thread redeems the spider skill set at once by slicing clean through a tree while staying almost invisible to normal sight. The bat's vampirism barely interests him, but ultrasound waves gives him a much bigger idea. If he can recreate the right organ, a slime might finally be able to speak. He spends 3 days and nights rebuilding that function inside himself, obsessively experimenting until the voice mechanism finally works. Rimuru's first spoken words come out warped and mechanical, but hearing any voice at all feels like a huge breakthrough. He keeps fine-tuning the voice, then learns from Great Sage that ultrasound waves could evolve into supreme vibrations, just not yet. Even without that upgrade, Rimuru is satisfied that he can talk now, and he heads onward hoping to find a city and finally speak with decent people. The forest stays strangely peaceful until a pack of giant wolves charges him right in the middle of his speech practice. One weird sound from Rimuru is enough to make the wolves yelp and bolt, which leaves him wondering why monsters are acting scared of a slime. As he pays attention, Rimuru realizes the fear is real. Nearby monsters are avoiding him altogether. Then a group of around 30 goblins appears, dirty and poorly armed but still organized enough to surround him in formation. Rimuru sizes them up and instantly stops feeling threatened, because after surviving the cave's monsters these goblins look badly equipped and far less dangerous. Instead of attacking, the goblins push one spokesman forward and he bows his head to ask the so-called strong one whether he has business up ahead. Hearing a goblin speak and realizing they are treating him with wary respect, Rimuru decides to answer and finally tries holding a real conversation with someone in this world. On the road, Rimuru finds a band of goblins bracing for battle, with the leader forcing himself to face the slime they clearly think is dangerous. Rimuru tries a polite greeting, but when he pushes thought into his voice, the goblins panic and beg the overwhelmingly strong monster to speak more softly. He quickly apologizes and realizes normal telepathy is too intense for them, so the goblins calm down enough to keep talking. When Rimuru asks what they want, the goblins explain they rushed out because they sensed a terrifying monster on the road, not realizing they mean him. The misunderstanding only gets worse as the goblins insist no ordinary slime could fool them, and Rimuru ends up invited to their village as an honored guest. On the way, Rimuru hears the bigger problem. Their god vanished, monsters started moving, and even stronger adventurers have begun appearing nearby. As they keep talking, Rimuru gets better at hearing them through magic perception, turning the goblins into his first real practice partners before meeting humans. Then the village comes into view, and Rimuru is stunned by how poor it is, more like dirty dugout dens than proper homes. The goblins lead him into their best building, but even that chief's hut looks half-rotten, with a straw roof full of holes and miserable wooden walls. Inside, Rimuru puts on his most professional slime smile, while the village chief formally welcomes him and apologizes for the poor accommodations. The chief even offers tea, and although Rimuru can't taste it, he checks that it isn't poisoned and recognizes the gesture as sincere hospitality. Rimuru cuts to the point, and the trembling chief finally asks whether this powerful guest knows about the recent surge in monster attacks. The chief explains that their village once lived safely under a protecting god, but that god vanished about a month ago and hostile monsters started invading soon after. That timeline makes Rimuru suspect their missing god was Veldora, which means his disappearance is shaking this whole region loose. Rimuru tries to downplay himself as just a slime, but the chief laughs that off and bluntly says no mere slime could carry such a monstrous aura. That finally makes Rimuru check himself with magic perception, and he discovers an ominous demonic aura spilling off him the whole time. He realizes the cave's thick magic hid the problem from him, and now every monster he met was probably reacting to that unsettling aura. Instead of correcting the misunderstanding, Rimuru plays the part of a grand hidden monster, and quietly pulls the aura back into himself. The goblins are even more impressed after the aura disappears, and Rimuru privately admits that looking harmless all the time might have caused him even more trouble. Keeping up the act, Rimuru demands the real request, and the chief finally lays out the village's crisis in full. New monsters have come in from the east, several goblin villages are suffering, and this village has already lost many warriors trying to hold the line. The worst blow was losing their named warrior, the village's guardian, because after he died the whole settlement slipped into real danger. Other goblin villages abandoned them instead of helping, deciding to let this village be ravaged while they thought about their own survival. Rimuru shifts into negotiation mode and asks for hard numbers, starting with how many villagers and fighters they still have left. The answer is bleak, about 100 villagers total, and only 60 can fight if they include the females too. Then Rimuru asks about the enemy, and the chief reveals it is the Fong wolf family, 100 wolves so strong that 10 goblins can barely beat one. Rimuru is floored by those odds, but when he studies the chief's face he sees no deception, only a village elder desperate enough to ask anyway. When Rimuru questions why their warriors died for a hopeless fight, the chief answers that this information itself was bought with those warriors' lives. The wound cuts deeper when they reveal the fallen named guardian was the chief's son and the leader's older brother. After a long pause, Rimuru asks one final question. If he saves the village, what exactly will they give him in return? The chief instantly offers absolute loyalty, begging Rimuru to protect them and promising the village will serve him forever. Rimuru does not really want servants, but after months of isolation and seeing that he is their last hope, he cannot bring himself to turn them away. So with a deliberately grand flourish, Rimuru accepts the request and becomes the goblin's new master and guardian. Out on the eastern plains, the Fong wolves are feared less for one beast at a time and more for the way the whole pack attacks like a single monster. Their leader has spent years avoiding the Empire's wheat fields, because one reckless raid there would bring overwhelming retaliation and wipe the pack out. But caution has its own cost, and the Alpha feels his pack is stuck without a path to evolve into something stronger. Humans make poor meals for monsters like them, so to gain real power they need stronger prey or a huge slaughter, and neither option seems easy. The rich monster lands they want lie past the Jura forest, but until now Veldora's terrifying aura made the whole forest feel untouchable. Now that Veldora's presence has suddenly vanished, the Alpha sees his chance and howls for the pack to invade the forest at last. Back in the goblin village, Rimuru tries to act like a guardian, but one look at the goblin's exhausted fighters tells him they are in terrible shape. With no reinforcements coming and the whole village staring at him like a savior, Rimuru feels the weight of a responsibility he never wanted. So he drops the jokes and asks if they understand this fight will decide whether they live or die. The goblin chief answers first, saying they have already prayed and accepted this as a battle for survival. Rimuru tells them not to burn out in panic and orders them to stay calm and simply do their best. Even knowing failure means the village is finished, Rimuru decides to push ahead in his own way and starts issuing real orders. His first stop is the wounded, because the extra fighters could still matter if he can drag them back from death. The injuries are so deep and rotten that the goblins should be dead soon if nothing changes. Rimuru goes all in, absorbing one patient, treating the wounds inside his body, and spitting the goblin back out healed enough to survive. He repeats the process on patient after patient until the room is full of stunned goblins bowing to him like he performed a miracle. When the worship starts getting awkward, Rimuru switches methods and spits out medicine directly so the rest can be treated in front of everyone. With the wounded stabilized, Rimuru turns the whole village into a work site and orders a defensive wall built immediately. Since there is no time to cut fresh timber, the goblins rip apart their own homes and recycle everything into a barricade around the village. Rimuru also sends out the sharpest goblins with bows to scout the wolves, warning them not to throw their lives away. By the following evening the wall is finally up, rough but complete enough to give the village a fighting chance. Rimuru reinforces the barricade with spider thread and quietly plants steel thread traps where rushing wolves will tear themselves apart. At the front he leaves one deliberate opening, planning to use it as a kill zone instead of sealing the village completely. The goblins he healed begin waking up, and when Rimuru checks them himself he realizes the restorative medicine worked even better than he expected. As night falls, the villagers gather around a guarded fire with no festive mood at all, just quiet fear and readiness. Rimuru offers to keep watch himself, but the goblins refuse to let their exhausted guardian carry the whole burden alone. They settle on rotating watch shifts, and sometime deep in the night the scouts return wounded but alive with the warning that the wolves are moving. After 2 days with them, Rimuru catches himself caring about these goblins for real as he prepares the final trap at the gate. At the same time under the full moon, the The fawn wolf alpha wakes his pack and fixes his eyes on the goblin village like tonight is the first step toward ruling the whole forest. He is still bothered by one report about a tiny monster with monstrous aura, but he dismisses it as scouting panic and pushes the attack anyway. When the wolves reach the village, they find something unexpected. The goblins have fenced the place up like humans, and a single slime is waiting at the entrance. The alpha laughs off the defense as clumsy goblin thinking and orders a 10-wolf strike to smash the wall in one rush. Instead of collapsing, the wall and hidden traps throw the assault back, and several wolves hit the ground bleeding before the pack understands what went wrong. A subordinate blurts out that the slime is the same monster from before, the one whose aura felt even worse than the alpha's. Rimuru tries one last warning and tells the wolves he will let them leave if they withdraw now. The proud alpha turns that warning into a fatal mistake, taking the slime's words as an insult and roaring for a full assault. From Rimuru's side, the battle starts exactly the way he expected. Even if he is annoyed, all the speech practice he did was wasted. The wolves slam the gate and walls from every side, but the village holds because the traps and reinforced barricades keep blunting their momentum. Rimuru's warning is ignored completely, so he lets the defense plan run and watches the wolves funnel themselves into it. The small gaps in the wall become arrow slits, letting even clumsy goblins shoot safely into the packed wolves outside. Wolves that try to force their way through the openings get hacked down from both sides with stone axes the moment they commit. The goblins barely trained at all, but desperation and Rimuru's simple tactics let brains beat the wolves' raw strength. While the pack starts to falter, Rimuru feels the alpha's cold stare lock onto him from outside the wall. On the wolves' side, the alpha realizes the pack is close to panic, and his fear of losing authority pushes him into a reckless move. He suddenly bursts forward in a speed attack so fast the goblins can barely follow him at all. Rimuru, tracking him easily, sees the charge unfold almost in slow motion and knows the last trap is about to pay off. The alpha hits the sticky thread at the entrance and loses the single instant of movement he needed to stay alive. That heartbeat is enough for Rimuru to strike cleanly and take the leader's head off in one decisive attack. With the alpha dead at his feet, Rimuru turns to the stunned pack and declares that their leader has fallen. Then he gives the surviving wolves one final choice that will decide the battle's next turn: servitude or death. At the ruined village gate, the surviving fawn wolves go dead silent, and Rimuru realizes this standoff could still turn into a costly last fight. To make the result undeniable, Rimuru glides up to the dead alpha while the nearby wolves nervously back away. Rimuru devours the fallen leader with Predator and gains the fawn wolf species skills, including smell, telepathy, and coercion. Even after watching their leader get eaten, the pack still does not run, and Rimuru realizes his own servitude or death threat trapped them in place. Trying to give them an escape route, Rimuru mimics a wolf, unleashes coercion, and howls that anyone who refuses obedience may leave. Instead of fleeing, the wolves answer through telepathy and kneel, choosing to follow Rimuru as one. With the pack's surrender, the battle for the goblin village finally ends, but Rimuru immediately sees the harder mess waiting after the victory. By the bonfire that night, Rimuru puts off the chaos of repairs, shelter, and handling 80 surrendered wolves until morning and orders the pack to stand by. When morning comes, Rimuru decides on a simple fix: each goblin will be paired with one wolf. Rimuru has the wolves line up opposite the goblins and orders them to form one goblin one wolf teams. The old enemies sit beside each other, exchange greetings, and get along almost instantly. Watching the new pairs, Rimuru realizes nameless followers will be a headache, so he casually offers to give them names. The whole village erupts in awe, and Rigurdo reacts as if Rimuru just offered a sacred blessing instead of a convenience. Rimuru starts with the chief and names him Rigurdo, accidentally touching a deep emotional nerve by building the name from his sons. He then gives the son the inherited name Rigor, and the young leader drops flat in worship like his father. Rimuru keeps going through the village, naming families, singles, and orphans while the goblins treat every word like a miracle. Rigurdo nervously hints that mass naming drains enormous magic, but Rimuru brushes the warning off because he still does not understand the cost. After finishing the goblins, Rimuru names the new wolf leader Ranga, inspired by his Tempest-born red-eyed presence. The moment Ranga is named, Rimuru's magical energy is ripped away so violently that he is hit by crushing lethargy. Great Sage explains that Rimuru used more magical energy than he could handle and will be stuck in a lowered activity state for 3 days. Unable to move but still fully conscious, Rimuru slowly pieces together the ugly truth that naming monsters consumes magic on a huge scale. While he is stuck like a living ornament, the goblins fuss over him so much that they even argue about who gets to care for him first. 3 days later, Rimuru fully recovers and realizes the ordeal actually increased his total magical capacity, making him stronger after the strain. As soon as he wakes, the gathered monsters shock him, because every goblin and wolf has evolved far beyond what he last saw. The goblins have become powerful hobgoblins and goblinas, and their rough little village suddenly looks full of real adult men and women instead of scrappy monkey-like creatures. The wolves have changed too, growing into sleek jet black storm fawn wolves, and one giant 5-meter beast calmly walks up to Rimuru and speaks. That speaker is Ranga, now enormous and loyal, and the whole forest erupts in celebration at Rimuru's recovery and their evolution. Looking over the transformed village, Rimuru finally understands why names mattered so much. Giving a monster a name can turn it into a named monster and trigger evolution. The happy surprise quickly turns practical when Rimuru notices their old clothes barely fit their new bodies, making clothing the village's first urgent problem. Rimuru asks Ranga why the whole pack changed when only he got named, and Ranga proudly explains that the wolves are one collective, so his name became their species name too. A little praise makes Ranga wag so hard he could knock people over, which tells Rimuru this terrifying giant is basically still a dog at heart. The village's housing problem is just as bad, because the goblins and wolves now sleep in pairs and some goblins are literally using their wolves as pillows. Then Rimuru sees a mountain of food and learns the evolved goblin wolf team spent his recovery gathering supplies instead of celebrating without him. Their evolution boosted their intelligence too, and with telepathic wolf partners, the goblins have suddenly become deadly mounted hunters. Even with all that new food, Rimuru knows hunting and gathering is too unstable, so he starts thinking ahead to farming and future crops. For the moment though, he lets the village celebrate, and the banquet for victory, evolution, and his recovery lasts deep into the night. The next morning, Rimuru gathers everyone again because before anything else, this new community needs clear rules. He declares 3 core laws: do not attack humans, do not fight comrades, and do not look down on other races. When Rigor questions the human rule, Rimuru bluntly admits he likes humans, and the crowd accepts it far more easily than he expected. Rimuru adds the practical reason too: provoking humans could bring overwhelming retaliation, so staying out of their conflicts is a matter of survival. He also warns them not to grow arrogant after evolving, because looking down on weaker races is exactly how future enemies are born. With the rules accepted, Rimuru turns to practical work and starts organizing labor for lookout, food gathering, materials, and maintenance. He assigns lookout duty to the unpaired Stormfang wolves, relying on their telepathic communication to cover the area fast. Then Rimuru pushes the real governing work onto Rigurdo and formally names him Goblin Lord, making him the village's day-to-day ruler. Rimuru immediately points out that their houses are awful and their clothes are barely clothes, so the village needs better builders and craftsmen fast. Rigurdo says they used to trade with dwarves for equipment, and believes those craftsmen could solve both the housing and clothing problems. The word dwarves instantly hooks Rimuru, because skilled smiths and builders are exactly what the village needs next. Even though they have almost no money or trade goods, Rimuru decides he will go meet the dwarves and leaves the travel preparations to Rigurdo. As the village gets busy behind him, Rimuru looks ahead to the dwarf city with nervous excitement, already dreaming about broader contact with the outside world and one day visiting a human city too. By noon, Rigurdo has everything ready, and Rimuru's expedition to the dwarf kingdom starts without any drama. Rigurdo's son, makes the top group for the trip, and Rimuru even lets him take command despite a little private doubt. Ranga joins the party too, and Rimuru climbs onto the giant black wolf's back to travel in style. Once the run starts, Rimuru nearly vanishes into Ranga's dense fur and quietly uses sticky thread so he will not bounce off. The ride also reminds Rimuru how awkward it is to live without arms or legs, so he turns that frustration into more secret thread practice. The party travels light with a little money and only a few days of food, because Rimuru refuses to spoil everyone by hauling everything inside his own body. Instead of heading east toward the Empire, the group turns north and follows the Ameld River toward the mountain range where the dwarf kingdom lies. Rimuru reviews the route in his head and sticks close to the river, since that makes getting lost much harder. Then the storm wolves really show off, sprinting over rough ground at absurd speed without tiring and making the trip feel shorter by the minute. Rimuru tries to tell them to slow down, but his warning only seems to make them run even faster. Since talking out loud is hopeless at that speed, Rimuru links into their minds with telepathic communication to pass the time. Rimuru asks Riguru about his brother's name, and Riguru reveals that a traveling devil named Gelmodo gave it to him years ago. Riguru still remembers admiring that devil so much he once dreamed of serving under him in the Demon Lord's army. But now Riguru says that changed completely, because Rimuru named them too and triggered a much greater evolution than his brother ever received. That finally clicks for Rimuru. A name really does cause evolution, and the strength of the one giving it changes how dramatic that evolution becomes. Riguru's story also confirms something bigger for Rimuru. A real Demon Lord's army exists in this world. Rimuru mentally shelves that worry for later and also remembers that if Demon Lords are real, the hero who sealed Veldora may still matter too. Next, Rimuru speaks directly to Ranga and bluntly asks whether staying loyal is really possible after Rimuru killed his father. Ranga answers without hesitation that monsters live by battle, and the winner's judgment becomes justice while the loser loses everything. He goes even further, saying Rimuru spared him, named him, and could have slaughtered the entire pack if he had fought seriously, so his loyalty is now absolute. Rimuru accepts the answer on the surface, but privately he still assumes some grudge must remain and decides he will face Ranga honestly if revenge ever comes. The road stays strangely calm after that, with no monster attacks at all as the party settles into a brutal travel rhythm. When Rimuru worries they are pushing too hard, Riguru and Ranga insist their evolved bodies can handle 12-hour runs, little sleep, and sparse meals. By the evening of the second day, Rimuru asks the guide Gabuta how much farther they have to go. Kabuta nearly ties himself in knots from excitement, but he manages to report that the mountain is close and they should arrive by tomorrow. Seeing the mountains loom that close drives home just how absurdly fast the storm wolves have carried them. With the goal in sight, Rimuru asks why the goblins ever made this long trip themselves instead of just waiting for dwarf merchants to come by. Kabuta explains that dwarfs pay well for magic weapons and armor, so the goblins used to help peddlers haul scavenged equipment to the kingdom and get paid back in gear. That answer tells Rimuru the goblins were selling off whatever adventure gear they found, even though they could barely judge its value or use it well themselves. Instead of feeling wary, Rimuru comes away hoping the dwarfs are reasonable people and already starts thinking about building a partnership with them. Then, only 3 days after setting out, the party finally reaches Dworgen, the dwarf city carved into a giant cave inside the mountains. The chapter opens by framing Dworgen as a famous dwarven military nation, old, wealthy, and powerful enough that even other countries avoid provoking it. Its ruler, King Gazelle Dworgo, is respected as a wise and impartial hero, which helps explain why this armed nation can stay peaceful and neutral. Dworgen thrives as a neutral trade hub where many races mix, because everyone knows the dwarves will crush violence with overwhelming force and top-tier weapons. When Rimuru reaches the city entrance, he finds a massive cave gate shut tight, with ordinary travelers funneled through one small side door instead. Rimuru quietly studies the line and notices strict screening at the checkpoint, with some people waved through and others pulled aside for inspection. Only Rimuru and Kabuta came this far, because the rest of their group stayed back near the forest, and that leaves the pair looking like easy prey. That bad feeling proves right when a pair of adventurers starts insulting the demons in line and openly targets Rimuru and Kabuta. Rimuru asks Kabuta if this kind of harassment happened before, and Kabuta grimly admits he was once beaten nearly to death until kobold merchants rescued him. Kabuta calls it the fate of weak demons, which tells Rimuru this abuse is common here and makes the whole situation even more irritating. The thugs keep pushing, mocking Rimuru as a talking slime and threatening to rob them before they even get into the city. Rimuru's patience snaps, but before acting, he reminds Kabuta about his rules and orders him to shut his eyes and ears no matter what happens. Once Kabuta is out of the way, Rimuru checks the area and spots 3 more accomplices hanging back, confirming this is an organized trap for weak demon travelers. Rimuru quickly reads their scheme. The first 2 drive the victims off, then the hidden 3 finish the kill away from witnesses and regroup like nothing happened. Since they picked the wrong target, Rimuru starts provoking them on purpose and tells them to stop acting tough and go wait at the back of the line. The bait works immediately, and the 2 hotheads redden with rage as they spit back insults about a worthless little demon. When they call him a slime and a weakling again, Rimuru leans into the act and talks like they have completely mistaken what he really is. Rimuru also wants a crowd watching, so if things turn ugly, at least someone can testify that the humans attacked first. The thugs take the final step themselves and draw their weapons, finally giving Rimuru the excuse he wanted. Rimuru keeps up the bluff, asking when exactly he ever said he was just a slime, and the pair stupidly demands he show his real form. That is exactly what Rimuru wanted, because a transformation lets him scare them without risking accidentally cutting them in half in his normal combat style. He releases only a thin trace of sinister aura first, checking who in the crowd can actually feel how dangerous he is. Then fog bursts around him, and Rimuru transforms into a huge black wolf with horns, a form even more evolved and imposing than Ranga's. Rimuru realizes this mimic form has advanced with his wolf pack's evolution, giving him a Tempest Star wolf body packed with dangerous skills. Even now, the idiots still laugh it off, apparently trusting their hidden allies more than their own survival instincts. Rimuru briefly thinks through his options and rejects his heavier wolf skills, because black lightning or similar moves would probably kill them outright. So he settles on the safest plan he knows and invites them to attack first, trusting his mimesis body to absorb the damage instead of his real slime form. Rimuru remembers the rule from past tests: if the mimic body breaks, his slime body stays unharmed, but he will be unable to transform again for 3 minutes. The first exchange is embarrassing for the attackers, with thrown daggers bouncing off Rimuru's bristles and the swordsman's empowered silver blade snapping on impact. Rimuru rubs it in by asking if they actually did anything, and the 2 men finally start panicking when they realize their attacks did nothing at all. The swordsman shouts for backup, dropping all pretense, and the 3 hidden party members immediately step in to finish what they started. Now all 5 surround Rimuru, openly revealing this was a coordinated gang attack from the start. They launch everything together: blades, wind magic, a heavy axe skill, a fireball, and even a defensive holy shield in case Rimuru strikes back. None of it works, and Rimuru barely even reacts, leaving the 5 attackers staring at a wall they cannot damage. Seeing their nerve finally break, Rimuru decides this is the perfect moment to try intimidation on them. But his howl hits far harder than intended, and the fear wave slams through the whole gate area instead of just the gang. The 5 attackers collapse under it instantly, and the spectators panic too, with people fainting, trembling, and losing control in the chaos. Rimuru stares at the disaster he accidentally caused and realizes this has gone far beyond a simple lesson for a few thugs. Then his magic perception catches multiple dwarven guards rushing straight toward the commotion, and Rimuru can already tell this is about to become real trouble. After the commotion in town, Rimuru and Gabuta end up detained at the Dwarven Guard station instead of talking their way out. Rimuru briefly thinks he has a clever escape plan, turns back into a slime, and tries to slip away. A guard instantly grabs the escaping slime, holding Rimuru up with a smiling face that clearly says he is not amused. Rimuru protests that he is the victim here too, but the guard firmly tells him he can explain himself at the station and stop trying to run. When Rimuru looks around for backup, Gabuta is still crouched there with his eyes shut and ears covered, being completely useless. Once the questioning starts, Rimuru insists the whole mess was simple. He got forced into a fight, transformed into a wolf, and howled a little too loudly. Gabuta nervously asks why he was dragged in too, and Rimuru snaps that they are both getting blamed because of the incident. Gabuta immediately apologizes, and Rimuru smooths things over enough that the guard's mood starts to soften. The captain shifts to the real question and demands to know what that terrifying wolf was, where it came from, and where it went. Rimuru bluntly says the wolf was him, but the captain refuses to believe a slime could transform like that. Pressed to explain his power without revealing his unique skill, Rimuru panics and invents a story about being a talented magician cursed into slime form. The captain keeps drilling into every weak point, so Rimuru spends 2 exhausting hours patching the lie until it somehow becomes a complete backstory. By the end, the ridiculous tale has turned Rimuru into a beautiful young prodigy cursed by an evil witch, and both he and the captain look weirdly satisfied with the finished statement. That bizarre interrogation is cut short when a guard bursts in with an emergency report from the mines. An Armosaurus attacked and several miners were badly hurt. The report gets worse when they learn the beast is being handled, but the injured may die because medicine is scarce and the capable healers are away in the deep mines. Seeing a real emergency, Rimuru decides to hand over his own restorative medicine. The captain is still busy and irritated until Rimuru reveals he has high-quality medicine for the wounded miners. The other guard distrusts medicine coming from a demon, but the captain snatches all 6 doses and decides to trust Rimuru anyway. With the captain gone, Rimuru and Gabuta can only wait in the station and hope the medicine works. An hour drags by while Rimuru practices controlling spider thread and Gabuta somehow manages to nap through all of it. When the captain returns, he bows his head and thanks Rimuru because the medicine saved them. The rescued miners follow him in and thank Rimuru one after another, making it clear his medicine really did save their bodies and livelihoods. As evening falls, the captain finally talks to Rimuru openly and admits the 5 men from the earlier disaster were notorious troublemaking adventurers. The captain explains that Rimuru and Gabuta were already known to be innocent, but the guards still had to hold them for appearances after such a public uproar. With trust finally established, Rimuru tells the guards why he came to the dwarf kingdom at all. He needs clothes, weapons, armor, and a skilled advisor to rebuild the goblin village. The guards warm up completely, peppering Rimuru and even Gabuta with questions as the rest of the night passes in surprisingly friendly conversation. The next morning, Rimuru watches the guards training in the yard and quietly compares their strength to the monsters whose abilities he has absorbed. His great sage simulations tell him the ordinary guards can handle weaker monsters in groups, but stronger creatures like his giant centipede would still overwhelm them. Soon after, the captain officially releases Rimuru and Gabuta and apologizes for taking up a full day of their journey. To make up for the detention, he offers something even better, a personal introduction to a skilled blacksmith. Just before they leave, the captain asks for another favor and tries to buy whatever medicine Rimuru still has left. Rimuru agrees to sell some, offers 5 doses, and even explains that the medicine can be diluted for ordinary injuries. The captain pays 25 gold coins for the 5 medicines, revealing just how valuable Rimuru's stock really is. When Rimuru innocently asks about prices and currency instead of haggling, the captain's reaction makes it obvious the deal was very favorable for the dwarves. Even so, Rimuru decides the captain is trustworthy, spends even more time learning the local economy from him, and only departs after lunch with money, contacts, and a much better start than he expected. In his crowded workshop, Kaijin grumbles through another brutal day as rumors of war drive weapon orders through the roof. The work should mean profit for a master blacksmith, but Kaijin is too irritated to care because the sudden rush is crushing him. What really has him cornered is simple. He has orders to fill, but almost no usable material left to forge with. The friends he sent out for ore finally return, and Kaijin's mood lifts for a second when he sees Garm, Dold, and Mild walk through the door. These 3 are brilliant craftsmen and miners, but they are hopeless at the business side of life and were badly used by people they trusted. After losing their own shop and even ending up under watch by the country, they had nowhere left to go but Kaijin's place. Kaijin had planned to ease them in with ore gathering because bringing all their crafts in-house at once would only create more trouble. So when they report they met a demon at the mine, Kaijin is shaken but still relieved that all 3 came back alive. Then the brothers awkwardly admit they did not escape cleanly at all, and something far stranger happened. Their story sounds absurd. A mysterious slime gave them medicine and pulled them back from death. Kaijin knows they are terrible liars, so instead of laughing it off, he accepts that the impossible probably happened. That miracle still does not solve his bigger problem, because after the mine attack his workers are quitting and no one wants to risk gathering ore now. Even hiring help is a dead end, since our requests are already backed up everywhere, and strong adventurers cost more than the job would ever earn. With the deadline closing in, Kaijin and the three brothers sink into a bleak silence because no workable answer appears. At that exact low point, the door opens and Captain Kado arrives with Rimuru and Gabuta in tow. Rimuru and Gabuta greet the room politely, but the three brothers instantly freeze when they recognize the slime who saved them. Once Kaijin hears this is the slime from yesterday's rescue, he drops the suspicion and thanks Rimuru sincerely. Rimuru nearly gets carried away by the praise, but Kaijin quickly asks the real question: why are they here? After Kado explains Rimuru's search for supplies and skilled help, Kaijin apologizes because he is buried under a secret national request of his own. Kaijin reveals that fear of war has every country ordering weapons, which is why markets and medicine alike have been stripped bare. He already forced out 200 steel spears overnight, but the main order is 20 swords and he cannot start without magic or. When Kado suggests canceling, Kaijin explodes and says Minister Bester pushed the impossible job through right in front of the king. The story gets uglier when Kaijin explains that Bester has held a grudge since Mild refused one of his requests, and has kept harassing him ever since. Rimuru quickly suspects the minister may have cornered Kaijin by buying up the needed material on purpose. Kaijin confirms the key bottleneck is magic or, because the swords need it while the spears only needed ordinary steel. Then he adds the last crushing detail: even with efficient work methods, forging all 20 swords would still take 2 weeks. The official deadline is this weekend, barely 4 days away, and failure could cost Kaijin his standing as a craftsman. Rimuru realizes the whole room has turned to him for help, even though he never meant to get dragged this deep into their crisis. He decides to lean into it and use the chance well. If he helps Kaijin now, he can secure real support for rebuilding the goblin village. With theatrical confidence, Rimuru drops a large processed metal lump onto the table and asks Kaijin if he can use it. Kaijin stares at the metal in disbelief because what looked like magic ore is actually an unbelievably pure magic steel ingot. The master blacksmith immediately begs for it, promising to pay whatever Rimuru asks. Rimuru seizes the moment and asks for something more useful than cash: skilled people who can teach crafting, make weapons, and connect his village to steady supplies. Kaijin is almost taken aback that those are the only terms, and he agrees on the spot because that request is easy compared to the ingot's value. So Rimuru hands the ingot over, and the two of them settle on finishing the smaller details after Kaijin survives his current order. That night after dinner, Kado heads back to his guard post, leaving Rimuru inside the workshop with Kaijin and the three brothers. The three brothers thank Rimuru over and over because they blame themselves for the trouble Kaijin has been dragged into. Rimuru casually invites the brothers to join his side if they want, and their stunned faces show the offer hit harder than he expected. As the brothers start discussing it among themselves, Rimuru turns back to the urgent issue and asks Kaijin if 4.5 days is enough. Kaijin answers honestly that it still cannot be done, but he intends to fight through it anyway because there is no other choice. Rimuru decides that blind grit will not save this job, so he finally steps in with a concrete plan. He tells Kaijin to calm down for tonight and forge one finest quality sword by tomorrow, keeping the rest of the plan secret for now. Kaijin pushes back because Rimuru is an amateur, but Rimuru coolly says trust him or fail for certain. That finally settles it, and Kaijin accepts the gamble even under desperate terms. He swears that if Rimuru's plan works, he will honor the deal and gather the best workers he can for him. The next morning in Kaijin's workshop, Kaijin and the three brothers are still crowding around Rimuru's fist-sized magic steel ingot like they can barely believe it is real. When Rimuru asks if the ingot is really that rare, Kaijin bluntly tells him he has no idea what kind of treasure he handed over. Kaijin explains that magic steel comes from magic ore, a material so scarce and useful that even the raw ore is already highly valuable. He goes on to explain that this world's technology runs on magic essence and magic stones dropped by powerful demons, which is why materials tied to that energy are priceless. Magic ore only forms when normal ore sits for ages in the dense aura around strong demons, so anyone mining it has to deal with dangerous monster territory first. Hearing that only B-rank level monster zones produce it, Rimuru casually wonders if he is about that strong too, and the room falls into one of those awkward silences where everyone clearly has thoughts. Kaijin then drops the real number. A fist-sized lump of refined magic steel is worth about 20 times its weight, because so little usable metal comes out of the ore. That finally makes Rimuru realize he has been carrying around a ridiculous amount of hidden wealth without understanding how dangerous that would be if anyone found out. But the metal is not just expensive because it is rare, it matters because it channels magic power incredibly well. Kaijin explains that when magic steel is forged into a weapon, it can grow with its owner's will, shift toward the wielder's ideal form, and strengthen their skills in battle. Rimuru is immediately hooked by the idea of a weapon that evolves with its user, and his mind jumps straight to impossible fantasy swords he wants someone to build. After a long night of work, Kaijin's group finally finishes one longsword to serve as the model, and it looks plain at first glance but perfectly made. Rimuru is surprised that so much magic steel is still left over, but Kaijin explains they only used it as the core because making an entire blade from pure magic steel would be absurdly expensive. Kaijin adds that the magic essence from the core will slowly permeate the whole sword over time, letting the weapon toughen as it ages without rusting or chipping like normal steel. When Rimuru studies the sword closely, he realizes the simple design is the whole point, because it leaves room for the user to shape it into their own ideal weapon later. With the promised sample complete, Rimuru says it is his turn now and clears everyone out so he can work in secret. Kaijin offers to help, but Rimuru refuses and makes him promise not to peek into the room for the next 3 days. Once they are gone, Rimuru reveals the real plan: swallow the model sword, swallow the materials, and let Predator copy the same weapon over and over. The cheat is ridiculous even by Rimuru's standards, because each copy only takes about 10 seconds and all 19 swords are done in barely a few minutes. That leaves Rimuru with a new problem, because he told everyone not to peek for 3 days and now he is already finished almost immediately. In the end he decides there is no point hiding in there, so he throws open the door and steps out at once. Kaijin and the brothers rush to their feet in alarm, assuming something must have gone wrong, while the Buddha has somehow already fallen asleep nearby. Rimuru teases them for a second, then admits he already finished everything, and their shocked reaction lands all at once. After the delivery succeeds, the mood flips completely and the group heads out to celebrate at a bar. Rimuru tries to act reluctant, but Kaijin's group sells the place as a gentleman's reward full of beautiful women, which is enough to drag him along anyway. The celebration spot is Night Butterfly, and the moment they enter, Rimuru is stunned by a line of gorgeous elf hostesses in revealing outfits welcoming them in. Rimuru completely loses his composure in the middle of the glamorous attention, because the place is exactly the kind of fantasy bar paradise he never expected to see up close. Kaijin dryly points out that Rimuru does not look unhappy at all, and Rimuru tries a weak denial that nobody believes. Then a sharp hostile voice cuts through the room, and the whole bar quiets when Minister Bester walks in and takes aim at Kaijin's table. Bester openly mocks Kaijin for bringing a vulgar demon into such a refined place, and starts pressuring the bar's mama over letting Rimuru inside at all. The mama tries to smooth things over by saying Rimuru is only a harmless-looking slime, but Bester refuses to let it go because humiliating them is clearly the point. Kaijin quietly identifies the troublemaker as Minister Bester, the very man tied to his crisis, and Rimuru instantly sees the stubborn malice in his face. Bester takes it a step further and deliberately splashes water over Rimuru's head like he is less than a person. Rimuru is furious, but he swallows it because causing trouble with a minister could hurt Kaijin and the bar more than it hurts him. Kaijin refuses to let that insult stand, kicks the table aside, and rises in open fury to defend Rimuru as his guest. He calls Bester out to his face for mistreating Rimuru, and even Rimuru is stunned that Kaijin is willing to challenge a minister this directly. Bester sputters in outrage, but Kaijin is already past backing down. With one furious shout, Kaijin punches Minister Bester in the face and blows up any chance of staying in the kingdom after this. Right after the punch, Kaijin turns to Rimuru and asks if he still needs skilled craftsmen, making it clear he has already chosen his side. Rimuru accepts him without hesitation, because if Kaijin wants to come along, Rimuru is happy to have him no matter how messy the fallout gets. Their promise is finally fulfilled, but the instant that bond is sealed, Rimuru is forced to face the obvious next problem. After decking a minister, how are they supposed to escape the country now? Right after Kaijin drops Bester with one punch, Kaida rushes in with soldiers and stares at the mess in disbelief. Kaijin brushes it off as light punishment for the man who insulted his benefactor Rimuru, while Bester can only glare in shocked humiliation. Kaida warns that making an enemy of a cabinet minister is no small thing, but he quietly promises the group they will not be harmed if they come peacefully. Rimuru accepts the arrest calmly and even pays Mama at the bar for the trouble, determined not to lose one of his favorite places. On the way out, Rimuru suddenly remembers they left Kabuta behind in the punishment room. Since Kabuta caused his own mess, Rimuru wraps him in sticky thread, hangs him from the ceiling, and tells him to solve it by summoning the storm wolves himself. Rimuru decides Kabuta is tough enough to survive for now, so the 5 of them let the idiot deal with it and head to the palace. Their so-called imprisonment turns out to be 2 easy days in a large room with decent food and no real mistreatment. Kaijin apologizes for dragging everyone into trouble, but none of them blame him. Then the 3 brothers make it official. Once they are free, they plan to leave with Kaijin and follow Rimuru too. Rimuru gladly accepts them and warns them he plans to work them hard, turning their jail talk into a real new alliance. On the second night, Rimuru finally asks why Bester hates Kaijin so much, and Kaijin's face turns grim. Kaijin reveals he used to be captain of Dworgen's construction platoon, and Bester served directly under him. Because Bester came from a Marquis family and Kaijin was a commoner who outranked him, jealousy poisoned everything between them. Their rivalry exploded during the magical battle gear project, where Bester pushed reckless glory while Kaijin argued for careful research. Bester's rash meddling sent the demonic sorcery core out of control and wrecked the project completely. To save himself, Bester forged records, planted false evidence, and pushed all the blame onto Kaijin until Kaijin had to leave the army. Kaijin ends the story by saying maybe Bester can finally relax now that he is gone, but everyone listening only hates the minister more. Kaijin tries to sound calm about the coming punishment, explaining that his old rank as a baronet may save him from the worst penalty for striking a noble. Rimuru quietly decides that if things go bad, they will break out, and he will play the harmless slime until he gets a chance. When the trial day arrives, the moment Rimuru sees King Gazelle Dwargo on the throne, his instincts scream that this dwarf is on another level. Even the elite knights beside the throne feel minor compared to the king, and for the first time in this world, Rimuru feels real danger. The trial starts under strict court rules, and Rimuru learns that anyone below count rank cannot speak unless the king personally allows it. For an hour the case is argued through representatives alone, so the group's fate rests on a man they can only hope will defend them honestly. Then the supposed ally betrays them, claiming Bester was just drunk and harmless when Kaijin attacked him without cause. Kaijin goes from furious to pale because under this system he cannot even answer the lie without royal permission. Bester pushes for a severe punishment with a smug grin, fully convinced he has won. The court announces a brutal verdict: 20 years of forced labor for Kaijin and 10 years for the rest. Before the judgment can settle, the king suddenly interrupts in his own heavy voice and calls Kaijin by name. Instead of dwelling on the assault, Gazelle asks Kaijin if he intends to return to royal service, throwing the whole court into confusion. Kaijin answers without wavering that he already has a master now, and that pledge to Rimuru is a treasure he will not abandon even for the king. That answer triggers killing intent from the royal guard, but Kaijin still refuses to bow his head. After a quiet pause, the king changes the sentence completely and orders Kaijin and his companions deported from Dworgen before nightfall. Rimuru feels the full weight of the king's authority in that moment, but under the intimidation he also catches a trace of loneliness in Gazelle's face. With the trial over, the group hurries back to Kaijin's shop to pack and finally remembers Gabuta might still be in trouble. When they open the punishment room, Gabuta is lounging on the sofa like nothing happened and cheerfully asks if the outing was fun. Rimuru realizes Gabuta actually escaped by summoning a storm wolf, something no hobgoblin had managed before. The dwarf brothers panic at the sight of the wolf blocking the room, while Rimuru casually insists it is basically just a dog he keeps at home. With no time to explain, Rimuru sends everyone to change into travel gear while he handles the rest of the packing himself. Rimuru absorbs the important contents of the workshop to speed up their escape, but stops short of swallowing the whole building and causing another incident. Their preparations finally done, the exiles head for their meeting spot and leave Dworgen without realizing how deeply this kingdom will stay tied to their future. After they are gone, the throne hall stays frozen in silence until King Gazelle turns to Bester and asks if he has anything left to say. Bester desperately calls it all a misunderstanding, still trying to cling to the king's favor even as his panic shows. Gazelle cuts him off and says the faithful minister he nearly lost was not Kaijin, but Bester himself. Then Gazelle presents two pieces of proof Bester never expected to see together: Rimuru's perfect medicine and the sword Kaijin carried. The medicine's purity is beyond normal dwarven limits, and the sword has already begun adapting to its user far too quickly, proving how extraordinary the slime really is. Gazelle makes the real point clear: thanks to Bester's petty scheme, the kingdom has now cut ties with the slime who produced those miracles. At last Bester understands he has not outplayed Kaijin at all, he has simply been abandoned by the king he wanted to impress. Gazelle banishes Bester from the kingdom forever, but still acknowledges that he once served well, making the judgment hit even harder. As Bester departs, guard sees the treacherous representative, tying up the last loose end of the false trial. Then the usually calm king raises his voice and orders his spies to watch Rimuru constantly, and never let the slime out of sight. After the spies vanish, Gazelle is left wondering what kind of monster Rimuru really is, and whether letting that slime roam free could one day shatter the world's peace. After 5 days on the road, Rimuru finally reaches the forest entrance with Kaijin and the dwarf brothers, where Riguru's group is waiting to escort them home. Rimuru is happy with the trip anyway, because he got skilled new allies and came back with 20 gold on top of it. Rimuru introduces the dwarves to the goblins, hoping the people who are about to rebuild the village together can start off on decent terms. That calm start almost breaks immediately when Ranga happily runs to Rimuru, then turns sour the moment he's told to carry 2 dwarves. Ranga all but asks whether those 2 idiots can just be left behind, and his hungry glare scares the dwarf brothers half to death. The dwarves are even more shocked when Rimuru says he wants to copy the Black Wolf's abilities and suddenly transforms into a Black Storm Star Wolf himself. Ranga snaps to attention and accepts the order at once, especially after Rimuru praises him and tells him to keep evolving toward that form. The dwarves do not handle any of this well, and by the time the carrying plan is decided, Kaijin's group is already fainting from shock. Rimuru puts Kaijin and Garm on his own back, leaves Dold and Nildo to Ranga, and ties everyone down with sticky thread so nobody falls off at high speed. The trip goes smoothly mostly because the dwarves stay unconscious, which Rimuru privately decides is safer than making them experience the full terror awake. During a quieter stretch, Rimuru asks Riguru whether anyone else has managed to summon a wolf partner yet, and learns there has been no progress at all. That leaves Gabuta as the only success, and even the others sound baffled that the village fools somehow pulled off what no one else could. Rimuru reluctantly raises his opinion of Gabuta, realizing that anyone who survived a months-long solo trip on foot cannot be completely useless. When the group stops for the night, Rimuru uses the break to test just how strong his copied Black Storm Star Wolf form really is. The tests feel incredible, because the form's raw speed, reactions, and physical power are far beyond what Rimuru usually fights with. After comparing monsters in his head, Rimuru realizes this copied wolf form can already overpower monsters near the Black Snake's level even before using special skills. Then he makes a terrible decision and tests Black Lightning anyway, switching back to slime and firing it at a boulder. The result is so destructive that the boulder is obliterated and the ground around it turns to glass, which instantly convinces Rimuru to seal the skill away. He quietly decides the Black Snake's poisonous breath is just as dangerous for now, because both powers are too wide and too hard to control around allies. When Rimuru and the others rush over at the noise, Rimuru lies with a straight face and blames it on a random lightning strike. Even after that scare, Rimuru keeps analyzing until dawn and concludes the Black Storm Star Wolf may be strong enough to count as a disaster-class monster near a city. The next morning, the dwarves wake up pale and disoriented, only for Rimuru to casually explain that they are already well on their way to the goblin village. The dwarves are horrified when they hear how fast they are covering what should be a 2-month journey, but Rimuru has no interest in slowing the explanation down for long. On the next run, the dwarves grit their teeth and stay conscious, so Rimuru improves the ride by making thin thread membranes to protect their eyes from the wind. While they travel, the dwarves teach the goblins common knowledge through thought transmission, and the two groups finally start talking like future neighbors instead of strangers. Those conversations also teach Rimuru that goblins and dwarves are close branches of the same broader origin, which helps explain why they can adapt to each other so quickly. Rimuru eventually asks Kaijin the blunt question hanging over everything: if he still admires the dwarf king, why did he really choose exile and come here? Kaijin answers without hesitation that he still respects the king deeply, because the dwarf king is the kind of living hero every dwarf admires. But Kaijin follows Rimuru for a simpler reason that lands even harder. His instincts tell him this strange slime can do anything, and that makes him worth betting on. Rimuru accepts that trust and warns Kaijin not to complain later, because he plans to work his people hard while also standing by them when they need him. 2 days later, the whole group finally makes it back to the goblin settlement and completes the trip safely. Rimuru finds the village still rough and tiny, but the sight of a huge turtleshell cooking pot in the center tells him the goblins have been making real progress while he was gone. The hobgoblins cheer when Rimuru returns, and he immediately starts thinking the dwarves can turn all the monster for piling up here into proper clothes. Before Rimuru can settle in, Rigurito hurries over with a troubled face and says there are already guests waiting for him. Rimuru leaves the dwarves to inspect the village with Riguru and follows Rigurito into a large tent to see who came looking for him. Inside the tent, Rimuru finds several well-dressed goblin chiefs and their escorts waiting unarmed, which is strange enough to put him on guard. Then the chiefs all throw themselves flat in prostration and beg the strong one to hear their request. Their plea is simple and desperate. They want Rimuru to accept them as his followers and give their people protection. Rimuru's first reaction is that this is a headache he does not need while rebuilding his own village, but he also knows a weak tribe alone will just get crushed in the forest upheaval. He decides to accept them anyway, while making one cold rule for himself: if they ever betray him, he will wipe them out. Before giving the final answer, Rimuru asks the obvious question of scale, because he is suddenly realizing he may be taking in far more goblins than he can house. The chiefs explain the whole crisis. With the old forest lord gone, intelligent races like orcs, lizardmen, and ogres are all moving to settle old grudges and grab territory. Weak goblin tribes know they will be trampled in that kind of conflict, so their meetings turned into panic with no real solution. Then reports spread about black beasts and riders tearing through the forest, hunting powerful monsters as if the woods were open plains. Some goblins thought those riders might become protectors, others thought it had to be a trap, and in the end they sent delegates here because they had no better option. Rimuru gives his answer at last and tells them he will take in only the goblins who truly want to come under his rule. The delegates race back to spread the news, and Rimuru is left staring at his tiny village while realizing he may have just invited a population explosion. He throws everyone into work immediately, putting Kaijin over timber while the village starts cutting trees and preparing proper building materials. At the same time, Garm and Dold start processing monster fur into clothes for the villagers, even while acting exactly like themselves around the goblin women. Then the first wave arrives, and Rimuru learns the scale of what he accepted. 4 clans send roughly 500 goblins into the settlement. That influx makes it obvious the current village cannot hold everyone, so Rimuru starts searching for a larger site with water and room for farmland. His search points him back toward the cave where he first lived, and when Rigurito warns that area is dangerous, Rimuru casually reveals he was born there. Rigurito is so impressed by that ridiculous answer that he takes it as further proof his master is extraordinary, whether Rimuru meant it that way or not. Rimuru next pulls Mildo into planning talks, using bits of modern construction knowledge to help sketch out how a real settlement should work. Their discussion goes beyond houses, because Rimuru wants proper sanitation and fertilizer systems, and Mildo warns that bad waste handling can cause real epidemics even among monsters. Rimuru is impressed by how informed Mildo is, and by the end of the meeting he appoints the youngest brother as captain of the construction team. Rigurito is ordered to assign workers, and Mildo heads out to survey the new site with Ranga along as insurance in case cave monsters wander out. With construction moving, Rimuru turns to the next brutal task and starts naming the hundreds of new goblins one by one. The mass naming drains Rimuru badly again, but he pushes through and successfully names all of them anyway. Once the magic settles, the chiefs appear before him in evolved form, including Rigarudo alongside the newly upgraded Rigarudo, Regarudo, and Rogarudo. Rimuru also handles at least one female name separately, settling on Rirena as he realizes evolution is making gender differences much easier to see. Looking at the growing settlement, Rimuru decides friendship alone is not enough and formally creates a chain of command for the monsters under him. He promotes Rigarudo to Goblin King and names the other evolved chiefs Goblin Lords beneath him. The entire village drops into prostration and erupts in cheers, marking the birth of a new history for the goblins under Rimuru's rule. From there the revival accelerates, with tools prepared, clothes steadily produced, timber clearing the land, and Mildo returning with the survey for the new settlement. When Rimuru inspects the chosen construction ground, he realizes the scale has already outgrown a village and is starting to look like a future town. After confirming the preparations, Rimuru leads everyone out toward their new home, taking the first real step toward building a country of their own. At the Falma's frontier by the Great Jura Forest, monster trouble is getting worse and the whole border is on edge. Count Nidal Mygam swells his night order from 100 men to almost 300 by declaring an emergency. The local adventurers can handle normal hunting jobs, but that does nothing to solve the sudden wave of stronger monsters. The Count also hires mercenaries as lookouts, but because he pays badly, most of them barely take the scouting seriously. When people ask why the knights do not just go kill the monsters, the Count shuts that idea down in a panic. His logic is simple and ugly: money is tight, the town must be protected first, and the villages can keep suffering for now. The Freedom Association cannot freely take the job either, because B-plus monsters need multiple high-rank adventurers and the frontier does not have enough of them on hand. Even if lower-ranked teams tried to force it, they would likely win only by taking serious casualties. The real problem is speed, because by the time requests are filed, accepted, and cleared, the next threat is already hitting another village. So the Count creates a new force called the Frontier Garrison, not out of courage, but because he needs cheap bodies on village patrols. Most of those 30 men are petty criminals, used as servant labor, sparring targets, and now expendable guards in the countryside. For Count Nidal, the plan is perfect because if those men die, his purse still stays safe. One of those men, Yomu, takes the assignment with a grin because even a dangerous posting is better than rotting in place. He had aimed to rule the slums one day, but this unexpected detour is about to push him onto a bigger stage. Elsewhere in Burmond, Guildmaster Fuse follows up on a promise to Baron Beluard by quietly investigating larger political movement around the region. His information says the Empire has not moved yet, but Fuse is not relieved enough to stop watching them. Then the investigation team returns, and Fuse immediately calls a private meeting in the drawing room. The team is Jido the stealth expert, Cabal the sturdy frontliner, and Ellen the support mage, all chosen because they are good at surviving dangerous information runs. Fuse had sent them to inspect the cave where Veldora was sealed, a job dangerous enough that he would rather have handled it himself. He keeps that worry off his face and simply tells them to start the report. The trio answers with their usual bickering, joking that what he really means is that the mission was brutal. But once the joking drops, they get serious and explain how they slipped past the cave guardian and broke the door seal to enter. Inside the cave, they searched for about a week and found no sign of Veldora or any living creature at all. The strangest part came when they left, because even the storm snake waiting outside had vanished too. That missing guardian rattles Fuse even more, because the storm snake was strong enough that he doubted he could beat it alone. For now he shelves the bigger mystery and gives the exhausted team 3 days off before sending them back out to inspect the forest itself. They complain loudly about how short that rest is, but Fuse ignores the whining because the information matters more. After glaring them out of the room, Fuse is left alone with one ugly question: what is really happening in that forest? Far away in the holy Riberian kingdom, Sakaguchi Hinata sits alone in her chamber, bored with the world around her. Her mind drifts back to the day she was 15 and suddenly thrown into this world on the way home from school. Instead of panicking, young Hinata felt relieved, because being torn away from home meant escaping a life she already hated. Her family life had already broken her, with a vanished gambling father, crushing debt, and a mother who fled into fanatic religion. Hinata had even killed her father herself and calmly planned more murders before this new world interrupted everything. She thought this new world might free her from all that, until a gang of men immediately surrounded her like prey. Hearing them talk about selling her after having their fun makes Hinata decide this world is just as rotten. In that instant, her hesitation disappears and she chooses to steal their lives before they can take anything from her. She starts by dodging with minimal movement, grabbing one attacker, gouging out his eye, and slamming him down without mercy. Then she rips his knife free and drives it into his throat, dropping the first man fast. Before the other two recover, she blinds them with sand and knocks one out with a sharp kick. She circles behind the other man and buries the knife through his back into his heart exactly where she wants it. Covered in warm blood, she barely reacts, because only one survivor still matters. She grabs the last man's hair, decides he might know useful things, and activates her unique skill usurper. Hinata steals his memories and techniques, then kills him too as a matter of practical mercy. That first massacre becomes her starting point, and from every kill after that she keeps taking knowledge to sharpen herself. 10 years later, that same girl has become one of the strongest people in this world, and no longer remembers the faces of those she killed. To Hinata, good and evil hardly matter anymore, because she kills people with the same detached balance either way. Now she is the leader of the Holy Knights and commander of the Pope's direct guard, a position so important that it leaves her trapped and restless. So bored she almost wants a rebellion to break out somewhere. Hinata sits there wishing for anything to interrupt the monotony. A servant finally knocks and announces that Cardinal Nicholas Speltas has come to see her. Recognizing the name at once, Hinata decides she may as well let in the man she treats like a loyal dog. With that small amused thought, Hinata prepares to kill time by hearing out Cardinal Nicholas. As monster trouble around Jura gets worse, the B-rank adventurers Cabal, Ellen, and Jaido prepare to investigate the forest on foot. Right before they leave, a strange masked traveler asks to accompany them halfway into the forest. Even though the stranger feels suspicious, Ellen casually approves it, and the other two give in just as fast. Shizu thanks them with only a few words and silently joins the party as they head into Jura together. Elsewhere, Rimuru's settlement is booming with construction as roads, housing, plumbing, drainage, and temporary lodgings take shape around the cave. Rimuru is pleased he evolved the goblins into hobgoblins, because they are clearly smarter, stronger, and more capable of building a real city. He also notices how much stronger his named leaders have become, especially Rigurdo after being elevated as king. Rigurdo rushes in with a report that suspicious humans were captured, but the goblins followed Rimuru's order and did not harm them. The news excites Rimuru, because he has been waiting for a chance to meet humans on better terms than his last encounter. But when Rigurdo explains the group was scouting the area after giant ants attacked them, Rimuru immediately realizes they might be investigating Jura for some expanding human nation. Instead of acting rashly, Rimuru decides to judge the situation after meeting the humans himself. To look more dignified, Rimuru rides on Rigurdo's shoulder to the guest tent instead of moving with Ranga at lightning speed. Rimuru expects tense prisoners, but the moment he arrives he hears a loud argument over food instead. Inside, Cabal's party is happily devouring a full meal, because the goblins fed them after their belongings were lost. Rimuru actually praises Rigurdo for helping them, because he likes that his people acted kindly and made their own judgment. Then the humans finally notice their host is a slime, and all three adventurers nearly choke in shock while masked Shizu stays calm. Rimuru introduces himself as a harmless talking slime, which only makes them spit their food out harder. Once they settle down, the three openly thank Rimuru's people for saving them and admit they are human adventurers. Rimuru lets them finish eating first, then moves the real meeting to his own tent near the cave. Rimuru calms Rigurdo again, treating the awkward first impression as a lesson while noticing how much more cultured his attendants have become. When the guests are seated properly, Rimuru asks the reason they came into his territory. Cabal introduces his B-rank party, and the fourth traveler is named Shizu, a temporary companion whose voice and masked face still reveal almost nothing. Watching how Shizu sits and drinks her tea, Rimuru gets a strong feeling she might be Japanese like he once was. The adventurers answer honestly and admit their guild sent them to check the forest for anything suspicious. Their story quickly turns sloppy, because they complain that the assignment was so vague they barely knew what they were supposed to find. They blundered into a giant ant nest, got chased for 3 straight days, and lost all their gear before Rigger's defense squad rescued them. When Rimuru asks about the cave, Ellen casually blurts out that they already searched it for weeks and found nothing inside. That confession reveals the human world is in an uproar because Veldora's sealed presence suddenly vanished. They add that the cave's magic energy has dropped to normal levels and even the valuable ore is gone, making the place barely worth exploring now. That is exactly what Rimuru needed to hear, because if the cave is no longer strategically valuable, building his city here may not trigger immediate trouble. So he asks directly whether the guild would object to a monster city being built here, and the adventurers admit the guild probably would not know or care much. Before the talk can go any further, Shizu suddenly lets out a terrible groan, and the room goes dead still. Cracks spread across Shizu's mask as a violent surge of magic leaks from inside her. Ellen instantly realizes this looks like summoning magic, and the 3 adventurers spread out in practice formation to stop it. Their teamwork is excellent, but Shizu blasts them away with a sudden explosion that tears Rimuru's tent apart. The adventurers survive the blast bruised and shocked, and Jaido finally names the nightmare they are facing, the Explosion Monarch. As the mask lifts and black hair spills free, a giant flame spirit rises from Shizu and fuses with her body. The voice of the world identifies the spirit as Ifrit, an A-rank or higher flame giant, and even the veteran adventurers know they cannot beat it. One heat shockwave smashes through the adventurers' barrier and leaves all 3 conscious but unable to fight. That settles Rimuru's last doubt, because these humans are clearly not staging an attack with Shizu. Rimuru orders Rigurdo to evacuate everyone at once and send Ranga to him, refusing to let the goblins die uselessly. Now alone against the inferno, Rimuru tests Waterblade, but the attack evaporates before it can pierce Ifrit's whirl of flames. He quickly sees the problem, Ifrit's heat is too intense for close-range poison or paralysis attacks, and the burning clones still cannot touch him. Ranga arrives, but Rimuru uses him only to rescue Cabal's party so he can fight without holding back. Just as the fight stalls, a giant magic circle blooms under Rimuru's body and traps him inside Ifrit's wide area fire spell. Ifrit casts Flare Circle, and Rimuru braces for death as the entire zone is swallowed in overwhelming fire. But inside the flames, Rimuru realizes he is completely unharmed because his heat fluctuation resistance EX nullifies the attack. With that absurd advantage, Rimuru calmly decides the battle is already over. He secretly binds the fused flame giant with his newly developed sticky steel thread and locks Ifrit in place. For the first time, fear enters Ifrit's voice as it realizes it has been trapped instead. Rimuru walks straight toward the immobilized spirit, ready to finish off the thing possessing Shizu without panic. Then a dazzling light suddenly wraps the battlefield, and when it fades, only Rimuru and an old woman remain. Shizu's oldest memory is a city under fire, with flames falling from the sky and her mother's hand all that remains beside her. As the burning closes in, a voice asks the little girl if she wants to live, and that desperate wish finally breaks through her fear. That answer drags her out of the inferno and into a demon's castle, where the burned child wakes in front of the beautiful demon Lord Leon Cromwell. Leon barely glances at her, muttering that the summon failed, and his total lack of concern leaves a deep wound all by itself. Shizu still clings to him for help, but Leon only sees a body that can handle fire, and immediately decides to use it. With no hesitation, Leon summons the flame giant Ifrit, and orders it to take her body, turning Shizu's pain into hatred that will last her whole life. The possession keeps Shizu alive, but the trauma never leaves, and years later she survives as a flame-bound servant inside Leon's castle. When Leon abandons the castle and leaves her behind as a rear guard, Shizu hears heavy footsteps and realizes the hero has come. One look at the black-haired hero tells Shizu she cannot win, and that fear finally lets her own buried self break through Ifrit's grip. Shizu begs for help, and against all expectation the hero answers gently instead of treating her like a monster. From then on, the hero protects her, and Shizu lives under an anti-demon mask and robe while learning to keep Ifrit contained. Shizu grows into the famed Explosion Monarch, but even as a hero in her own right she never lets go of one goal, killing Leon Cromwell. The hero eventually leaves on a journey of her own, and Shizu accepts it because she always planned to leave one day for revenge as well. Even so, one regret stays with Shizu for years: she never once saw the hero smile. Later, Shizu builds a name among adventurers and helps support the Freedom Association from behind the scenes. Among the students she trains, two stand out immediately: bright, sincere Yuki and cold, wounded Hinata. Shizu thinks Hinata's bitterness comes from being attacked the moment she arrived in this world, and that makes Shizu feel sorry for her. But that sympathy never reaches Hinata, who surpasses Shizu in a month and leaves with a blunt goodbye that sounds final. Yuki, by contrast, remains kind, capable, and easy to support, so Shizu keeps helping his work from the shadows. As the years pass, Shizu's old life as a demon starts haunting her dreams again, and she feels Ifrit's will growing harder to suppress. Knowing she does not have long left, Shizu decides to spend her last days taking one final shot at Leon instead of waiting quietly to die. When she tells Yuki, he quietly accepts her resolve even if he clearly wants to stop her. At that same moment, a guild message reports Veldora's disappearance and a need for help entering the forest, giving Shizu the path for her last journey. That is how Shizu joins Ellen, Cabal, and Jaido, and she ends up grateful that her final companions are such a cheerful trio. Their journey leads her to a bizarre settlement where monsters save humans and work happily in a rough tent city that feels more alive than threatening. Shizu could have burned away the giant ants herself, but she holds back because every use of her fire gives Ifrit more room to take over. Then she meets Rimuru, a talking slime who carries himself like a king and says something so absurd it actually sticks in her memory. The brief peace ends when Shizu's fading life finally gives way and Ifrit tears control from her body. Back in the present, Rimuru keeps watch over the unconscious Shizu because he wants to see a fellow Japanese traveler through to the end. Meanwhile, the three adventurers bounce back completely thanks to Rimuru's medicine, and their first reaction is relief mixed with complaints about losing injury compensation. When they ask what to tell the guild master, Rimuru sees a chance and asks them to carry his name back to the outside world. To repay them for the gear they lost in the fire, Rimuru sends them off with new equipment and extra restoration medicine, and the trio are thrilled. The three leave 3 days later, calling Rimuru their benefactor, while Shizu still lies asleep behind them. A week after the battle, Shizu finally wakes up and immediately realizes she has caused everyone trouble again. She says she saw a nostalgic dream of a city she can never return to, and that prompts her to ask Rimuru a more personal question. When Shizu asks for his real name instead of the one he introduced, Rimuru realizes she has already guessed he is Japanese too. Rimuru finally answers with Mikami Satoru, and Shizu confirms it by saying he carries the same air as someone from Japan. Shizu asks what became of that beautiful city that once burned, and Rimuru uses telepathic communication to show her his memories of modern Japan. Seeing that Japan survived brings tears to Shizu's eyes, and then she asks Rimuru for one final, shocking favor. Shizu begs Rimuru to eat her, saying he already took the curse from her and that she wants to rest inside him instead of being reborn in this world. Rimuru understands what she really means. He would become her final seal and inherit the hatred she can no longer carry herself. So before agreeing, Rimuru asks for the name of the one who ruined her life. Through tears and exposed burn marks, Shizu finally says it out loud: Leon Cromwell, the strongest demon lord. Rimuru answers with a vow in both his old and new names, promising to make Leon regret earning Shizu's hatred. Relieved at last, Shizu thanks him, closes her eyes, and slips away as peacefully as if she were just falling asleep. Rimuru chooses Predator without hesitation and takes Shizu into himself, praying that she will finally dream only happy dreams. By consuming her, Rimuru gains shapeshifter and fire manipulation, and even the dangerous Ifrit ends up inside him too. In Shizu's final inner vision, she is a child again, finds the shadows pointing the way, and runs into her mother's arms at last. After mourning her, Rimuru focuses on the promise he just accepted and knows he will need information on demon lords to keep it. But before any revenge, one urgent question takes over his mind: can he finally turn human? He shuts himself inside a private tent, bans anyone from entering, and gets dramatically ready to test the new skill. Rimuru launches into an over-the-top transformation pose expecting a flashy mimic, only to notice the usual black fog never appears. The body still changes, his eye level rises, and suddenly he can feel real hands and feet for the first time. At first, the new body reminds him of being in elementary school again, which is already unsettling before he notices the bigger problem. Then panic hits when he realizes the lower half is completely smooth and his old male expectations are gone for good. After the first meltdown, he accepts the obvious logic that a slime body with no need to reproduce would not grow human sex organs just because he asked nicely. He quickly checks his head next and relaxes only when he finds soft hair instead of some truly alien disaster. With no mirror around, Rimuru gets clever and decides to use clones so he can finally inspect what this body actually looks like. The clone forms in front of him and reveals a shockingly beautiful silver-haired child with features inherited from Shizu, not from Mikami Satoru. The body is so lovely and so sexless that Rimuru can only stare and admit Shizu left him something dangerously pretty. Then the practical side kicks in, and Rimuru realizes this clone is far better than Ifrit's copies because it thinks clearly and stays completely linked to him. The trade-off is capacity, not quality. Rimuru can only make one top-tier clone at a time, but that single body is absurdly capable. As he tests movement, Rimuru notices the real breakthrough is not the clone at all but the human mimic itself, because this form moves without the usual lag. He works out the reason. Monster mimicry wraps a body in black fog and costs reaction speed, but this human form matches his slime control closely enough to skip that penalty. That makes the human body easier to use than his monster forms, even if its current size is still just a child. Now excited for real, Rimuru treats this as a new main form and starts pushing the limits of what the body can become. When he orders the clone to change, the body grows smoothly, proving he can shift age, build, and presentation far beyond the first child form. Rimuru confirms he can shape the body into male, female, old, young, bulky, or slim versions, with black fog only needed when extra mass has to be added. After repeated testing, Rimuru gets used to the new body's strengths and quietly celebrates gaining a real human form in this world at last. After gaining a human body, Rimuru decides he finally wants real clothes and gear instead of staying a naked slime with no equipment slots. He heads to the newly built tailoring cabin, where Garm is already running a busy workshop with goblin women sewing monster hide goods. Rimuru proudly asks for clothes, and Garm bluntly reminds him that slimes cannot wear normal equipment. With dramatic flair, Rimuru transforms and shows off his human child form as proof that he can wear clothes now. Garm accepts the request and hands Rimuru over to Haruna, who starts taking his measurements and immediately calls him cute. The praise catches Rimuru off guard, and he is secretly pleased that even the monsters around him clearly have a sense of beauty. The next day, Rimuru decides to test his new powers somewhere private and tells Rigurdo to keep everyone away. He walks into the huge empty cave where he first met Veldora, choosing it because even monsters avoid the place. Alone in the cavern, Rimuru lines up the abilities he wants to test first: shapeshifter, fire manipulation, clone, fire state, and area boundary. He starts with area boundary and realizes it is basically a barrier that seals heat and traps whatever is inside. Rimuru confirms he can shrink the barrier down to body size or expand it up to roughly 100 meters without changing its basic effect. To test its toughness, he puts a barrier around the clone and slams it with water blade, only to watch the attack bounce off. The next trial shows the real weakness. The barrier can shrug off paralysis breath, but noxious breath breaks it once the clone runs low on magic. Rimuru concludes the barrier is sturdy as long as he keeps feeding it magic, so he prepares a stronger clone for a much riskier test. After mimicking the black wolf, Rimuru learns the wolf's horns normally control black lightning, so a hornless slime can only fire it at full power. He aims that max-powered black lightning at the shielded clone, and the blast erases the target so completely that not even dust is left. That result chills Rimuru immediately, because even with strong resistances, this attack feels far too deadly to test carelessly on himself. He switches to the flame giant form and finally gets fire state working, turning himself into a blazing 2000-degree cloud that leaks heat fast without a barrier. Once he combines fire state with area boundary, Rimuru realizes the pair can trap an enemy inside a sealed furnace and kill anything that still needs to breathe. Testing fire manipulation next, Rimuru finds that small flame tricks are easy even if he still cannot copy Shizu's explosive style. By compressing heat harder, he turns that basic control into a concentrated attack beam and names it Flame Bullet. Rimuru likes the skill immediately and decides this one can grow stronger with practice, unlike monster abilities that mostly come fixed. Then he moves on to Shapeshifter, grumbling at the suspicious name before admitting he has no idea how the skill actually works. He calls on Great Sage, which explains that Shapeshifter grants fusion and division, letting him merge with a target or separate out a possessed being. That makes Rimuru think of Shizu and Ifrit at once, and he wonders if this power could strip enemies of their abilities. Great Sage shuts that idea down fast, warning that skills engraved on the soul cannot be removed or destroyed this way. Even so, Rimuru senses the skill will combine perfectly with his mimicry and starts experimenting by layering monster traits onto his slime body. His first success is enough to let him heat just his face and trigger fire state without fully turning into the flame giant. That breakthrough means even a captured Rimuru could turn his own body into a weapon, which makes the new trick instantly valuable. He keeps going down the list, giving himself white spider spots, gross centipede fangs, lizard scales, bat wings, wolf horns, and even the black snake's golden body patterns. With those partial forms unlocked, Rimuru realizes he can now use every monster skill even while still basically looking like a slime. He tests the limits next and finds he can stack 2 fusions at once, but a third fails unless he starts from a full mimic form. That gives him a practical rule for battle: choose 2 from Flame Giant, Black Wolf, or Giant Bat depending on whether he needs heat, lightning, or flight. When he tries fusion, while already mimicking, Rimuru pushes the total to 3 bodies and ends up as an awkward chimera. After comparing the options, he judges the Black Wolf form the best base body because it is naturally much faster than the others. Then he switches back to his human body and checks how those same fusions look when the base form can actually wear equipment. The Flame Giant fusion turns his hair and eyes crimson, giving his human face an immediate combat look. The Black Wolf fusion darkens his hair and leaves him with 2 horn-like cowlicks, which annoys him because the ears and tail do not show up. The Black Serpent fusion gives him green reptilian eyes, scales on his hands and feet, and sharp claws. The Bat fusion finishes the set by sprouting demon-like wings from his back. Rimuru notes that human form still needs mimic support for certain skills, but with weapons or curse gear someday, this transformed look could become his standard battle style. He even considers fusing with inorganic objects one day, guessing that special weapons might pass their own traits into his body. Only then does Rimuru realize he forgot one vital test entirely: how much damage his new resistances can really handle. He decides to stop playing it safe and finally experiment on his own body, because guessing at his limits would be too dangerous in a real fight. For that work, he creates a slime clone and notes that clone can reproduce either his child body or his basic slime body depending on what he wants. He also learns clone can eventually copy equipped gear if he gets more used to the skill, which makes the ability even more flexible than he expected. Great Sage breaks down the first hard rule: Rimuru can control a clone directly within about 1 kilometer, but beyond that it only follows basic orders. Even with that limit, shared vision means the clones can still serve as excellent long-range scouts. Predator has its own catch: he can store a clone inside, but only the true body can be released again. Shapeshifter adds one more limit on top of that, because clones are only allowed a single fusion even if Rimuru himself can do more. With the rules mapped out, Rimuru starts sparring against his clone to see which attacks actually kill fastest. Water Blade proves brutally efficient, dropping a Black Serpent in 1 hit and a Black Wolf in 2. Flame Bullet hits even harder, but because it pierces instead of cutting, it is not reliable unless he nails the head or vital organs first. That lesson lands hard when a snake target survives a shot through the head long enough to remind Rimuru not to relax too early. At the top of the rankings, Black Lightning remains the most destructive skill by far. His strongest combination turns out to be Black Wolf plus Flame Giant, because with Barrier and Fire State active, even the clone does not die instantly. That convinces Rimuru to treat Fire State more as a defensive layer than a pure attack, even though the combo is still scary. He also confirms one comforting rule: if a transformed clone takes too much damage, it reverts first, and the harm does not transfer back to his true body. With enough data gathered, Rimuru decides Great Sage can handle the remaining simulations from here. He shifts back into his child form and starts heading out, satisfied that he finally understands his new powers much better. On the way out, even a centipede monster spots Rimuru and immediately flees, proving his dangerous aura now speaks for itself despite the cute body. After training in Veldora's cave, Rimuru walked out pleased with himself because ordinary monsters now fled the moment they felt his aura. That smug mood snapped when voices outside shouted about a young master, a princess, and a wicked demon chasing them. Rimuru froze, checked behind himself for the threat, and found nothing at all, which only made the warning feel worse. He cautiously tried to move toward the ogres for safety, but they kept their distance and stared at him like he was the monster. One ogre finally barked out the truth. The wicked demon they saw was Rimuru himself. Rimuru realized he had left his aura wide open, hurriedly suppressed it, and tried a very unconvincing claim that the ogres had imagined the whole thing. Once the tension eased a little, Rimuru got a closer look and saw the real problem. The ogres were badly wounded and half exhausted from escaping something terrible. He spat out diluted healing potion and treated them on the spot, and their tough ogre vitality let the medicine close even severe injuries fast. With the survivors stabilized, Rimuru decided to bring them back to his village so he could hear what had crushed a force as strong as the ogres. To move them quickly, Rimuru proudly summoned Ranga from his shadow, finally succeeding at the trick he had stubbornly practiced. Rimuru copied Ranga's wolf form to carry 3 ogres himself while Ranga took the other 3, turning a day-long trip into a sprint back to the village. The ogres were startled by the speed but stayed conscious, and the whole group reached Rimuru's village in under an hour. Rimuru expected to bring them into his old tent, only to find that the goblins and dwarves had already built the log cabin he had designed. Impressed that his rough charcoal blueprint had actually become a real house, he settled the ogres in the reception room and went to collect the clothes Garm had finished for him. In child-human form, Rimuru finally tried on proper clothes, steel thread underwear and a fawn wolf coat and pants made from the old pack leader's hide. Garm happily revealed the outfit had turned into a magic item with strong defense and an automatic fit, which meant it would even survive Rimuru's body changes. Rimuru quietly guessed the hide had grown stronger after sitting inside his magic-rich stomach, and he made a mental note to age good materials there on purpose next time. Dressed at last, Rimuru had Haruna prepare tea for 7 and went back to face the ogres properly. The reception room was still bare, but hot tea calmed everyone down, and Rimuru quietly enjoyed the strange novelty of being able to taste and feel warmth in human form. As the story turned serious, Rimuru called in Rigurdo and the village chiefs, and Kaijin arrived too, making the meeting wide enough for a real war discussion. The ogre's report was brutally simple. While Rimuru fought Ifrit, their own people were attacked and defeated in a war. When Rimuru asked who could possibly beat the so-called rulers of the forest, the answer hit the room like a bad joke: orcs. That made no sense on paper, because ordinary orcs were far weaker than ogres, so Rimuru pushed for every detail he could get. The survivors explained that their village held around 300 ogres, a force strong enough to rival a nation's night order, and it was still nearly wiped out. The chief and the remaining defenders had carved open an escape route for the young master and princess, and the young master spoke through obvious guilt for surviving. He remembered giant orcs radiating a strange aura, and while elite ogre warriors moved to stop those monsters, the rest of the horde flooded the village. The count was even worse than the quality. The young master estimated at least 10,000 orcs, all wearing proper plate armor. That level of organization felt impossible for orcs alone, and Kaijin muttered that they might be pawns of a demon lord. Rimuru immediately connected that idea to Veldora's disappearance, and realized the Jura forest might now look undefended to outside powers. When Rimuru asked what came next, Rigurdo bluntly said the orcs were probably coming for Goblin Land too, and the room turned even tighter. Because any choice now could turn the ogres into prisoners or allies, the tension spiked until Rimuru deliberately broke it by calling for more tea. The second round of tea softened the room just enough for Rimuru to ask the ogres what they intended to do. The answer was pure desperation. They planned to throw themselves at the orcs and die taking revenge for their fallen lord and village. Rimuru cut straight through that death wish and asked if they would rather become his subordinates instead. He laid out the logic plainly. The goblins alone would not stop the orcs, but if the ogres backed him, he could help them get their revenge and defend the village at the same time. Rimuru even kept the deal clean by promising they only had to serve until the orcs were defeated, and after that they could stay, leave, or build a nation of their own. The young master took a long hard look at Rimuru, weighed the odds, and accepted the offer for all 6 of them. Relieved to have gained powerful allies, Rimuru immediately did what he always did with new followers. He started naming them. He named the young master Benimaru, the princess Shuna, and the 4 retainers Kyurubi, Hakuru, Sui, and Cheyenne. The cost hit hard enough that Rimuru dropped into a low-activity state right afterward, stunned that naming only 6 people could drain him that much. By the next day, the answer was standing in front of him. Benimaru had evolved into a far more human-like horned being with crimson flame hair and power that clearly exceeded a rank. Shuna's evolution was even more startling in a different way, because the ogre princess had turned into a delicate pink-haired beauty with white horns and a noble presence. Then Cheyenne appeared tall, gorgeous, and openly dangerous, instantly making Rimuru think she would look perfect as his secretary. The other 3 had evolved just as dramatically, with Kyurubi looking like a seasoned veteran, Hakura like a dangerous old master, and Sui like a cool blue-haired elite fighter. Rimuru finally understood why the naming had nearly emptied him. Every one of them had jumped past a rank, and he suddenly had to consider how terrifying that would be if they ever betrayed him. Those worries vanished for the moment when all 6 evolved ogres bowed together and formally begged Rimuru to accept their loyalty. With no reason to refuse, Rimuru accepted them and quietly added 6 frighteningly strong new comrades to his side. After the ogres evolved into Oni, Rimuru notices they have become even stronger, and he starts wondering what special abilities that new power might unlock. Their old uniforms now hang awkwardly off their smaller Oni bodies, so Rimuru asks why they all dress like battered soldiers from another age. The Oni explain that 400 years ago a young human visited their village, was welcomed by their chief, slew a lesser dragon, and became a hero they copied ever since. That same human had taught them techniques too, and the Oni proudly revealed that Kyurubi became a swordsmith by recreating that old equipment. Rimuru immediately links Kyurubi up with Kaijin, and the two craftsmen hit it off so fast that they start working like old partners. Then Rimuru learns the Oni have another treasure. Silk can be harvested from hell moth cocoons near their old village. Shuna turns out to be especially skilled with that work, so Rimuru sends her to cooperate with Garm and Dold on proper cloth production. He also orders the goblin riders to gather more cocoons and even bring back larvae, hoping the village can figure out silk farming by trial and error. Rimuru hands Shuna his pile of steel thread, and she lights up with a blush when he tells her he is counting on her. That small bit of trust clearly means a lot to her, and Rimuru realizes she is genuinely happy to be given real responsibility. Rimuru is more nervous about Garm and Dold, because Shuna may look delicate but he knows she is strong enough to flatten anyone who gets handsy. Before Rimuru can slip away, Cheyenne wedges herself between him and Shuna and declares that she will devote herself to serving him. Shuna answers with a sweet smile and claims she should be the one caring for Rimuru instead, turning the room instantly chilly. When they force him to choose, Rimuru dodges the trap by saying Shuna should focus on weaving and help him when she has time. Shuna happily takes that as being favored, while Cheyenne accepts temporary defeat with barely hidden irritation. Rimuru leaves with Cheyenne to inspect the village, and on the way he asks what Benimaru, Sui, and Hakuru have been doing. Cheyenne explains that Hakuru went to check the village defenses, while Benimaru and Sui headed out together to test their new power as rivals and close friends. Rimuru follows the clashing auras toward the plain near the cave and finds Benimaru and Sui fighting at a level that barely feels real. Their armor crumbles, their swords shatter, and they keep going barehanded with disciplined martial arts instead of a wild brawl. Cheyenne proudly says this is exactly how they were trained, because in their style the sword comes only after mastering the body. The instant they notice Rimuru, both fighters stop and kneel before him without a scratch on them. Benimaru thanks Rimuru for the power he gave them, and Sui coldly swears that with it he will drown the orcs in blood for him. Rimuru reins that fury in and says they still need good intelligence first, because his goblin scouts are useful but cannot risk getting too close to the enemy. Sui immediately volunteers for reconnaissance, confident that his evolved abilities can do what ordinary scouts cannot. When Rimuru agrees, Sui accepts the order and vanishes on the spot with a shadow movement skill that leaves even Rimuru impressed. Benimaru says using Sui is no burden at all, because they only need to prove the worth of the power Rimuru gave them against their hated enemies. As they talk about the future, Benimaru accepts military responsibility for the country Rimuru wants to build under Rigurdo's administration. Hakuru suddenly joins them without Rimuru sensing him at all, proving just how terrifyingly skilled the old sword master really is. Benimaru admits Hakuru is stronger than he is and explains that the old warrior carries the blood of a legendary human swordsman. Hakuru proudly names that ancestor as Araki Byakuya, making Rimuru realize their village has been carrying traces of old Japanese sword tradition all along. Rimuru casually calls Hakuru a samurai, and that one word triggers a visible class change as Hakuru's magic quality shifts and his body grows younger and sharper. Trying to sound confident, Rimuru congratulates him and tells the new samurai to serve Benimaru well. That immediately backfires when Benimaru demands the same title for himself, insisting he already chose to serve under Rimuru instead of becoming a chief. Cheyenne jumps in right behind him and asks for the same, leaving Rimuru no real way to refuse either of them. Rimuru gives in and names them samurai too, and all three Oni answer with an unembarrassed life oath that lands with full force. Rimuru quietly assigns the rest as well. Kyurubi becomes a blacksmith and Shuna a shrine maiden, and both changes bring out exactly the talents he hoped for. Shuna's new class seems to unlock secret arts she cannot teach, but Rimuru is already thinking like Rimuru and planning to analyze anything useful with Predator. He even starts eyeing Sui's shadow movement as a future skill to copy, while realizing again that his own power still has to keep growing before the war. Elsewhere at Lake Shirsu, the lizard men hear that the orc army is advancing, and their head orders battle preparations with confidence in the marshes and cave labyrinth defending them. He believes the terrain gives them the edge, so he sends scouts to measure the enemy before the fight begins. The lizard men are strong enough to rival a small human country's army when organized, which only makes the head more uneasy about why the orcs chose to attack them at all. That unease turns to shock when the scouts report the truth. The orcs are coming with 200,000 troops. The numbers are so absurd that the head can only think of one explanation, and the possibility of an orc lord chills him immediately. Realizing a normal battle could mean disaster, he decides to seek reinforcements before the decisive clash. The one sent out is Gabble, a named lizard man commander who already resents taking orders from a nameless head. Gabble's ego is built on a name given to him by the devil Jelmuto, and he treats that as proof he was chosen for greater things. On the way to the goblin villages, Gabble twists his mission in his own head and starts seeing this crisis as the perfect chance to seize control of the lizardmen. The head only wanted goblin cooperation without provoking a fight, but Gabble decides the goblins should be used as disposable shields for his own grand plan. Meanwhile, the goblin village chiefs are already in despair, because the Fang Wolf crisis and their own hesitation left them weak and divided. Some had wanted to join the now thriving named goblin village under Rimuru, but pride and fear of being treated like slaves stopped many of them from making the move in time. Then the orc army's advance becomes real, and a few desperate chiefs try surrendering early in hopes of surviving under orc protection. The answer is brutal. An orc envoy returns carrying only the messenger's head and declares that surrender is denied unless the goblins become starving slaves. That display crushes any hope of resistance, because the chiefs can tell one orc like this could wipe out their village alone. With barely 10,000 fighters and no outside help arriving, the gathered goblins realize they are cornered and running out of choices. At that exact low point, a report comes in that lizardman warriors have entered the village, and the chiefs rush to meet what looks like a miracle. Gabble presents himself as their savior and demands absolute loyalty in exchange for a bright future, and the desperate goblins accept. A few goblins protest serving lizardmen over their own kind, but they are overwhelmed, and the chief's mistake is sealed by desperation. Back in Rimuru's village, Hakuru starts teaching him swordsmanship, and Rimuru even switches into his adult human form because the child body feels awkward for practice. Rimuru briefly thinks his accelerated perception should make taking a hit easy, and Hakuru instantly proves him wrong. Hakuru smacks him square on the helmet in one clean strike, showing that the real gap is not speed but pure skill. That one blow makes Rimuru admit a surprise attack from Hakuru could have beaten him outright, especially now that the old master is stronger than ever. Benimaru is already lying knocked out nearby with a weirdly satisfied look, which only drives home how absurd Hakuru's level has become. Then a loud bell alarm suddenly rings through the village, cutting the lesson off before it can continue. Rimuru heads to Rigurdo, who rushes over in a panic and reports that a messenger from the lizardmen has arrived. Rimuru sighs to himself, realizing the trouble he expected from the lizardmen has finally shown up at his door, and prepares to hear them out. As Gabble marched through the goblin villages, he mistook their quick surrender for proof that they were weak and meant to be ruled by force. He ordered every village to hand over food and assemble its fighters, quickly collecting a shabby but usable force of 7,000 goblin warriors. When Gabble asked about nearby settlements, the chiefs nervously admitted there was one strange community they had avoided mentioning. Their story sounded absurd. Goblins there hunted while riding Fang wolves, and all of them obeyed a slime. Gabble refused to believe lowly goblins and wolves would serve a slime, but the rumor tempted him with something better than allies, a chance to seize the Fang wolves for himself. He convinced himself that if he could command the wolves, he would finally gain the army he needed to overthrow the current lizardman head. In Gabble's mind, ruling both the marshes and the plains would let him crush the orcs, dominate the Jura forest, and earn Gelmudo's approval. Because provisions were thin, he sent the main force back to Lake Shirsu on standby and pushed ahead with only 10 elites once tracks were found. Certain the wolves would just be leftover strays he could train, Gabble rode toward the hidden settlement on his over-lizard, blind to how wrong he was. At Tempest entrance, Rimuru went to receive the lizardmen envoy with Rigurdo, Benimaru, Hakuru, and Cheyenne beside the small guard cabin. Rimuru was already wary because asking Cheyenne to handle tea service had reminded everyone that she solved every task with terrifying brute force. The drink she brought was so awful that even Rimuru could tell it was not safe, with strange grass floating in the cup instead of anything that looked like real tea. Rigurdo silently looked away, and Benimaru shut his eyes like refusing to acknowledge the disaster sitting right in front of them. Just as Rimuru braced himself to drink it, Gabuta rushed in, grabbed the cup, and cheerfully swallowed the whole thing for him. A second later Gabuta foamed at the mouth and collapsed twitching on the ground, proving Rimuru had just dodged a lethal bullet. Rimuru immediately banned Cheyenne from serving food or drink unless Benimaru approved it first, and Benimaru realized that burden had just been dumped on him. An hour after the alarm, the envoy finally arrived, and the lizard man who stepped down from a giant over-lizard already carried himself like a man expecting worship. Without any diplomacy at all, Gabble declared that he would graciously allow the settlement to become his servants. He confirmed the orc army was advancing, but instead of asking for cooperation, he acted like only he could save them. Then Gabble demanded the Fang wolf tamer be brought out so he could make that person one of his officers too. Rimuru's side instantly soured on the idea of any alliance, because an idiot this arrogant looked more dangerous than a real enemy. Trying to keep the conversation moving, Rimuru dryly admitted that he was the one who had made the Fang wolf his servant. Gabble looked right past the claim, sneered at the lowly slime, and ordered the real subordinate to be summoned instead. That was enough for Rimuru, and he stopped trying to humor the envoy at all. Rimuru called for Ranga, and the black wolf emerged smoothly from his shadow right at his side. Even after seeing Ranga, Gabble introduced himself as raid leader and shamelessly tried to recruit the wolf away from Rimuru. Ranga's eyes flashed crimson as he growled that he was no longer just a Fang wolf, and Rimuru could tell the envoy was one bad sentence away from being torn apart. Instead of backing down, Gabble puffed himself up further and demanded an opponent to prove his power. No one on Rimuru's side even wanted the honor, because every one of them just wanted to beat him flat. Ranga cut through the mess by saying Gabble only had to beat one of his storm wolves, and only then would Rimura's side even consider listening. Gabble mocked the idea and acted as if sending a subordinate was just an excuse to hide from him, which made everyone's anger surge all over again. Ranga answered by calmly summoning a black storm wolf and ordering it to shut the lizard up. The duel began the instant Gabble readied his trident, but the storm wolf moved faster than he could even track. Before Gabble understood what happened, the wolf slammed his chest, whipped behind him, and caught him by the neck in midair. The wolf tossed him once and smashed him back into the ground, ending the fight in a blink. When the dust cleared, Gabble's scale armor had fallen apart, and the lizardman envoy was already unconscious. The humiliating part was that Ranga had not even fought himself. An ordinary storm wolf had crushed the lizardman's raid leader with ease. Gabble's subordinates could only stand there in confusion, because the battle had ended so fast they barely understood it. Rimura finally ended the farce by rejecting Gabble's offer outright, and telling the lizardmen to carry him away and leave. He added that if they came back honestly asking for help against the orcs, he might still consider it. With that, the battered envoy party withdrew, and the immediate nuisance was gone. But once the envoy was out of sight, Rimura was left with the real problem still hanging over them. The orc invasion was coming, and their supposed lizardmen allies looked like a disaster. As soon as Sui returns from scouting, Rimura gathers the settlement's core leaders for an emergency meeting. Rimura quietly takes stock of his little city structure, with food, defense, production, war, intelligence, and governance finally taking shape even if most of it is still rough. He especially notes that Rarina's successful crop cultivation is a big step towards stable food, which matters now that the town is trying to stand on its own. Rimura also realizes Kaijin has been pushed into management, leaving smithing to Kurabi until the workshops settle down. Then Rimura's thoughts drift to the Oni, and he has to admit every one of them evolved into something absurdly dangerous. Sui stands out first, because his clone skill lets him create 6 shadow bodies with almost full combat power, which even Rimura finds unfair. Shuna and Kurabi are just as strange in their own way, with Shuna awakening analytic and Kurabi gaining researcher, both close to Rimura's own kind of ability. Hakura's perception has sharpened to a terrifying level, and Cheyenne has gained brute force abilities plus a battle frenzy skill Rimuru absolutely does not trust. Worst of all, Benimaru inherited Black Lightning, and Rimuru immediately starts thinking he may need a countermeasure for his own side. Once the meeting properly starts, Sui reports that many goblin villages have already thrown in with Gabble and become part of his force. The goblins who refused Gabble's call scattered in panic, and Rimuru knows the ones fleeing toward human lands may only be running into a different kind of death. Sui's count makes Gabble's strength clear too. He has gathered 7,000 goblin warriors, enough to be dangerous even if their long-term survival looks bleak. Rimuru's camp decides they still cannot save everyone, because if they abandon their own town now the whole forest could be swallowed next. Sui moves to the marshes next, where the lizardmen chief has already assembled 10,000 troops and fortified the natural maze around their home. Then Sui drops the real shock. The orc force is not 10,000, but 200,000. That means the force that wiped out the ogres was only one division, and Sui confirms the full army is moving in from the south toward the marshes. Rimura asks for a map to make sense of the invasion, only to discover maps are basically military secrets in this world. So instead of arguing blind, they spend 2 hours carving their own regional map into a wooden board from shared memory. After that exhausting detour, the meeting takes a short break and Shuna arrives with food for everyone. Rimura switches into his childlike human form to eat, but he is still privately terrified the meal might somehow be Cheyenne's work. Nobody touches the food until Rimura does, so he braces himself and finally tastes the soup first. The food is actually delicious, and Rimura's relieved praise instantly lets the whole room relax and start eating. Shuna beams at the praise, slides in beside Rimuru, and happily starts feeding him while quietly winning a very personal contest with Cheyenne. When Cheyenne tastes it too, even she is shocked, and Rimuru realizes Shuna may be a real cooking genius after all. With the break over, Rimuru uses the newly carved map to restart the briefing in a more serious war room mood. Sui marks the likely invasion routes, showing why the orcs are probably pushing west toward the marsh instead of taking the harsher paths through the forest. The strategy starts to make ugly sense when they realize the ogre village was destroyed specifically to open the easiest road into the marshes. Rimuru then asks the obvious problem: how can 200,000 orcs possibly still be fed on the move? Sui answers with the worst possibility he found, that the orcs may already be surviving by eating their own dead. That clue points Sui toward a forbidden possibility, and Benimaru names it outright: an orc lord may have appeared. They explain that an orc lord is a rare disaster-class ruler whose skill-starving ones lets the whole army devour everything in its path. They also suspect this monster's growth may have been accelerated unnaturally, which makes the whole invasion feel even less like a normal war. Using wooden markers, they place the lizardmen army in front and Gabble's 7,000 goblins behind them, and the setup immediately looks wrong. Rimuru blurts out the ugly possibility that Gabble is planning to strike the lizardmen headquarters while they are busy fighting the orcs. Hakuru and Benimaru immediately agree, because Gabble seems exactly foolish enough to try replacing his own chief in the middle of a disaster. That changes the priority of the whole meeting, and they decide stopping Gabble may be the first thing they have to do. Hakura pushes for a proper alliance with the lizard men, arguing that even with their small numbers, abandoning them now would be the wrong move. Rimuru agrees in principle but still worries they are hopelessly outnumbered and could end up being used by the stronger side. The Oni answer with total confidence, claiming each of them can wipe out 10,000 enemies, which does not exactly calm Rimuru down. Sui then offers the practical next step himself. He will go directly to the lizardmen chief and negotiate face to face. Rimuru accepts and orders him to demand an alliance on equal terms, not a subordinate arrangement. Sui answers at once and vanishes into the shadows so quickly the mission is already underway before the room can breathe. With that, the conference ends, and Rimuru orders everyone else to continue preparing while they wait for the next move on the board. Even after choosing a plan, Rimuru cannot shake the grim thought that if an orc lord is really out there, the fight ahead is going to be a painful one. The forest war truly starts when the 200,000-strong orc army crashes forward like a living disaster, flattening everything in its path. These orcs are no longer thinking like people at all, because under starving ones they see everything in front of them as food. When one of their own collapses, the nearby orcs don't mourn him for a second and rush in to butcher the still-breathing body. The more they keep eating and the less satisfied they feel, the stronger the horde becomes, turning hunger itself into a weapon. That cursed march carries them straight to the ogre village, where weak rank D orcs would normally never dare face rank B ogres head-on. But fear means nothing now, so the orcs throw themselves at the ogres without hesitation and keep coming no matter how many are cut down. Even the dead only feed the swarm, because the orcs immediately tear apart a fallen ogre and gulp down its blood and flesh. After devouring the ogres, some orcs visibly swell with stolen power, proving the enemy gets stronger from every loss. Watching their comrades become food breaks the ogre's spirit, and the starving army rolls onward behind the unseen will of the orc lord. Far away in the lizardmen's stronghold, the head turns pale when he hears the ogre village fell in a single day and realizes his worst fear is real. That report confirms the orc lord has appeared, which means the 200,000 orcs are no longer weak fodder but a far deadlier force. He knows numbers alone were already bad, but if every orc has risen to around C rank or higher, even the lizardmen's 10,000 troops could be crushed by attrition. Worse, the enemy cannot be starved out, because every dead orc just becomes more food and more strength for the survivors. With no reliable reinforcements in sight and Gabble still missing, the head bitterly concludes they may have no choice but to attack first. Then an overwhelming aura approaches the labyrinth, and the head immediately decides resistance would only get everyone killed. He orders the visitor brought in peacefully, knowing anyone strong enough to break through their collapsed routes is far beyond normal monsters. The guest turns out to be C, a named demon-like warrior whose calm presence alone makes the whole chamber hold its breath. The head speaks with extreme caution, because one wrong move feels like it could trigger a massacre on the spot. Sui cuts straight to the point and announces that his master wants an alliance, not servitude, and expects an answer now. For the head, that offer sounds like the one lifeline left, because anyone powerful enough to command Sui might actually be able to face the orc lord. Before he can answer, Gabble's followers rudely interrupt and mock the offer, insisting the proud lizard men need no outsider's help. The head is horrified that a few fools might ruin everything, but Sui ignores the noise and keeps his eyes on the one person who matters. The head finally snaps, silences the room, and has Gabble's subordinates thrown in prison for their stupidity. Once order is restored, he apologizes and formally accepts the alliance, though he nervously asks Sui's master to come here because there is no time for neutral talks. Sui accepts that request without offense and says their forces will join the lizardmen after making preparations. He promises reinforcements within 5 days and warns them not to launch a reckless attack alone before vanishing like a shadow. Clinging to that promise, the head decides the only sane plan is to hold the labyrinth and survive until help arrives. Elsewhere, Gabble wakes from his defeat by the wolves and immediately rewrites what happened so his pride stays intact. He insists the fawn wolves only beat him through a dirty trick, because they hid their true master among ordinary wolves and made him lower his guard. His men eagerly flatter him, saying he would have won otherwise, and that praise feeds the delusion perfectly. Once his wounded ego settles, the conversation turns dangerous when one subordinate suggests Gabble should replace the old head entirely. They push the idea harder by calling the current head decrepit and promising that a new age will begin if Gabble takes power. Gabble admits he had already been thinking the same thing, and the moment his followers ask him to lead them, his ambition fully takes over. With cheers all around him, Gabble accepts their support and steps onto the stage as the perfect fool to throw everything into chaos. 4 days after Sui's visit, the lizardmen are still barely holding because the labyrinth's tunnels and traps let them rotate squads and avoid major losses. Even so, the head can see the truth clearly now, because a single orc has become strong enough to fight several lizardmen at once. He orders every injured soldier pulled out immediately, knowing that if any defender dies in the tunnels the orcs will only feed and grow stronger. With just 1 day left until the promised reinforcements, the head finally lets himself believe they might survive. That brief hope shatters the moment he hears Gabble has returned. Gabble comes back furious that the lizard men are hiding in tunnels from mere pigs, convinced only his proud style of battle is worthy of their race. He reports that he brought 7,000 goblin warriors, expecting praise and immediate permission to attack the orcs. Instead, his father calmly says they already secured another alliance and will strike tomorrow after meeting the reinforcements. For Gabble, that answer feels like humiliation, because it means his father was not waiting for him at all. He demands to be sent out at once to crush the orcs, but the head refuses again and tells him to rest. That second refusal snaps something in Gabble, and he openly accuses his own father of going senile. Then Gabble gives the signal, and the coup begins. Goblins armed with stone spears flood the chamber, surround the head and his guards, and turn the audience into a takeover. Gabble declares himself the new head of the lizardmen while his father's side is disarmed at spearpoint. To make the usurpation feel complete, he takes the water vortex spear, the symbolic weapon of the lizardmen chief, into his own hands. He smugly tells his father to endure being restrained until the war ends, treating a rebellion like a well-earned promotion. The head begs him to wait just one more day for the alliance to arrive, but Gabble dismisses the warning as an eyesore and has him taken away. In Gabble's mind, this is not treason at all, but the glorious first act before he proves himself a hero greater than his father. Locked away, the real head is crushed by regret because he finally understands that his own son may doom the entire race. He knows Gabble will attack too early, the tunnel defenders will not be relieved, and once the line breaks, the civilians deeper inside will be exposed. With no better option left, he silently signals the guard captain, Gabble's brother, to run and warn their new allies. The moment the head shouts go, the guard captain tears free and sprints out of the prison to bet everything on finding Sui. The head stays behind to buy whatever time he can, praying that their broken promise will not make those allies abandon the lizardmen. Away from the battlefield, the story cuts to a lavish round chamber where a clown-dressed demon named Gelmudo stands nervously before invisible monsters he absolutely cannot offend. One by one, terrifying presences fill the chairs, including a hazy shadow figure, and the room shifts from empty silence to casual, monstrous power. They banter about boredom, demon lords, Jura forest, and territory with the arrogance of beings who can reshape the world on a whim. Gelmudo forces himself to speak and asks permission to present the play he has prepared for them. When all their attention snaps onto him at once, he nearly folds from fear, because angering even one of them could erase him instantly. Once they tell him to continue, he explains that he spent years planting conflict across the forest to trigger a war strong enough to produce a new demon lord. Some of his schemes failed, but he still manipulated enough races to set the stage, and he judged the ogres for refusing his naming attempt. His real backup plan was the Orc Lord, a tool he unleashed once Veldora's disappearance threw the old plan off course. He proudly declares that after the goblins and lizardmen are crushed, the survivor will be born as a new demon lord. What truly excites him is the thought that this new demon lord will answer to him, letting a lesser demon finally control power far above his station. Completely convinced his rigged tragedy will end in his personal victory, Gelmudo keeps explaining the plan with foolish confidence just before everything can go wrong. The war breaks open when a massive orc army floods the marshes and pushes through the caverns in a swarm that seems endless. The real trigger is Gabble's order to attack, turning the standoff into open war between the lizardmen and the orcs. Gabble had already seized control by locking up his father, reorganizing the army, and forcing the fight above ground where he believed he could win fast. He leaves only a thin rear guard for the main chamber, planning to send reinforcements back in batches while he commands the whole force himself. At first, his gamble works brilliantly as hidden lizardmen tear into the flanks and the goblins clean up the scattered orcs. Seeing the enemy break, Gabble convinces himself his father was just cowardly, and that this victory will prove he deserves to be chief. Then the mood turns sickening when the orcs drop to all fours and begin eating the dead right on the battlefield. One shaken lizardman loses his footing for a second, and the orcs instantly drag him down and rip him apart. That first death starts the nightmare, because the orcs grow stronger by devouring the fallen and spreading those gains through their swarm. They cannot copy every skill, but they steal enough to matter, picking up marsh mobility and tougher scales where it counts. Gabble shouts for courage, and the lizardmen charge again, trusting their speed in their own marsh. But when they try the same flanking move, the orcs are ready for it and move far faster than before. In one ugly reversal, 5,000 orcs cut off Gabble's retreat, and the attackers realize they have been surrounded. The goblins panic, the lizardmen waver, and Gabble finally understands he drove everyone too far from the caverns to retreat safely. He realizes too late why his father fought so cautiously, and the truth hits him like a personal humiliation. Even knowing they are cornered, Gabble forces out a boastful laugh and lies to his troops so they do not collapse on the spot. Back in the underground main chamber, the old chief can only watch the disaster he failed to prevent and drown in regret. He studies the chamber's 4 approaches and the one forest escape route, trying to keep his people alive with too few choices and too little time. Around 1,500 defenders are gathering there, but the chief knows the orcs will find this place soon if the rest do not make it back first. He considers starting an evacuation in small groups, yet even that feels like gambling with extinction because the forest will not keep them hidden for long. So he makes the only choice left and bets everything on outside reinforcements arriving in time. Meanwhile, the lizardmen guard captain runs into the forest alone, chasing the faint chance that Sui will answer their plea. He keeps going for hours on pure will, blaming himself for not stopping Gabble before this war spiraled out of control. Unseen above him, Sui shadows his run from branch to branch and quietly checks in for orders. After receiving Rimura's command, Sui drops into the captain's path and finally reveals himself. Back in Tempest, Rimura shifts from emergency talks to real war planning and orders everyone to prepare seriously for a fight they might not win cleanly. He decides the main battle will happen at the marshes, but if they lose, Tempest will fall back to the sealed cave and ask humans for help through the guild. Rimuru assigns roles clearly. Benimori gets the 100 wolf riders, Cheyenne is unleashed to slaughter freely, Hakura becomes his adjutant, and Rigger stays to defend the city. No one objects, not even to asking humans for aid, which tells Rimuru his people are finally thinking like a nation instead of an isolated monster tribe. Once the meeting ends, Benimaru and Hakura quietly suggest Rimuru stay off the battlefield and leave the fighting to them. Rimuru agrees only halfway, saying he will watch from above and focus on relaying orders instead of pretending he knows battlefield command. Then he cuts the talk short and reminds the Oni they still need clothes and armor before any glorious battle can happen. They head to Tempest's massive production hall, where workers and smiths are already pushing hard to finish 100 sets of armor. Inside the busy workshop, Shuna's textile room stands out as a place only she can truly handle because her skill is on another level. Shuna greets them with perfect composure and reveals she already made battle clothes for Rimuru and the other Oni while they were worrying about the war. Rimura's set is a beautiful pale crimson kimono, and Shuna casually adds that she made matching outfits for the others too. Rimuru changes into his childlike human form and slips into the new clothes, immediately feeling how fine and unnatural the material is. The outfit resizes perfectly when he changes form, proving Shuna turned it into a magic item that moves with his body. To finish the look, Rimura puts on Shizu's repaired anti-demon mask, planning to use it to hide his leaking aura when he deals with the outside world. When everyone dresses, the clothes react to their magic and settle into signature colors: black for Rimuru, red for Benimaru, white for Hakuru, and purple for Cheyenne. Shuna's work is even better than expected. With self-repairing magic clothes so advanced, Rimuru immediately starts imagining what Kurabi must have forged next. They bring Sui's new clothes along and head straight for Kurabi's smithy, where the forge has practically swallowed him whole. Kurabi is waiting in a craftsman's fever, eager to show off what he has been making after days without proper rest. His explanation drags on so long that the others are mentally dying before he even gets to the actual weapons. In the middle of that marathon lecture, Sui contacts Rimuru telepathically with the result of the mission. Sui reports that the Lizardmen chief accepted the alliance and wants Tempest to come to him. Rimuru is stunned that Sui reached the marshes so quickly, and Sui calmly explains he crossed the distance through the shadows. Rimuru sets the strategy meeting for 5 days later to allow preparations and travel time, then tells Sui to return after negotiations even as a clone if needed. A moment later, Sui rises directly from the shadows in the smithy, back in Tempest like a man who treats distance as a joke. Once Sui changes into Shuna's clothes, Kurabi finally brings out the weapons he has been dying to present. The lineup is impressive at a glance: a straight sword, a tachi, a cane-like katana, a massive odachi, and 2 ninjato. Kurabi gives Rimuru a straight sword as a temporary weapon and asks him to keep the unfinished true blade inside his body while their demonic steel research continues. Rimuru happily keeps the backup sword at his hip, finally looking like someone ready to use Hakura's lessons for real. The others get weapons suited to them perfectly. Benimaru takes the tachi, Hakura the katana, Cheyenne the huge odachi, and Sui a matching pair of ninjato. Kurabi even explains that Cheyenne's oversized scabbard is made from magic and can disappear when she wants, solving a problem only Cheyenne could have had. Then Garm arrives with the final armor sets, using monster materials and demonic steel where he can because normal iron is already running short. The Oni receives strong scale mail, while Rimuru gets dark leather guards, and Tempest's war loadout is finally complete. By the very next day, the goblin troops are already provisioned and assembled, letting Rimuru move earlier than planned. Rimuru keeps the marching rule simple: carry only enough to move fast, because if the battle turns bad, speed will be the only thing that saves them. Then he gives the order they have all been waiting for and points the army at the Orc Lord. The Wolf Riders answer with a thunderous roar, their morale fierce enough to wipe away the last of Rimuru's hesitation. With that, Tempest rides out toward the marshes and toward war, trusting they can still seize the initiative before the battlefield collapses completely. After 3 hard days of fast travel, Rimuru's army finally reaches the marshes and halts in a tense forward camp before the planned meeting with the Lizardmen chief. Sui immediately volunteers to scout ahead, showing up in light chainmail made from Rimuru's steel thread because he expects speed to matter more than defense. Rimuru sends Sui to confirm the battlefield and, if possible, size up the pig boss leading the orcs. Benimaru asks if he can cut loose this time, and Rimuru allows it only on the condition that everyone obey a retreat order if one comes. Benimaru's confidence borders on reckless, and Rimuru can only warn him not to get careless. Cheyenne quietly admires her sword like she's already itching for battle, and Rimuru decides not to think too hard about how dangerous she looks. Even Hakura looks calm on the surface, but Rimuru catches him muttering that he wants worthy opponents too. 2 hours later, Sui contacts Rimuru by telepathy with bad news. the war in the marshes has already started. Sui also reports a lone lizard man running toward them, likely sent out because Gabble charged ahead and threw the marsh into chaos. Rimuru orders Sui to hear the lizardman's story first, because he needs to know whether the chief truly meant to fight. With the fighting already underway, Rimuru cuts the break short and orders everyone to prepare for war under his command. He grows wings, takes the sky for a command post, and gives one hard rule before anyone moves: nobody is allowed to die here. From high above the marsh, Rimuru sees the whole field with magic perception and realizes the lizard men are already surrounded and close to breaking. Rimuru spots Gabble still holding the line inside the encirclement, and grudgingly admits the reckless young commander is fighting harder than expected. Rimuru sends Benimaru to rescue the trapped lizard men first, and tells him to hear the details from Hakuru before rampaging freely. Floating over the battlefield, Rimuru realizes his telepathy and aerial view let him run the war like a modern information network. Sui sends another report. Gabble rebelled against his father. The lizardman chief is imprisoned underground, and the chief may die if nobody intervenes. Rimuru immediately redirects Sui to jump by shadow to the former chief and save him from the cave attack. Before moving, Sui warns that his clones have found 4 suspicious high-ranking presences hidden around the marsh. Sui says he can take them out, but Rimuru hesitates because he still doesn't know if these hidden monsters are enemies, scouts, or some third party. Rimuru changes the mission to capture, not kill, and sends Cheyenne and Hakuru to coordinate with Sui and knock the strangers out alive. Even after giving the orders, Rimuru stays tense in the sky, worrying that if he asks too much of his people, a commander can ruin everything by overloading the team. On the ground, Sui feels lucky to finally serve a lord worth following, and the chance to avenge his old people sharpens his loyalty instead of feeding his pride. Sui splits off 2 clones, sends Hakuru south and Cheyenne west, and personally dives into the shadows to rescue the chief. Hakuru and Cheyenne exchange a quick nod, split up without wasting words, and vanish at high speed toward their targets. Watching the others move first fires Benimaru up even more, and he leads the main force and wolf riders into battle like he's been waiting for this exact moment. Meanwhile, Sui, Hakuru, and Cheyenne each reach a hidden watcher and realize the suspicious presences are demon familiars used by a high devil for reconnaissance. Sui checks one last time with Rimuru, and when Rimuru leaves the call in their hands, the trio agrees to erase all 4 scouts at once. At Hakuru's signal, all 4 demon familiars are destroyed in the same instant by Blade, Shadow, and Cheyenne's overwhelming slash. Cheyenne puts too much power into her strike, and the leftover slash keeps flying across the marsh, cutting down orcs and accidentally announcing Tempest's entry into the war. Inside the encirclement, Gabble's forces are already collapsing as exhausted lizardmen and goblins die piece by piece under the orcs' relentless pressure. The situation turns truly hopeless when black-armored elite orc troops march in behind a single terrifying commander, the orc general. Knowing escape is almost gone, Gabble challenges the orc general to single combat so he can at least die like a warrior and maybe take one enemy leader with him. Gabble throws everything into his water vortex spear technique, but the orc general casually devours the attack with a grotesque yellow aura. That same aura reaches for Gabble's body like it wants to eat him alive, and even a desperate dirt throw does nothing to stop it. Just as Gabble gives up and shuts his eyes, a deafening roar interrupts the killing blow and jolts the battlefield back into motion. That roar came from Benimaru's side, where he ignores Cheyenne's stray opening slash and drives his wolf riders straight into the orc army at crushing speed. The charge is so one-sided that Benimaru gets bored almost immediately and orders the entire fast-moving unit to stop on the spot. Instead of rushing the center, Benimaru tells Ranga to shadow step ahead and protect Gabble while he walks in at his own pace. Ranga disappears into the shadows at once, leaving Benimaru standing his ground and casually provoking the orcs to move if they want to live. When the orcs refuse to yield, Benimaru forms a black sphere of fire in his palm and decides to clear the path himself. His hell flare races through the orcs, feeds on their magic, swells into a huge black dome, and burns a section of marsh into glass. That one spell does what fear itself couldn't, and the orc army starts to panic and scatter in front of Benimaru's slow advance. Back at Gabble's duel, he opens his eyes and finds a black wolf has taken the hit meant for him. Gabble still mistakes him for a body double from the Fong wolves, until the irritated beast finally snaps that he is Ranga, servant of Rimuru. Ranga warns the orcs that he will spare a retreat but never forgive an attack, and the orc general answers by ordering his soldiers to surround the beast. Delighted to finally fight seriously, Ranga unleashes his aura and begins revealing the form he forged while living inside Rimuru's shadow. Ranga evolves into a tempest storm wolf, growing larger and deadlier with hardened body, sharper fangs, and 2 horns shaped after his lord's image. The orc general senses the danger too late, because Ranga has already gathered power in his horns and chosen to test his new strength right here. Ranga fires Death Storm, dropping pillars of lightning and a violent spiral storm that vaporizes the orc general and wipes out every nearby orc. When the storm clears, the lizardmen are still alive, Gabble has passed out, and Ranga sits beside the field with a victorious howl as Benimaru finally approaches from afar. In a silent hidden conference room, Jelmuto kneels by a crystal sphere and prepares to show 4 demon lords the final act of his long plan. His dream is reckless but simple: use the Orc Lord to become a new Demon Lord, secure support from other Demon Lords, and rise beside them through the chaos. He knows a self-proclaimed Demon Lord would normally be crushed, and only someone as overwhelming as Leon Cromwell ever forced the others to accept a new name. So Jelmuto paid a ruinous price to gather 3+ Demon Lords as backers, planning to turn the Orc Lord's slaughter into entertainment they would endorse. Everything was supposed to end today, but when the crystal sphere stays dark, Jelmuto feels his grand ambition curdle into pure fear. A cold voice cuts through the room, and Jelmuto instantly knows the watching Demon Lords are seconds away from turning on him. He stammers out a promise to find the cause right away, trying to save himself before the mood turns fatal. Then the petite silver-haired Demon Lord casually rips away all pretense by hurling the giant table straight through the wall. With one icy threat, she makes it clear that if Jelmuto is wasting their time, he dies. Jelmuto begs for mercy, and the girl's fake generosity only makes the threat worse. With the wall blown open on the 3rd floor, Jelmuto stops caring about dignity and jumps out to run for his life. As he rockets toward the marshes, Jelmuto finally understands the truth he ignored. He was never close to being a Demon Lord's equal. At the same time, over the marsh battlefield, Rimuru looks down and can barely process the slaughter unfolding below. From one side of the field, violent bursts keep blowing whole packs of orcs away in a roar of force. Then Rimuru sees a black dome appear and vanish, leaving only scorched earth where a crowd of orcs used to stand. On another flank, a raging storm and repeated lightning strikes reduce armored orcs to smoking cinders. Right in the middle of it all, Cheyenne carves straight lanes through the enemy with a smiling face and a glowing odachi. Rimuru realizes Cheyenne is already absurdly strong, but Benimaru and Ranga are somehow overshadowing even her. Watching Benimaru's black dome, Rimuru works out that it traps a space and superheats it into a lethal prison of black flame and lightning-like plasma. The attack barely spills outside its boundary, which only makes Rimuru more uneasy about how casually his people can use something so deadly. Ranga shocks him too, revealing just how monstrous his evolved storm wolf form and full-power lightning attack have become. Rimuru admits the real difference is hesitation. He keeps holding back for his allies' safety, while his side will use overwhelming force the moment it matters. 2 hours into the fight, Benimaru has fired several more black domes, and the orc army is now fighting under open fear. Ranga only needed one massive strike, but that single display was enough to hammer fear into the enemy line. Any orcs who try to flee run straight into Cheyenne, who keeps cutting them down with brutal efficiency. Under Rimuru's commands, Hakura quietly hunts the enemy commanders and even destroys their bodies so starving ones cannot feed on them. By now, roughly 30% of the orc army is gone, and the momentum finally forces the orc lord himself to move. The battle pauses into a grim stare-down as the pigs realize their huge advantage has already been broken. Then the orc lord brutally cuts apart the 2 surviving orc generals and devours them on the spot. His dull yellow eyes flare with hostility, and the whole orc army surges with power under his aura. Rimuru immediately asks Benimaru if he can fire Hellflare again, and Benimaru answers with complete confidence. Ranga reports that he has only partly recovered, but Rimuru tells him one controlled shot will be enough this time. He orders Cheyenne to hit the orc lord with one flashy full-power slash, only to realize she still has more strength left in reserve. Even Hakura wants in, but Rimuru asks the old master to hold back and let the younger fighters take this one. With everyone assigned, Rimuru quietly decides the orc lord is finished before the next clash even starts. Then Rimuru's magic perception catches a new threat, someone racing in from far away at supersonic speed. The stranger drops right between the 2 armies, forcing both sides to halt for an even stranger interruption. Rimuru lands to face him, and Benimaru and Ranga immediately close in at his side. One look at the clown's aura tells Rimuru this is no ordinary enemy but a high-ranked devil. Then the clown explodes in rage, naming himself Jelmuto and screaming that someone has ruined his entire plan. In that moment, Rimuru finally meets Jelmuto face to face and learns the mastermind behind the whole war is a devil. A clown-like devil named Jelmuto suddenly barges onto the battlefield, furious that his plans are falling apart, and practically confessing he brought the orc lord here. Instead of seeing the insult, Gabble lights up and calls Jelmuto his savior, still too stunned to realize the man behind everything has just thrown him away. Jelmuto answers by saying Gabble should have died already, making it unmistakable that Gabble was only a disposable pawn. When Jelmuto fires a magic bullet, Gabble's followers throw themselves in front of him and take the hit instead, dropping badly wounded but still alive. Even while dying, Gabble's men tell him to run, and that loyalty hits harder now that he finally understands who truly cared about him. As Jelmuto starts charging a bigger attack to wipe them all out, Rimuru calmly walks in front of Gabble and the lizard men because he has decided this is where he steps in. Jelmuto ignores the warning in front of him and launches his named attack, Death March Dance, a magic bullet that splits apart and curves in to surround its targets. Rimuru lifts one small hand and simply absorbs the entire attack, turning Jelmuto's flashy killing move into nothing. After analyzing the spell on the spot, Rimuru coolly mocks Jelmuto and sends back his own denser magic bullet to prove how outclassed the devil really is. The shot hits before Jelmuto can dodge, blasts him off his feet, and leaves him scrambling to regenerate on the ground. Rimuru walks right up to the fallen devil with no hurry at all, while Benimaru and Ranga watch in approval and Cheyenne practically sparkles from the sidelines. Rimuru taunts Jelmuto to put on a better show, then casually kicks him hard enough to fling him away again. Before Jelmuto can even finish protesting, Rimuru flashes in close and drives armored punches into his solar plexus over and over. While beating him down, Rimuru sizes Jelmuto up and realizes that raw rank means less than how well someone actually uses their power. That answer settles Rimuru's confidence too, because if Jelmuto is this weak for his rank, then even the Orc Lord no longer feels like an impossible threat. When Rimuru mocks the clown act directly, Jelmuto finally drops the arrogance and blurts out that he is backed by the Demon Lords. Rimuru answers that name means nothing if Jelmuto is dying here, and the devil's bravado collapses into obvious fear. Jelmuto panics and takes to the air to escape, but Rimuru immediately wants that flying spell for himself and refuses to let him get away. A fire bullet shoots Jelmuto down, and even if it missed, Rimuru had already snared one of his feet with sticky thread. Jelmuto crashes back to the ground and starts crawling away in terror, shrieking that the Demon Lords will never forgive this. Rimuru thinks about questioning him, but keeps advancing instead, calmly batting aside every desperate magic bullet with his barrier. Once Jelmuto realizes he cannot hurt Rimuru at all, he gives up on fighting and runs toward the Orc Lord for protection. Rimuru deliberately lets him go, figuring it will be simpler if both enemies come together, and still hoping the Orc Lord might surrender without making things worse. Jelmuto starts shouting for the Orc Lord to save him and punish Rimuru, still assuming he can command the monster he helped create. Instead, the Orc Lord cuts Jelmuto's head off in one brutal swing before he can finish the sentence. Then the Orc Lord tears Jelmuto's body apart and starts eating him right there, turning the devil into fresh fuel. As Rimuru watches in disgust, the Orc Lord's eyes begin to glow, and his presence changes from mindless hunger into something aware and far more dangerous. The transformation is confirmed in the worst possible way. By eating Jelmuto, the Orc Lord succeeds in evolving into the Demon Lord Orc Disaster. The newborn Demon Lord roars out his title and, with grotesque irony, claims the name Demon Lord Jelmuto in honor of the first prey he just ate. Rimuru can only curse his own mistake, because by playing around with Jelmuto he just let the real enemy power up in front of him. Far away from the battlefield, four Demon Lords quietly watch the whole scene through a water sphere showing Jelmuto's stolen vision. One amused girl among them says this has gotten interesting, because Jelmuto's blunder exposed a masked child commanding monsters strong enough to crush high-class devils. Because they only saw through Jelmuto's eyes, the Demon Lords realize he never noticed how badly outnumbered he was by elite monsters before he charged in. They narrow the answer down to one frightening possibility. The child is likely a mimicking monster powerful enough to command several A-rank class followers. That immediately turns Rimuru from a curiosity into a prize, and the Demon Lords start weighing whether to crush him as a threat or try to make him their servant first. In the end they agreed to keep Rimuru's secret between the four of them, hoping to turn this new wildcard into leverage against the absent Demon Lords. Because those Demon Lords choose not to move yet, the moment passes, and the story quietly locks onto a far more dangerous path from here on. Deep in the cave, the Lizardmen chief keeps splitting his battered troops across four narrow passages, trying to slow the endless orc push and protect the women and children behind them. Even with careful rotations, the defense keeps slipping, and the chief can already see they have less than a day before the cave falls. Then the battle gets worse when the orcs suddenly flare with a yellow aura and grows strong enough to beat the Lizardmen head-on. Realizing the line is finished, the chief gives up on survival and decides to die buying time for the next generation to escape. He orders the women and children to retreat and tells the guards to keep protecting them, no matter how many fall on the way. When his vice captain asks if he really means it, the chief answers without hesitation that he will show the orcs the pride of the Lizardmen. That defiant order snaps the warriors out of despair, and the whole cave roars with a final war cry. Just as the chief accepts a last stand, a calm voice from the evacuation side cuts in and stops the moment cold. Sui reminds the chief that their promise was to wait here until tomorrow, when his lord planned to come in person. The chief protests that the orcs are already inside, but Sui only glances toward the tunnels like the problem is beneath him. With almost casual disdain, Sui says he will clean up the noisy pests first, and starts walking straight toward the front line. Then his body blurs and splits into four, sending one Sui clone to each passage at the same time. The clones take over the defense with a single technique, turning every tunnel into a glittering web of killing threads. The orcs keep marching forward without fear, eating the chopped corpses of their own fallen, and dying in the same trap over and over. For the Lizardmen, Sui's strength is less rescue than terror from another level, a one-man massacre they can barely watch. 2 hours later, the invading orcs suddenly start pulling back, and Sui senses that something bigger has changed outside. Leaving 4 clones to hold the cave, Sui slips away in secret and heads back to Rimuru. Back on the battlefield, Jelmuto's corpse-fed scheme reaches its real result as the awakened orc disaster claims the title of Demon Lord for itself. Rimuru immediately realizes this is no longer a puppet orc lord but a true disaster with self-awareness and far greater power. Benimaru sees the same threat and drops his usual confidence, stepping forward to handle it himself. Benimaru unleashes Hellflare, trapping the orc disaster inside a black burning dome while Rimuru takes to the sky to watch the result. The attack burns the monster badly, but after a few seconds it walks out alive, protected by aura and already starting to regenerate. That is when Rimuru decides they cannot let this thing live, because it has truly crossed into Demon Lord territory. Ranga follows up with a concentrated black lightning shot, and this time the blast drops the orc disaster on the spot. For one hopeful instant it looks over, until the carbonized monster laughs and stands back up again. To heal itself faster, it tears off its own arm, devours it, and then starts eating nearby orc soldiers too. Every bite strips away the burnt skin and grows fresh flesh underneath, proving its regeneration is far worse than anyone expected. Ranga can only mutter in disbelief before slumping down, completely drained by that heavy attack. Cheyenne charges next and swings her Odachi with full force, refusing to accept that this filthy pig can call itself a demon lord. But the orc disaster blocks her slash with Meat Crusher and wins the power struggle even against Cheyenne's ridiculous strength. It smashes Cheyenne away and leaves her badly hurt, barely protected by the aura she throws around herself at the last second. Before that follow-up lands, Hakuru appears behind the monster and cuts it cleanly in two with a strike so fast even Rimuru can barely follow it. Even that is not enough, because yellow aura threads pull the pieces together and reattach the severed head like a nightmare. Now Rimuru finally pinpoints the real problem. The orc disaster's deadliest weapon is not resistance, but overwhelming regeneration backed by that strange aura. In theory they could still burn through that recovery with stronger focused flame and lightning, but Benimaru and Ranga are already out of magic and Cheyenne is down. Hakura keeps the orc disaster occupied in a razor-thin duel, avoiding death but unable to end it before the situation worsens. Then Sui returns at the perfect moment and snaps sticky steel thread around the orc disaster from Hakura's shadow. Rimuru thinks they finally have it, until the yellow aura starts eating through Sui's threads. Using Chaos Eater, the orc disaster corrodes anything it touches, revealing that the same yellow aura is part of its unique skill, Starving Ones. It follows with a far nastier death march dance than Gelmuto ever used, forcing Hakuru and Sui to retreat from the slow but certain kill zone. As it laughs and calls Rimuru's strongest fighters food, the ugly truth settles in that even 5 of them together still cannot put it down. Rimuru's body starts trembling, but it is not fear anymore, because somewhere along the way the pressure has turned into pure battle joy. Accepting the orc disaster as a real enemy at last, Rimuru stops hanging back and drops from the sky to fight it himself. The moment he lands, the yellow aura rushes at him to devour him, and Rimuru grins back with one answer in mind: before it eats him, he will eat it first. On the battlefield, Rimuru keeps darting around the orc disaster and testing attack after attack, but nothing he does can break through for a finishing blow. Rimuru admits to himself that even Cheyenne lost in raw strength and even Hakuru could not cut this monster down, so a fair fight was never going to work. That thought leads Rimuru to a sharper realization: the Oni look stronger than him with his own powers because they trained those talents, while he only copied them. Then Rimuru remembers the one power he truly understands from the ground up. Great Sage has been with him since birth in this world. So Rimuru gives a blunt order and hands control over, telling Great Sage to move his body however it wants. From the orc disaster side, Rimuru had looked like an easy meal right up until the non-stop weak attacks suddenly stopped. Then Rimuru calmly removes his mask, and the orc disaster is caught off guard by the face of a silver-haired child staring back at him. The instant the orc disaster hesitates, Rimuru cuts off his arm and leaves black flames burning in the wound so it cannot regenerate. For the first time since evolving, the orc disaster stops seeing Rimuru as food and recognizes him as a real enemy. Furious, the orc disaster cuts away the scorched shoulder himself, regrows the arm, and swings Meat Crusher with full force to crush the small target in one blow. Rimuru answers without flinching, creating a fresh sword out of thin air and meeting the attack head-on. Black flames race across both blades, and the weapons burn away together in a vicious deadlock. Realizing brute force alone will not do it, the orc disaster swells his yellow aura and throws himself into a close-range fist fight to devour Rimuru at all costs. Rimuru keeps up with him perfectly, armoring his fists, firing compact magic bullets, and using Great Sage to draw out powers he had never controlled this smoothly before. The orc disaster launches Death March Dance with corrosive magic, but Rimuru comes out standing, protected by a tougher full-body armor transformation. Even so, Rimuru knows this edge is temporary, because both of them are still handling fresh powers imperfectly, and the orc disaster will only get worse if the fight drags on. So Rimuru guides the battle toward the one kind of contest he knows he can win with his own natural body. The orc disaster takes the bait, grabs Rimuru tight, and floods him with devouring aura, convinced the smaller body will finally melt in his arms. But this was Rimuru's plan from the start, because as a slime he is built to dissolve, absorb, and regenerate through corrosion instead of fearing it. Rimuru lets the orc disaster believe he is melting, then quietly spreads over him from the arm upward and turns the clinch into a trap. Now the fight becomes a pure devouring contest, with the orc disaster's regeneration cancelling Rimuru's dissolution and Rimuru's regeneration cancelling the orc's corrosion. Rimuru stakes everything on the one advantage that matters: Predator can analyze and consume a living enemy's power before Starving Ones can finish him. As Predator digs in, the orc disaster's thoughts begin pouring into Rimuru. He ate his own brethren, took on their sins, and kept chasing Demon Lord power so his starving race might survive. Even while losing, the orc disaster clings to one belief: if he dies, all that guilt and burden will fall back on his people. Rimuru shuts that down with a blunt truth and a strange mercy, telling him he has already lost and that Rimuru will devour those sins too. That answer finally reaches him, and the orc disaster's rage breaks into exhausted relief as he thanks Rimuru and lets his hunger end. With that surrender, the orc disaster's consciousness disappears, and Predator cleanly absorbs starving ones. Rimuru opens his eyes carrying the weight of everything the orc confessed, but the result is final and the battle is over. He declares his victory aloud over Demon Lord Orc Disaster Jalmuto, giving the fallen enemy a final order to sleep well. That one line breaks the silence, and the goblins and lizardmen erupt in joy while the surviving orcs sink into despair. The invasion is stopped, but Rimuru also comes away with a grim warning from the absorbed memories. Jalmuto caused this disaster, and demon lords were involved somewhere behind him. Even after winning, Rimuru knows the real cleanup still remains, because he cannot just leave the defeated orcs to rot in the aftermath. Then the story jumps to the following day and points toward the next turning point, the conference that will give birth to the Great Jura Forest Alliance. With the war finally over, Rimuru admits he only won because he fought the orc disaster before that monster could finish evolving any further. What grabs Rimuru's attention next is the reward. He did not keep starving ones itself, but Predator evolved into the far more dangerous unique skill Gluttony. As he studies the new power, Rimuru immediately decides it is dangerous enough that he would rather seal part of it away than use it carelessly. Around him, battered allies suddenly realize their wounds are closing fast, and Rimuru understands Gluttony is already affecting the battlefield. Great Sage lays out Gluttony's new functions for him: decay, supply, and food chain, all stacked on top of Predator's old abilities. The most shocking part is food chain, because it means Rimuru can now draw on powers gained by his own subordinates. When Great Sage confirms it, Rimuru realizes his followers getting stronger now makes him stronger too, and the sheer absurdity of that power unsettles even him. He also sorts through smaller gains from the battle, including flight magic from the clown, and starts thinking ahead to training and testing his upgraded forms later. But victory euphoria fades fast, because Rimuru knows the real headache after war is not winning the fight, it is cleaning up what comes next. The next day, representatives from every side gather in a temporary tent in the marsh to decide what happens after the orc disaster's fall. Rimuru comes in with Benimaru, Cheyenne, Hakuru, and Sui, while Ranga hides in his shadow as usual. Since everyone already saw his true body during the final battle, Rimuru does not bother hiding it and simply sits on Cheyenne's lap in slime form. The lizardmen send their head and military leaders, but Gabble is absent because he has already been jailed for treason. The orcs arrive with one surviving general and clan chiefs, all looking hollow and defeated because they fully expect punishment they have no way to repay. Their despair makes sense, because the army was driven by mass starvation, and with starving ones gone they are back to being a hungry migration of roughly 150,000 orcs. Rimuru lays out the deeper cause. The orcs lived under demon lords on fertile land, but crushing taxes and a famine stripped away both their food and their protection. Once they could no longer pay, they were left to die, so the orcs fled in search of somewhere safe instead of simply choosing war for its own sake. Then Jalmuto stepped in, manipulated that desperation, and pushed the wandering orcs straight into the chaos in Jura Forest. Back in the present, Hakuru opens the conference because nobody wants to dump that role on the defeated lizardmen's side. The room still freezes up until everyone finally stares at Rimuru, forcing him to take the lead even though he hates this kind of meeting. So Rimuru breaks the silence by sharing everything he learned from Sui and from the orc disaster itself about why the uprising happened. The orc representatives are stunned, because they expected execution, not a full explanation of their suffering before anyone even judged them. Only after that does Hakuru move the meeting into formal business and start with the casualties on the lizardmen's side. When asked about demands, the lizardmen head refuses reparations and openly says their victory came from Rimuru, not from the lizardmen's own strength. Before anyone else can speak, the surviving orc general throws himself down and begs Rimuru to take his life as payment instead of punishing the rest. Rimuru is already fed up with the mood, so he stops the ritual talk and decides to say plainly what he actually wants. He admits this is his first real conference, then asks everyone to hear his ideas first and debate them after. Rimuru's first point is blunt. He does not want the meeting to revolve around punishing the orcs for their sins. His second point is that he wants to keep Tempest's alliance with the lizardmen instead of letting the war break that bond. His third point changes everything. He wants the orcs brought into that alliance too. Then Rimuru hardens his stance and says he will not allow punishment of the orcs, because he promised the orc disaster he would bear their sins himself. The orcs are left speechless by that declaration, but the lizardmen head asks the practical question: if the war is over, why make an alliance at all? Rimuru explains that mercy alone solves nothing, because if the starving orcs are simply dismissed, hunger will drive them right back into violence. So he presents a real plan for the Great Jura Forest Coalition, where each race contributes what it can instead of surviving alone. The lizardmen can provide fish, Tempest can provide processing and technical know-how, and the orcs can repay all of it with sheer labor. Rimuru even maps out where the orcs can live, splitting them across multiple districts near mountains, rivers, and forest lands so the huge population can actually be managed. By the time he finishes, the dead room has turned hopeful, because for the first time anyone has offered the orcs a future instead of a sentence. Cheyenne basks in Rimuru's moment like it was her own victory, leaning back smugly while still clutching him close. The orc general can barely believe what he heard, and when Rimuru asks if the orcs can work, the answer comes back as a tearful promise to work like their lives depend on it. The lizardmen head agrees too, and with both sides on board, the Great Jura Forest Coalition is finally born. But the celebration barely begins before Rimuru slams everyone back to reality with the biggest problem still unsolved: food. The numbers are brutal, because the orcs only have about 3 days left, planting is too slow, and even the lizardmen's stored food would disappear almost immediately. The whole tent gets stuck there, everyone scratching their heads because the coalition exists now, but it still might starve to death before it can do anything. Then a flustered lizard-man soldier rushes into the tent with sudden news that an emissary is urgently asking for an audience. Rimuru gives a nod, Hakura orders the visitor brought in, and the entire room waits to see who could possibly appear now. The answer is a dryad, a beautiful green-haired spirit whose sudden appearance shocks the entire room because beings like her almost never show themselves. She politely introduces herself as a dryad trainee, says she came to eliminate the orc lord, and casually reveals she almost left before noticing their new problem. Then she gets straight to the point. The Treants can help solve the food shortage, but only if they are allowed to join the coalition too. Rimuru has no reason to reject the offer, but he still asks why the Treants want and so badly. Trainee explains that Treants rarely move or interact with other races, so if disaster or a stronger enemy strikes, they would have almost nobody to rely on. Her logic is simple and trusting. If they join the alliance, they can ask for help when they truly need it. Before Rimuru can answer properly, Cheyenne jumps in with complete confidence and boasts that their lord will help somehow whenever trouble comes. That is good enough for Trainee, who accepts Cheyenne's answer at face value and happily seals the deal on the spot. And just like that, the Great Jura Forest Coalition is truly established, with Rimuru suddenly sitting at the head of a growing alliance that now includes the Treants as well. After the war, Rimuru stares at the impossible problem of 150,000 surviving orcs and knows he cannot just leave them nameless and unstable. He realizes the orcs were only temporarily boosted by the Orc Lord's power, and once that fades they will drop back down and turn into a dangerous mob if no one takes control. Rimuru decides to absorb that leftover magic energy first and give it back through naming, so he can stabilize them without collapsing from the cost. Instead of inventing 150,000 normal names, he goes for pure efficiency and turns the whole army into a giant numbered registry. He splits them by clan, gender, and family order, creating names like Mountain and River series so the whole mess can actually be managed. Once the lines are set, Rimuru starts naming them one by one at a brutal pace, knowing it still will not be quick. Even at only a few seconds each, naming every last orc drags on for 10 straight days. While Rimuru grinds through the naming, he sends Trainee to guide Benimuru's group to the Treants so the coalition can solve its food crisis before the frontline starves. Rimuru leans on Ranga's evolved Star Wolves for logistics, because they can move through obstacles at terrifying speed and do in a day what wagons would take months to haul. The Goblin Riders cannot keep up with that speed, so they stay behind with Rimuru and help control the huge orc formation instead. Trainee's route pays off because the Treants have mountains of magical fruit stored away, food so potent that a single drop can kill hunger for days. Rimuru later learns that this preserved Treant fruit is a rare human market luxury, which makes giving it away to the orcs feel slightly painful in hindsight. 10 days later, Rimuru finally finishes the mass naming, completely drained but weirdly proud that he actually pulled it off. By the time he is done, the food is also divided up, and each orc receives 50 pieces of Treant fruit like a serious ration for survival. The named orcs evolve into high orcs, but because Rimuru used recycled energy instead of his own, they do not become his servants and must stand by their promise to support the coalition willingly. Their strength settles around solid C rank instead of the old temporary spike, and Rimuru is relieved to see they kept their adaptability while growing much more intelligent. With Goblin Riders assigned to guide them, the High Orcs head out to their new lands so the coalition can start building real communities instead of just managing refugees. Then Rimuru turns to the last awkward loose end, the orc general who keeps offering his life and labor to him personally. Rimuru also has to handle the 2,000 black-armored elite orcs, and simple district names no longer fit a force that looks this much like a real army. Using Great Sage's sharper appraisal through food chain, he quickly numbers the entire elite unit and turns them into the Yellow Corps. He plans to spread those warriors out as labor and security for the new settlements, even if it is a humbler job than their armor suggests. At last he names the Orc General Gerudo, trying to carry over the dead Orc disaster's last ambition without honoring Gelmudo any more than necessary. The moment the name lands, Gerudo erupts in yellow light and Rimuru immediately feels the naming cost punch straight through him. Rimuru crashes into sleep mode on the spot, proving his bad feeling about naming that one was completely right. When he wakes the next day, The entire elite unit has also evolved into powerful high orc warriors, and the coalition suddenly has a far stronger army than before. Gerudo himself has changed the most, gaining the unique skill gourmet and nearly reaching A rank as a calm, dignified commander instead of a monster warped by cannibalism. Rimuru briefly wonders if it is safe to keep a subordinate this impressive, but Gerudo shows no desire to break away from him. With the death march finally over, the battered goblin forces return too, reduced to only 4,000 survivors. Rimuru decides not to meddle in their hardship any further, because they need room to stand on their own after surviving this war. With the region stabilized, he prepares to hand control back to the Lizardman chief, say his farewells, and leave this long, ugly war behind. Elsewhere, once the fighting ends, Gabble is dragged before his father after spending 2 silent weeks in prison for his failed rebellion. Gabble has already accepted death in his heart, but one question keeps haunting him the whole time. Why did Rimuru save someone as foolish as him? Facing his unreadable father, Gabble braces himself for execution because a leader cannot show weakness by sparing a rebel son. Instead, the Lizardman head delivers a colder mercy and sentences Gabble to exile forever, stripping him of the right to call himself a Lizardman. The guards throw Gabble outside the caves, and his father silently sends one last gift after him, the water vortex spear packed with his belongings. Gabble realizes what his father has done and can only bow through tears before walking away without looking back. He heads toward Rimuru's city with nothing left but exile, shame, and a new determination to carry himself with more dignity than before. Then his 100 former subordinates catch up to him and bluntly refuse to abandon him just because the tribe did. When Gabble shouts that he has been exiled, they answer with grins that if he is out, then they are out too. Their loyalty hits him hard, and this time Gabble accepts it without arrogance, choosing to lead them forward with a humbler kind of confidence. A month later, Gabble and those loyal followers finally join up with Rimuru, turning his exile into a new beginning. With the war finally over, Rimuru decides to head back to the city first while Hakura handles the long return march with the extra 2,000 followers. Sui has already gone ahead with news of the victory, so Rimuru starts deciding who should rush back with him to prepare the city for the newcomers. That simple question turns into a messy little rivalry, with Ranga, Cheyenne, Benimaru, and even Gerudo all pushing their own reasons to be the one who goes with Rimuru. Then Rimuru remembers he can use Shadow Step himself, and the whole debate dies on the spot. Rimuru cheerfully announces he is leaving first and jumps away, completely missing how crushed Ranga and Cheyenne look behind him. Moving through Shadow Step and then Flight Magic, Rimuru tears across the plains and reaches the city in what feels like an instant. The test run makes one thing obvious to him. This is now his best travel method, because he can lock onto familiar places instead of crawling back at normal speed. Since Ranga's group will arrive in a few days and Hakura's much larger column will need close to a month, Rimuru knows he has a narrow window to build housing before the flood of new residents arrives. After everyone returns and Rimuru hands out responsibilities, the city settles into a hard-working rhythm and starts taking real shape. When the high orcs arrive earlier than expected, they quickly learn trades from the dwarfs and skilled goblins instead of just standing around as rescued survivors. Kaijin is impressed enough to say that, given time, these high orcs might rival the dwarven manufacturing corps. With new labor finally available, Tempest can rush all the projects that had been stuck on the back burner. Rimuru also starts supplying the scattered orc communities, breaking down old tents and sending them out with goblin leaders to help each village get on its feet. Once goods start moving, the villages even begin building a crude barter system of their own, which Rimuru sees as a rough but promising first step. Because the villages can only grow one hardy potato-like crop for now, Rimuru spreads the seeds everywhere and gambles on slow, steady self-sufficiency in the years ahead. Gerudo proves especially valuable here by swallowing the disassembled tents and hauling huge loads where they need to go. He pushes himself even further and becomes the first one able to leap with the Star Wolves through Shadow Step, turning trips that should take months into a single day. That breakthrough lets Rimuru stitch the villages together into a real communications network, basically a monster postal service. The system is still clumsy because few people can read and spoken messages could get mangled, but for now Rimuru is satisfied that the isolated communities are finally connected. Just when things start running smoothly, Gabble suddenly shows up in the city and loudly declares that he has come to become Rimuru's strength. Cheyenne answers that entrance with a terrifyingly sincere question: should she kill him right here? Gabble drops into a panicked apology and begs to be accepted as a subordinate instead, revealing that his father exiled him and he has nowhere else to go. Rimuru takes pity on him and lets him stay, even though he already knows Gabble will probably become a headache again. Then Rimuru notices the former guard captain among Gabble's group and learns she actually came because she admires Sui, not because she worships Gabble. That sparks an immediate argument, because she makes it painfully clear she does not consider herself part of Gabble's idiot brigade. Rimuru stays out of the grudge and simply tells the guard captain she can ask Sui directly, as long as she understands serving a ninja is not simple work. Only afterward does Rimuru realize the sharp-tongued captain is Gabble's younger sister, which explains why she feels just a little strange too. Rimuru names the 5 guard members Sauka, Tuka, Saika, Nanso, and Hokusu, and assigns them to Sui's side. The moment the names settle in, The five begin evolving right in front of everyone, and Gabble can only watch in obvious envy. Rimuru teases Gabble that he cannot be named again because he already has a name, and that is exactly when something weird happens. Gabble suddenly lights up with signs of evolution, and a huge chunk of Rimuru's magic power gets ripped away as if the name was overwritten anyway. Rimuru can only guess that the old namer being dead let him accidentally rename Gabble, which is not a comforting discovery at all. Before he can worry any longer about what an evolved Gabble will be like, the magic loss drops Rimuru straight into sleep mode. The next day, Rimuru starts naming Gabble's 100 soldiers too, but these lizard men are strong enough that he can only manage about 20 names at a time. That naming job drags on for 5 full days, and by the end Rimuru is convinced this is all Gabble's fault. He even points a magic bullet at Gabble in frustration, but Gabble somehow accepts the idea that it is just practice and stays weirdly cheerful about it. When the evolutions settle, Gabble has become a dragonet, and Rimuru gets his first close look at what that race actually looks like. The men change into winged, horn-scaled warriors, but the women evolve into striking human-like forms that can bring out dragon traits at will. Still annoyed and curious, Rimuru finally does fire a test shot at Gabble and confirms the idiot's new defenses are absurdly strong. Since building a separate village for only 100 dragonets would be a pain, Rimuru starts considering the nearby cave and underground lake as their base instead. He leaves Salka and the other 5 Usui, hoping they grow into proper ninja and kunoichi far away from where he has to watch the training. For Gabble's larger group, Rimuru decides the cave is the better answer and asks them to harvest hippocaty grass there. Gabble accepts instantly and promises to work himself to the bone for Rimuru, so the dragonets move into the cave as both harvesters and guards. When Rimuru checks on them later, he finds the assignment is actually working. The dragonets are safe, productive, and getting stronger from constant combat underground. They improve so fast that only 5 of them can already bring down a centipede, which leaves Rimuru feeling much more secure about stationing them there. Time passes, and 2 months after Rimuru came home, the city is running smoothly enough that people are finally getting used to normal life there. Then, right after the last house is finished, a new crisis literally kneels at Rimuru's feet when about 8,000 goblins arrive and beg to become his servants too. Rimuru realizes that turning them away could plant future discrimination and conflict in the city he is trying to build, so he chooses to accept them. He warns them that anyone who slacks off will be driven out, and the goblins accept that condition without hesitation. That noble decision immediately becomes another brutal naming marathon, and Rimuru's fresh screams echo through the city again. To survive the scale of it, he gives the goblins numbered names and creates the Green Corps, a new force that will one day stand beside the Yellow Corps as the core of his army. It still takes him another full month to finish naming them all, but the repeated magical exhaustion also pushes his total magic capacity higher. By the time that nightmare ends, the housing is finished too, and the new goblins can at least move into boarding houses instead of tents. Tempest now has wells and even working toilets in every house, and Rimuru treats that clean, livable standard as non-negotiable. The farms and livestock still need work, but for the first time Rimuru feels he has secured a place where he can truly live in peace. Looking over the final numbers, Rimuru sees that more than 10,000 monsters now live under his protection, from Oni and wolves to goblins, high orcs, dragonets, and dwarfs. And with that, Rimuru can finally say the city is finished. In Dworgen, King Gazelle reads a spy report and goes dead serious when it claims a slime has built an actual city for monsters in the Jura forest. The report keeps getting worse. The orc army invaded, the lizard men were pushed into despair, and some mysterious force ended the war. Gazelle burns the letter at the candle and starts piecing together what it means for the whole forest. What bothers him most is that monster activity has risen, yet casualties around the forest stayed strangely low, so someone must be enforcing order there. He realizes the same hidden power probably stopped the orcs before they could crash into dwarven territory and turn the whole region into a massacre. Instead of making an enemy, Gazelle decides he needs contact with the forest's new ruler fast, even if that means quietly ignoring the old deportation mess. Elsewhere, 4 demon lords agree not to charge into the forest themselves, but the meeting immediately turns into a fight over who gets to watch the situation. Malim is convinced the others are idiots, and decides only she is smart enough to handle this, which says a lot coming from the girl who was just throwing furniture around. Fry watches in bored frustration, because she knows sending Malim would be a disaster but also knows she is nowhere near strong enough to stop her by force. Fry remembers exactly why. Her sky advantage means little against Malim, a dragonoid who flies with real wings and fights without relying on magic at all. So Fry gives up on opposing her, and just hopes this whole conference ends without another mess. Carrion, meanwhile, is in a great mood because the report made him interested in one thing above all else: recruiting the powerful Oni from that forest city. He quickly writes off Fry as cautious and Malim as too simple, then decides Clayman is the real opponent because this game will be won with schemes, not raw strength. Clayman is quietly pleased, because this entire meeting is already moving exactly the way he arranged it to. He was the one who introduced Gelmud to the others and set the stage, knowing Gelmud's little armor pitch alone would never have pulled 4 demon lords into motion. Clayman also handpicked this group on purpose, figuring the combat-happy demon lords would be easy to stall and Fry would avoid getting deeply involved. Just when Clayman is steering the talk toward revenge for Jalmud, Fry smoothly cuts in with a better answer: send one subordinate each instead. The other three freeze, realize they have no clean way to refuse, and awkwardly pretend they were about to suggest the same thing anyway. So the meeting ends with every demon lord hiding their real intentions and sending an agent toward Rimura's village. Back in the forest, Cabal, Elin, and Jaido head out on a monster subjugation job that also happens to be the perfect excuse to visit Rimuru again. To them, Rimura's city is basically paradise now, with better lodging, equipment service, and food good enough to drag them back every chance they get. They even brought spices and salt as gifts, though the excitement on their faces makes it obvious they expect another feast in return. They gush about how safe the forest has become thanks to Tempest's patrols, and how easy it is to pick up rare monster parts there. Those trophies could even fake guild results, but Fuse is already starting to suspect them, so they know better than to get greedy. The conversation immediately swings back to the real reason they are excited. Tempest's food keeps getting better, and Shuna's cooking has become legendary to them. Then they remember the next possible luxury on the list and start wondering if Rimuru has finally finished building the baths. Cabal gets way too passionate explaining Rimura's dream of mixed bathing, and suddenly the trip turns into a ridiculous charge toward what they call the Promised Land. At the same time, the Pharma's frontier garrison continues its hard routine under Count Nido Megam's rule, guarding villages near the forest with too few comforts and too much distance between posts. One of the three captains is Yomu, a sharp, sun-darkened fighter whose men grumble about the harsh life but still keep going because the villagers genuinely rely on them. The work is rough and the food is miserable, but the garrison has at least been spared major losses because monster attacks have stayed strangely manageable. While patrolling a narrow forest route, Yomu spots three armed adventurers coming through the woods and decides to question them. He starts with a simple challenge about a giant bear request, but the trio's clumsy answers immediately sound wrong. When one of them blurts that subjugation is only one reason they are here, the whole party starts tripping over itself and Yomu's suspicion jumps fast. Yomu has his men surround them and demands a real answer, treating them like possible spies even if he never meant to kill them on the spot. Pressed for an explanation, Cabal's group nervously admits they are heading to a city deeper in the forest, which only makes Yomu more certain something is off. Then the truth starts spilling out in pieces: a kind monster, a hidden city, and a lot of frantic shushing because they know they are saying too much. Yomu gives his name and authority, demands to know exactly where they came from, and waits while the trio finally realizes they are not talking their way out of this. Once they plainly admit there really is a monster city and that they hid it to avoid causing trouble for Rimuru, Yomu stops doubting and starts wanting proof. He decides on the spot to verify it himself, because if they are telling the truth, this forest hides something far bigger than a few suspicious adventurers. So Yomu restrains the three, throws them onto a horse, and forces them to guide his patrol toward the unseen city where Rimuru is waiting. As Tempest grows into a real city, Rimuru quietly takes pride in the practical upgrades that make life there cleaner and safer. He pushes hardest on toilets, water supply, bug control, baths, and even window screens, trying to build comfort with Japanese-style common sense. The first wooden toilet seats rot too easily, so Rimuru turns to the dwarves and sends Kaijin a mental image of a proper flush toilet instead of trying to draw it. The dwarves can understand the idea, but true plumbing would need expensive water magic stones, so Tempest settles for simpler bucket-fed toilets and household water tubs for now. Rimuru also orders strict hygiene and dental care across the city, deciding there is no reason to let monsters live dirty just because they are monsters. Bug repellent becomes the next problem, because Rimuru can ignore disease but his hobgoblins cannot. The dwarves cannot make the repellent, and Cabal's adventurer group bluntly says buying enough for a whole city would be ruinously expensive and a nightmare to transport. Rimuru is even less impressed because the three visitors are much better at hanging around Tempest and flirting with Shuna than being useful. That little scene pushes Rimuru into a bigger question, because Tempest people are settling down, and now he has to think seriously about marriage rules. He wants orcs, goblins, and lizardmen to choose their partners freely, but war widows and uneven populations make him consider whether limited polygamy is necessary. Then Benimura casually mentions that even demon lords avoid naming too many monsters because it drains enormous magical power, and Rimuru is stunned that nobody warned him sooner. Rimuru takes the warning seriously and realizes he has been getting away with reckless naming only because his magic recovers unusually well. As he learns more about how powerful monsters reproduce and how costly that can be, Rimuru decides he wants no part of that discussion personally. In the end, he lays down a rule for Tempest: polygamy is allowed only to support widows, and he can revise it later if the city needs something better. He also creates a new moon confession festival where successful couples receive a home, while singles keep living in shared housing unless their work earns them an exception. Watching the festival, Rimuru is struck by how much authority the city already gives him, and he quietly vows to aim for a just country without becoming corrupt. Once Tempest feels stable, Rimuru turns his attention outward and decides it is finally time to see how humans live with his own eyes. He still wants to meet other Japanese visitors from Shizu's memories, especially Yuki, But Hinata sounds dangerous enough that he plans that meeting with caution. One detail especially bothers him. Shizu had cared about Hinata, so he wants to ask directly why they parted the way they did. He has already sent a letter through Cabal's group to the local guild master, hoping that meeting goes well enough to earn introductions and useful human connections. But before Rimuru can travel, he runs into a blunt problem again. Tempest still has almost no money. He considers selling demon steel, then rejects the idea because Tempest needs it too badly for weapons, armor, and future military growth. Even ordinary resources will not solve it, because Tempest iron is already in use and advanced magic stones can only be bought through human systems. After hitting the money wall from every direction, Rimuru remembers the one product Tempest might actually be able to sell: medicine from Hypocte grass. He calls Gabble in to check on cultivation, and Gabble swaggeringly presents the results like he has solved everything. Rimuru takes one look, realizes Gabble brought him ordinary weeds, and zaps him with a carefully measured black lightning out of pure exasperation. The scolding is half real and half planned, because the actual Hypocte grass operation is going fine and Gabble's force has become strong enough to dominate the cave. Rimuru keeps the praise to himself, knowing Gabble is the kind of idiot who gets sloppy the moment someone tells him he is doing well. To test the real value of the crop, Rimuru shows Kaijin both the Hypocte grass and the medicine he processed from it. Kaijin is immediately alarmed because Rimuru's medicine is absurdly pure, beyond what even dwarf masters can normally produce. Instead of making them rich quietly, Kaijin warns that medicine this good would make Rimuru stand out far too much in any human city. Before Rimuru can answer, a voice cuts in from above even though his magic perception sensed nothing at all. King Gazelle Dwargo descends on a white Pegasus, and the shock only gets bigger when Rimuru notices Bester has come with him. Kaijin nearly panics, because the dwarf king has apparently slipped out of his own heavily guarded castle just to visit Tempest in person. Gazelle casually brags that he evaded 100 of his own guards, which tells Rimuru this king is much more dangerous than his easy smile suggests. The group moves into Tempest's administrative building and sits down in a conference room to hear what this surprise visit is really about. Gazelle bluntly says he barred Kaijin's group from returning to Dworgen, exiled Bester too, and decided the easiest answer was to bring Bester here himself. Kaijin pushes back hard, warning that letting Bester work in Tempest could leak dwarf technology to another country. Gazelle turns deadly serious and reminds Kaijin that he already did exactly that when he left, so this is not a risk the king is overlooking. Then Gazelle reveals his real decision. He wants Bester working in Tempest on purpose, because this city is going to matter. He follows that with an even bigger offer, saying Dworgen wants 2 treaties with Rimuru's nation, a public non-aggression pact and a secret mutual technology research agreement. Rimuru immediately understands what that means, because Dworgen is offering to recognize Tempest as a sovereign country. When Gazelle casually asks what the country is called, Rimuru and Kaijin can only stare at each other because they never actually chose a name. Gazelle stays the night, giving Tempest just enough time to call an emergency council and settle the problem before the treaties are signed. The council rejects naming the city after Rimuru and finally agrees on a name everyone can live with: the Monsters City Tempest. That night the whole city throws a celebration for its new name, with overflowing food and enough hospitality to impress even a visiting king. Shuna's cooking steals the show, proving Tempest can host foreign royalty with real confidence instead of just enthusiasm. Gazelle is in such a lively mood that he demands a mock battle, and Rimuru realizes too late that the king clearly has a lesson in mind. Rimuru takes human form for the match, now appearing as a young girl rather than the childlike form he used before. With wooden swords in hand and Hakuru overseeing the duel, the festive crowd suddenly goes quiet. The instant Hakuru starts the match, Gazelle vanishes from Rimuru's senses and knocks the sword from her hand before she can react. Rimuru loses instantly, and the shock lands hard because even magic perception could not save her from a real master. Gazelle explains that he hid his approach on purpose to teach Rimuru a battlefield lesson. Relying only on powerful skills will keep her from growing. Instead of getting defensive, Rimuru thanks him and promises that next time she will not be beaten so easily. The city erupts in cheers, but Benimaru, Sui, and Cheyenne react more seriously because they understand exactly how much Rimuru still has to learn. Rimuru ends the night humbled but clear-eyed, accepting that ruling Tempest does not mean she has already become strong enough. The next day, Rimuru and King Gazelle formally sign both treaties, and Tempest is finally recognized as a real country. From that day on, history marks the official birth of the Monsters City Tempest. Carrion sends his wolfman spy Grishus to watch Tempest, but his warning is oddly specific: stay hidden, and if other demon lords send devils, invite the Oni before they do. When Grishus asks why Carrion is worried about Malim's side, Carrion dodges the question and only tells him one thing with a grin: never go against her so-called subordinate. That warning only confuses Grishus more, because he knows Malim's awful reputation but still cannot imagine why her subordinate should be the real danger. Elsewhere, Clayman's subordinate Mulin hates this assignment already, especially after Clayman casually calls her a disposable pawn. Clayman orders Mulin to stall the other demon lords and probe for weaknesses, because with Malim involved, pushing any farther would be too risky. Mulin already understands why Malim is dangerous to deceive, because Malim is not just violent, she is sharp and absurdly hard to fool. At the rendezvous, Grucius and Milan introduce themselves as Carians and Clayman's subordinates, expecting someone from Milim's side to do the same. Then the truth lands in one blunt line when the small girl simply says, "I am Milim." Back in Tempest, Gazelle explains why the treaty is binding. High monsters cannot lie in a formal contract, and if they do, the contract can erase them. Rimuru is stunned to learn a basic monster rule he never knew, while Gazelle bluntly tells him not to wipe out his whole country by signing carelessly. Rimuru signs anyway, and the treaty paper immediately glows and splits into 2 matching copies, sealing the agreement between Tempest and Dworgen. The contract is also hard to destroy, because both copies would need to be burned at once, and even that fails while the other side still lives. Satisfied, Gazelle hands Rimuru a fist-sized communication crystal so Tempest can call Dworgen in an emergency. Gazelle tells Bester to research as much as he wants in Tempest, then mounts his Pegasus and leaves as suddenly as he arrived. Watching the king vanish into the sky, Rimuru can only ask Kaijin if Dworgen is really fine with such an absurdly free-spirited ruler. Rimuru hides the treaty copies inside his own body for safety, because he refuses to test whether losing them would somehow make them return. Just as Rimuru starts thinking about Gazelle's lesson from their spar, Bester stops him and begs for permission to stay and work in Tempest. Rimuru answers with one hard condition: if Bester joins Tempest, he is forbidden from discriminating against monsters ever again. Bester admits his jealousy of Kaijin led him astray, and he swears he only wants to return to honest research. Kaijin backs him up at once and promises to take responsibility, which is enough for Rimuru to welcome Bester as a new ally. Far away, Grucius learns too late what Carian meant, because the small blonde girl he mocked was the real demon Lord Milim. The moment Grucius calls her Shorty, Milim's expression twists into a cruel smile, and she knocks him flat without hesitation. Now bruised and wiser, Grucius runs through the forest in full wolf form with Milim riding on his back, because refusing her was never an option. The miserable trio finally reaches the city they were sent to observe, Tempest. Meanwhile, Tempest's medicine research hits a wall, because trying to dilute a nearly perfect healing pill with ordinary water ruins it into a much lower grade. Bester asks to see the Hippocrates grass farm in the sealed cave, and Rimuru takes him there on a star wolf despite his nervous start. At the cave, Gabble receives them and shows off the cultivation site built around the underground lake. Studying the lake, Bester realizes the answer may be simple: dilute the medicine with this magic-rich cave water instead of normal water. They test the idea immediately, and this time the diluted pill becomes solid medium-grade medicine instead of collapsing into junk. The breakthrough gets even better when they confirm one pill can be stretched into 20 medium-grade medicines, turning research into a real city specialty. Seeing Bester and Gabble get along unexpectedly well, Rimuru jokes about giving Bester a room in the cave. Bester takes the idea completely seriously and lights up at the thought of living in a cave perfect for mad science. Even after Rimuru warns him that dangerous monsters live nearby, Bester insists he can handle it, and Kaijin's reaction says he may be overselling his combat talent. Gabble immediately promises protection for Bester, so Rimuru leaves the scientist in his hands and has a lab built for him in the cave. The next problem is travel, until Bester offers a cleaner answer: paired transportation magic circles between the city and the cave. Rimuru approves as long as monsters do not start popping into the village by accident, and Bester draws matching circles in both locations. Once the circles are complete, moving between Tempest and the cave becomes easy, and Rimuru quickly has Bester teach the method to him and Gabble's side too. With medicine, demon steel, and new collaborators like Shuna and Kurabi, Bester throws himself into research so naturally that Rimuru realizes science suits him far better than politics ever did. That easy fit into everyday work turns Bester from a former problem into one of Tempest's own. That night in a luxury inn, Gazelle quietly finishes his business under an alias while a shadowy spy checks on him. Using spirit possession on a hidden double prepared by his ghost researchers, Gazelle orders the spy to return to the capital with the Pegasus and cover his tracks. Alone again, Gazelle replays his spar with Rimuru and admits the slime's reflexes were real enough to answer a strike meant for his head. The thought leaves Gazelle genuinely excited, because he can feel the peaceful era starting to crack and wants Rimuru to prove worthy of what comes next. High above Tempest, Grucius, Milan, and Milim finally arrive together, and both devils already look exhausted by the thought of doing espionage with Milim involved. Grucius curses his luck, because Milim is so brutally honest and reckless that one wrong word could turn the whole mission into a disaster. He realizes Milim does not understand secrecy or negotiation at all. She just says what she wants and smashes through resistance. Milan is just as irritated, silently blaming Clayman for saddling them with the worst possible partner for a covert mission. When Milan catches the same strained look on Grucius's face, she decides the two of them should cooperate, and let Milim act separately instead of ruining everything. Milan also guesses Grucius will follow Carian's angle and look for Tempestoni, so she plans to support him and watch for weaknesses from the side. Milim, meanwhile, is genuinely impressed, because one look at Tempest tells her the city is full of intelligent, high-ranking monsters working together. Using her dragon eye, Milim sees even more shocking detail. These monsters are named, powerful, and far beyond what she expected. That amazes her even more, because naming this many monsters should cost absurd power, and even a demon lord like her would hate throwing that much energy away. She had only come to kill time and annoy Clayman and Carrion later, not to seriously claim anything here. But Tempest changes her mood completely, because a monster-built city full of strong subordinates is far more entertaining than the human-made domain she usually lives in. Then Melim finds the real prize, someone in the city whose magical energy rivals a demon lord, and she instantly forgets everyone else's plans. Back in the cave-side research work, Rimura keeps pushing Tempest's new medicine project and suggests to Bester that normal production may lose purity because of oxidation. Bester takes the idea seriously as a real lead, and Rimura happily dumps the technical problem on the experts. Rimura leaves the lab and sees Bester and Kaijin getting along so well over their shared craft that their old grudge now feels almost gone. Rimura returns to Tempest through the transportation magic circle set near the city gate, still careful about keeping the city safe even if the others say the circle is secure. He starts heading to report the medicine progress to Rigurdo, but his magic perception suddenly catches a huge mass of magical energy racing straight at the city. Realizing the threat is targeting him, Rimura dashes out beyond the gate to draw it away from the buildings, and the flying presence immediately changes course to follow. In the clearing, Rimura finally sees the attacker clearly, a lovely blonde girl in twin tails and a black gothic dress whose aura is anything but human. Melim lands right in front of him without disturbing the ground at all, showing absurd control over her terrifying speed. Then she introduces herself with zero build-up, announcing that she is Demon Lord Melim Nava and that she came to greet the strongest being in the city. Rimuru is stunned that a demon lord showed up in person, but he keeps his cool and asks how she saw through his perfectly hidden aura. Melim smugly reveals that her dragon eye reads magical energy directly, so hiding power from her is useless. That answer makes Rimuru reassess her on the spot, because her level is nothing like the orc disaster, and fighting her would be a completely different class of problem. So Rimuru carefully asks what she actually wants, hoping he can end this without a fight. Melim answers with baffling sincerity that she really just came to say hello, and the conversation stalls immediately. Then Melim suddenly suggests that Rimura should call himself a demon lord too, as if that is obviously an attractive offer. Rimura flatly asks why he would want something so troublesome, and Melim is honestly shocked that he does not dream of it. When Rimura presses her on what is actually fun about being a demon lord, Melim admits it mostly means strong people come to fight you. Rimura says that sounds boring if fighting is the whole appeal, and the comment hits Melim hard because it exposes exactly why she is unsatisfied. Rimura tries to use that opening to send her away, thinking he has navigated the crisis surprisingly well. Instead, Melim erupts like a stubborn child and accuses Rimura of hiding something more fun than demon lord life, demanding that he teach her. Rimura swallows his irritation, decides treating her like a difficult kid is safer than provoking a demon lord, and offers a deal instead. He says he will teach her, but only if she calls him Rimura-san, and Melim instantly snaps back that he should be calling her Melim-sama instead. After a brief stare-down, they compromise by dropping honorifics entirely, and Melim proudly allows Rimura to use her name. Rimura pushes the agreement further and tells Melim that if she obeys his rules in the city, he will treat her as a friend. Melim eagerly promises not to wander or rampage without permission, and Rimura decides her promise as a monster should be trustworthy. With that risky peace made, Rimura leads Melim into Tempest himself. Watching from afar with far sight, Grucius is stunned to see Melim stroll into Tempest beside nothing more threatening than a slime. Mulin immediately decides this is actually good news, because now Melim is someone else's problem and their covert work can finally proceed. As they discuss how to infiltrate Tempest, Grucius spots a human squad heading toward the city. The two devils instantly decide to disguise themselves as humans and slip into the city with that group. After a few quick preparations, they blend into the approaching squad and make contact with the human named Yomu at Tempest's doorstep. Deep in Jura Forest, Grucius and Mulin walked in human disguise so they could slip into the approaching human squad without raising alarms. Grucius had once been an ordinary lycanthrope, but after surviving Carrion's brutal blood ritual with only a tiny chance of success, he was reborn as one of the Beast King's long-lived elite. Mulin's past was even harsher, a persecuted witch who gained eternal youth, lost to Clayman, and had a curse carved into her heart that turned her into his puppet. Even while obeying Clayman, Mulin still chased one private goal: gather whatever leverage she could, use anyone she had to, and someday break free from him. Soon after, the disguised pair stepped in front of Yomu's group and smoothly joined them by claiming to be traveling siblings. Yomu did not buy their harmless act, but with too few strong hands in his unit, he decided to keep the suspicious newcomers close and use their strength instead. The three captured adventurers seemed far less dangerous, because they had already admitted a monster city really existed ahead and had started chatting freely with the squad. When the soldiers asked about the city, the adventurers casually described delicious yakiniku, a hobgoblin settlement, and a cute slime named Rimuru who ruled the place. Their answers were so open and specific that Yomu could not spot any trick, which only made the whole story feel stranger. Then Jaido finally spotted walls through the trees, and Yomu had to accept that a real city built by monsters was standing inside the forest. Even with his nerves up, Yomu grinned and led the party toward Tempest to see the impossible city for himself. Back in Tempest, Rimuru learned that showing Malim around the city was less like hosting a guest and more like chasing a child through an amusement park. Malim ignored Rimuru's warnings completely, sprinting from one new site to the next while insisting she was listening. The tour turned dangerous the moment Malim met Gabble, because he casually called her short and hit a landmine he never saw coming. Malim lightly kicked Gabble's knee, dropped him to the ground, and buried a fist in his stomach so hard he nearly died on the spot. Malim coolly warned him not to look down on her again, making it obvious she had held back only because she was in a good mood. Gabble survived only because he had medicine on him, and even after using it he could barely limp away, proving how terrifying Malim's restrained punch really was. When Malim cheerfully asked if she should make him even tougher next time, Rimuru hurried to steer her toward one simple rule: stop bullying the weak. Malim accepted the rule with childlike confidence, and Rimuru realized that for now all he could do was pray Gabble would be the only casualty of the day. The city tour kept going anyway, with Malim bouncing from armor crafting to clothes making to farming and throwing herself into every job at absurd speed. By nightfall, everyone in Tempest knew the little demon of a guest who had stormed through their city in one chaotic day. That night in the dining hall, Malim introduced herself to Tempest's leaders with her full name, instantly turning the room tense. Cheyenne immediately noticed that Malim was the name of a demon lord, but Benimura laughed it off before he realized how dangerous that reaction could be. Sui saved the moment by asking Malim what she meant to Rimuru, and the deadly mood vanished when she blushed and proudly called them close friends. Rimuru almost ruined everything by questioning when that friendship had started, and Malim's eyes welled up as dangerous power gathered in her fist. Rimuru backpedaled at once and upgraded them to best friends forever, narrowly avoiding another Gabble-level disaster. Rimuru silently understood that from now on, one careless word around Malim could get someone killed, especially if Benimura kept speaking without reading the room. Dinner finally began, and when Rimuru switched into human form and removed his mask, Malim instantly recognized him as the one who had killed Gelmudo. That blunt remark left the whole table looking at Rimuru for answers, because he could no longer hide how dangerous he really was. After the meal, Malim grew sleepy, so Rimuru had Shuna escort her to a guest house before the real damage control meeting began. Once Malim was gone, Rimuru explained the day's chaos to everyone, and Gabble dramatically described seeing his dead father while nearly punched to death. Rimuru tried to reassure them with Malim's promise not to rampage, but Kaijin immediately warned that he had misunderstood how monster oaths actually worked. The leaders explained that only certain spontaneously born monsters are naturally bad at lying, and truly binding promises need a far stricter pledge than what Rimuru had asked for. That meant Malim could lie if she felt like it, and Rimuru suddenly understood that his entire plan to keep her under control had never really existed. Even so, everyone agreed there was no way to stop Malim by force, so the only realistic option was to let her do as she pleased unless things got truly bad. Benimura pushed the burden onto Rimuru by declaring that their demon lord guest should be left to her close friend, and the rest of the room backed him instantly. Rimuru could only sigh as Tempest officially decided that supervising Hurricane Malim was now his job, bringing her disastrous first day to an end. The next morning starts rough, with Rimuru dragging a grumpy Malim out of bed and making the demon lord get dressed properly. Once breakfast starts, Malim cheers up fast, but Rimuru realizes taking her to a human city would almost definitely end in disaster. Rimuru gives up on leaving Tempest for now, deciding it is safer to stay home than leave Malim behind or unleash her somewhere new. After breakfast, Rimuru takes Malim to Kyurubi's smithy, switching to his masked human form so he can handle weapons normally. Kyurubi reveals the custom weapon Rimuru ordered for Malim, a pair of dragon knuckles built specially for her hands. The gloves are not meant to make Malim stronger at all, but to cut her punch power down to a safer level with shock-absorbing demon steel. Malim eagerly slips them on and throws a few test punches, delighted that they feel light instead of restrictive. With Malim handled for the moment, Rimuru checks his own repaired sword and quietly admires Kyurubi's skill again. Rimuru still wants a sword truly optimized for himself, but before that thought can go further, Rigurdo comes sprinting in with urgent news. Rigurdo reports that an unknown armed group has reached the city, and the three adventurers are with them. Rimuru braces for another headache and heads out to meet them, with Malim naturally tagging along as if she belongs there. At the meeting point, Rigor and Tempest's guards have already surrounded about 10 armed humans in matching but mediocre gear. Rimuru quickly spots two exceptions in the group, a man and a woman whose equipment and presence are far sharper than the rest. Then the real source of the mess waves at him cheerfully, as Cabal's party greets Rimuru like this is a friendly visit. The adventurers explain what happened, and the wary commander introduces himself as Yomu, captain of a Pharma's frontier garrison sent to check the Monster City report. Rimuru calmly introduces himself as the city's leader and reveals that, despite his current human appearance, he is really a slime. Yomu praises Rimuru's transformation, then admits his real mission was to judge whether this monster city could become a threat to Pharmas. Rimuru points out the obvious flaw in that logic. If Tempest truly meant them harm, letting an armed scout team stay here would make no sense. That finally breaks Yomu's reserve, and he bluntly admits he did not believe the report until he saw Tempest with his own eyes. After hearing Cabal's group rave about Tempest's living conditions, Yomu openly asks permission to station his troops here. Yomu even bows to the three adventurers for doubting them, and Ellen smugly soaks up the moment like she won an argument. Rimuru stops the mood from getting too casual and asks the key question: why exactly does Yomu want troops stationed in Tempest? Yomu explains that his 30-man unit protects nearby villages, and a base here would let them reach the highway and frontier settlements much faster. He sweetens the offer by proposing road work and future trade, which catches Rimuru's attention now that the forest is calmer after the orc crisis. Since this needs a real discussion, Rimuru moves everyone to Tempest's cafeteria and hosts them over a proper meal. The meal itself quietly shows Tempest's strength, because even with limited seasoning, Shuna and the Goblina cooks still turn out food good enough to impress humans. Meline plants herself beside Rimuru during the talks, carefully fussing over her new dragon knuckles like a child with a prized toy. Cabal casually asks whose daughter she is, and Meline twitches at that label but barely manages to hold herself back. Rimuru quickly warns everyone that Meline is an extremely important guest who must be treated with real respect. Meline introduces herself sweetly, and most of the room only sees an adorable girl instead of the demon lord sitting in front of them. But the two best-equipped newcomers react differently, and Rimuru notices their air change the moment they look at Meline. Looking closer, Rimuru realizes those two are not human at all but devils hiding under transformation magic. Rimuru immediately warns his people through thought transmission that two devils have slipped into the city with Yomu's group. His allies suspect Meline may be connected to them, but Meline suddenly barges into the telepathic channel herself and flatly denies it. Meline slips just enough to show she knows the pair anyway, so Rimuru drops the argument and settles for staying on guard. Once the introductions around the table finish, Rimuru pulls the discussion back to the real issue of letting Yomu's force stay. Rimuru first confirms that this is Yomu's personal request, because Pharma's itself is apparently not meant to know about it. Yomu admits he is deliberately keeping this from his own feudal lord, because Count Nido Maidam is a greedy brute who exploits both villagers and soldiers. He makes his case bluntly: a hidden base in Tempest would let his understaffed unit protect the region better without inviting that count to interfere with the city. Rimuru reads the confession for what it is, Yomu gambling on full honesty because he truly wants this partnership to work. After hearing Rigurdo and the Oni, Tempest agrees to let Yomu's men use one empty house as their base. The permission comes with hard limits: cause trouble and they are out immediately, and they will also be paying for their meals. Kaijin helps set the rate at 3 silver coins per person per night, including meals and a bath, and Yomu instantly tries to haggle. Kaijin shuts that down by offering a cheap storage shed with no food instead, and Yomu caves after remembering how good Tempest's cooking is. With the terms settled, Yomu's Pharma's garrison officially moves into Tempest and takes the first floor of the guardhouse as its office. Rimuru learns the squad relies on expensive magic communicators that only allow short, limited calls, another sign of how badly Yomu's force is funded. After Yomu sends the word, the rest of his 32-man unit gathers in Tempest and gives a loud group greeting to their new hosts. Rimuru welcomes them with a smile and a light threat, making it clear that any trouble inside this monster city could still get them killed. To make the arrangement useful immediately, Rimuru links Yomu with rigor so the frontier garrison can cover the gaps between Tempest and the nearby villages. One unit starts on road construction, Tempest sends high orc labor to help, and Yomu's squad ends the day as an unexpected but useful part of the city. 2 weeks after Yomu's unit moved in, Tempest's highway project is still running smoothly and the human garrison has settled in better than Rimuru expected. Instead of fighting old human monster grudges, the garrison and the hobgoblin guardians have gotten oddly friendly, and Rimuru starts thinking Yomu's charisma is keeping everyone moving in the same direction. Because Tempest has too many goblin riders for simple city watch, Rimuru assigns 10 riders to back up the human garrison whenever distress calls come in. The humans are thrilled by that support, and to repay Tempest they start teaching formation tactics, sword work, and field survival skills to the monsters. Once that trust hardens, the garrison finally asks for a favor. They want Tempest smiths to maintain their battered equipment after seeing how much better monster gear is. One soldier blurts out that it feels downright unfair for monsters to be walking around in such high-level equipment, and Rimuru can only agree. Kaijin proudly boasts that dwarf armor is the best in the world, and Cabal is still stunned that Tempest somehow has even master smiths like Garm working here. Rimuru knows Tempest's forge is absurdly strong now, with Kaijin, Garm, Kiribi, and cave materials from Gabble making a workshop that could rival any capital. Even so, Tempest still refuses to sell that gear because too many of their own people are unequipped, and Kiribi is already stretched training apprentices while filling demand. Kaijin casually accepts the human's repair request anyway, clearly seeing it as a good way to help and to give his students real practice. That answer sets the whole garrison off, and suddenly everyone is crowding Kaijin, begging him to look at their gear too. Then the chapter snaps to Tempest's training ground, where Rimuru, Benimaru, Sui, and Cheyenne are slammed to the dirt together in yet another hopeless spar against Melim. Melim cackles that they are terrible, and Rimuru can only think how lucky Tempest is that this absurd monster chose to be a friend instead of an enemy. Melim wears those safety knuckles all the time now, and Rimuru has already learned the hard way that the only moment she hates taking them off is at the dinner table. Because Malim is too overwhelming for a normal duel, Rimuru has turned these daily lessons into 4-against-1 battles just to survive long enough to learn anything. Even Hakura once tested himself against her, and the result only made Malim scarier. His attacks could not reach her, yet lasting at all was impressive. After facing both Gazelle and Malim, Rimuru realizes the gap between a mighty king and a true ancient demon lord is so huge that tricks and battle modes barely matter. Still, the brutal routine is working, and in just 2 weeks Rimuru and the others have all grown noticeably stronger under Malim's ridiculous training. Malim happily praises Rimuru's progress, and even says she would support him if he ever decided to become a demon lord himself. Rimuru immediately rejects the idea, especially after today's match ended in less than 20 minutes, and proved just how badly outclassed he still is. As Benimaru, Sui, and Cheyenne head back into more practice under Hakura's eye, Rimuru shifts into a quieter question and asks Malim why she became a demon lord in the first place. Malim's mood changes at once, and she vaguely admits it was tied to painful, messed up things from so long ago that even she no longer wants to remember them clearly. Rimuru backs off gently, deciding there is no point dragging old grief back up if Malim herself has chosen to leave it buried. That moment makes Rimuru think about how ancient Malim really is, far older than younger demon lords like Leon, and probably lonelier than she lets on. So Rimuru asks the more practical question instead. Does Malim have family or anyone worrying about her while she has been hanging around Tempest this whole time? That question hits like a lightning bolt, and Malim blurts out that she forgot something important, and has to leave immediately. She promises she will be back in at most 2 or 3 years, treating that absurd span like nothing at all, and Rimuru can barely process how sudden this is. Before anyone can stop her, Malim uses dress change and snaps back into her familiar black gothic dress for the trip. Malim gives Rimuru one bright promise to return, and then she launches into the sky so fast she vanishes without even leaving a sound behind. A moment later Cheyenne arrives confused, and when Rimuru explains that Malim may be gone for years, the others can only compare that time spent to a few days for someone with her lifespan. Cheyenne half-jokes that Malim probably flew off just to show her clothes and dragon knuckles to friends around the world, and somehow that silly image feels exactly like her. Rimuru feels unexpectedly lonely after only 2 weeks together, but he quickly turns that empty space into an opportunity. With Malim away, Rimuru decides this is the perfect time to inspect a human village first, and make sure it is safe before ever bringing her there. He also remembers that Elan's party has been quietly staying around to gather monster parts for subjugation rewards, which means they can pay for his silence by guiding him to human lands. Rimuru bluntly tells them they are showing the way, and the trio immediately folds, even offering to guide him through cities and back alleys once they are out there. Rimuru fixes the departure for 2 days later, and when he goes to inform Rigurdo, he finds the bags already packed and waiting for him. Next, Rimuru uses the transportation circle to visit the cave and check Tempest's growing stock of medium-grade healing medicine before the journey. Gabble eagerly welcomes him, and Bester is almost embarrassingly happy to be buried in research inside what feels like his dream laboratory. Rimuru worries that Bester is overworking himself, but Bester casually insists he is eating fine, sleeping barely enough, and loving every second of it. When Rimuru asks whether Kyurubi's copying or the cave line is faster now, Bester proudly says the lab is catching up and could eventually run without relying on Kyurubi at all. That answer pushes Rimuru to offer more staff, and Bester immediately asks for around 10 people because he wants workers who can also grow into proper successors. Rimuru reviews the process in his head. Bester and Gabble's men are turning 1 restorative pill into 20 medium-grade ones, building a reliable production line that matters even when Rimuru is absent. Satisfied, Rimuru approves the plan, tells them not to overdo it, and takes 500 pills from the stockpile to carry as trade goods. His goal is simple: sell Tempest's medicine in a human city, turn that profit into magic stones, and start building a real outside trade route. Back in Tempest, Rimuru consults Kaijin on pricing, and Kaijin warns him not to sell this medicine cheaply just because it came from Tempest. Since ordinary potions already cost 3 silvers and Tempest's medium-grade medicine is far stronger, Kaijin sets the floor at 15 silvers and tells Rimuru to aim for 20. Rimuru accepts that logic, knowing a low price would just bury Tempest in impossible orders before their production can keep up. By the next day, all the preparations are done, and Rimuru meets up with Elan's trio to finally head out. They rule out the highway at once, because that road would take them straight into Pharma's territory, and the greedy Count Rimuru has no interest in meeting. Instead, the party chooses the forest route toward the small country of Brumund, where Rimuru plans to meet the Freedom Association guild master and decide what comes next. A full year after being reincarnated into this world, Rimuru finally sets out for a human city. Away from Tempest, Mulan finally gets a chance to secretly report to Clayman, relieved that she can speak without Malim catching her magic. She tells him the city is ruled by a weak-looking slime, and that slime can also take the form of a masked human. What unsettles Mulan even more is Malim herself, because the Demon Lord has acted so strangely friendly inside the city that Mulan cannot predict her at all. Mulan deliberately leaves Malim out of the formal report, deciding that using magic near her is too dangerous if she wants to stay undiscovered. Clayman is pleased instead of alarmed, saying he can use this information and ordering Mulan to keep watching Tempest. Back in her role as the garrison's shaman officer, Mulan looks down on the humans around her, but living among them has started stirring feelings she did not expect. Without fully meaning to, she decides she wants to enjoy this fragile peaceful time a little longer before going back to work. Elsewhere in the same frontier force, Grucius rides with a platoon through the forest and easily stands out even while holding back. The commanders even try to make him a vice captain, but Grucius refuses because a newcomer taking rank would draw too much attention. What really catches Grucius's eye is Tempest's goblin wolf riders, whose discipline and perfectly matched movements look far too polished for a frontier escort. Among them, Gabuta feels especially dangerous to him, the kind of fighter his instincts say should be killed on sight. As he keeps watching, Grucius realizes Tempest is full of talent he wants for the beast men, especially Gabuta and Captain Rigger, who stand above the rest. He also sizes up the Dragonauts, and even the Orc labor force, deciding that this city is absurdly rich in military potential. Instead of feeling threatened, Grucius gets thrilled, because strong friends and strong enemies are exactly what beast men live for. So while continuing his garrison duties, he starts thinking about how to invite Tempest's strongest people over to his side. Meanwhile, Rimura finally enjoys the open road after days of stress and Tempest, leaving city management behind with the Oni. He still does not drop his guard, though, because Ranga and now Sei are watching Tempest for any suspicious move while he stays ready to return instantly with Shadow Step. Rimura even suspects the hidden enemies might act as soon as he and Milim are both out of the city, but after several quiet days nothing happens. By the third day, he starts wondering if he was just overthinking everything and finally relaxes into the trip. That calm lasts until the so-called expert guides lead him off the road and deep onto animal trails in the name of a shortcut. Rimuru starts noticing they may be circling back on themselves, and Cabal's shaky confidence makes the problem painfully obvious. When Rimuru bluntly calls them out, all three guides collapse into a full apology and admit they got lost trying to cut through the forest. Rimuru quietly leads them back toward the proper route, realizing a blooming patch of illusion flowers probably scrambled their sense of direction. Once he explains what happened, Elin immediately brightens because illusion flowers are rare B-rank gathering materials worth picking. The group backtracks, harvests 40 flowers, and splits the haul evenly before moving on again. About a week later, they finally reach the forest's edge, and Rimuru can only laugh at how much time the detours probably cost them. Even so, Rimuru is in no hurry, and the trip feels pleasant because his slime body never tires and Elin's cleaning magic keeps everyone fresh. After seeing it once, Rimuru copies the spell and accidentally boosts it enough to clean all of them at once, making himself even more useful on the journey. Camping is easy for him too, since he can start fires without trouble and stay awake for the night watch. That easy companionship makes Elin blurt out that she wants to adventure with Rimuru forever. Rimuru gently turns her down, because he can delegate Tempest's work but he cannot abandon the city entirely. Still, her words leave him thinking about what it means to outlive the people who matter to you, and for a moment he wonders if that is the loneliness Milim carries. He cannot answer that yet, so by morning he pushes the thought aside and heads onward toward Brumand with the others. The group enters Brumand, a tiny nation centered almost entirely around its royal capital and Freedom Association branch. They reach the first village around noon, catch the local carriage schedule cleanly, and stop at a restaurant for lunch. Inside the restaurant, a loud braggart named Bido boasts that he killed a dangerous horned bear all by himself. One look makes Rimuru almost choke, because the so-called monster is just an ordinary bear with a horned rabbit horn stuck onto its forehead. Thanks to his analysis ability, Rimuru can tell the difference, and he realizes how hard it must be for normal people to separate monsters from dangerous animals. When Rimuru mocks the fake from his table, Bido immediately hears him and demands a fight over the insult. But the room shifts the moment people recognize Elin, Cabal, and Jaido, and the village crowd suddenly floods around them instead. A battered-looking Bido awkwardly reveals he already knows them from a past beating in the capital, which only makes the whole scene stranger to Rimuru. Rimuru is even more surprised to learn the three guides are actually famous adventurers now, even if he quietly suspects Tempest helped that reputation a lot. He decides not to embarrass them in public, but he does use the moment to make one thing very clear: they are guiding him properly all the way to the capital. After that little mess, the rest of the trip goes smoothly, and Rimuru finally arrives at the royal capital of Brumand. Rimuru finally enters Brumand's royal capital, and the city feels old, sturdy, and surprisingly cheerful for a frontier country. As they move through downtown, Rimuru enjoys street food and quietly analyzes the flavor, already thinking like a merchant instead of a tourist. Their real stop is a magic tool store, because Rimuru wants current prices before he tries selling Tempest's medicine in human territory. Inside, the shop smells strange and looks like a witch's den, but Rimuru quickly sees the key detail: the rare goods are lacking. Rimuru spots only weak local potions, then realizes why they cost so much. Pharma's has choked off dwarf imports, leaving Brumand short on quality medicine. That shortage lights up an opportunity in Rimuru's head, because even a small jump in potion quality creates a huge jump in price. He also checks on illusion flowers and learns they can become hallucinogens or bewitching perfume, dangerous support items for hypnotism magic. The analysis reminds Rimuru that poison barely scares him anymore, and he casually notes that absorbing toxic plants has even started building resistance. When Rimuru asks about those advanced illusion flower products, the shop granny snaps that a small country like this does not just stock miracles like that. So Rimuru plays dumb and claims he borrowed money to buy a suspicious sample, baiting the old woman into appraising it for free. The moment she identifies the red powder, the granny is stunned that it is real and immediately names a shocking price. She warns that only licensed magicians can legally sell it, but she would still buy this one bag for 2 gold coins on the spot. That confirms Rimuru's big win. Processed illusion flowers are worth far more than raw bouquets, and he is glad they gathered so many. Since he cannot leave after that appraisal empty-handed, Rimuru searches the shelves for something genuinely useful. He finds a beginner book on elemental magic, and even that simple title is enough to hook him instantly. The granny teases him for being a pretty little kid with the mouth of a middle-aged man, then bluntly says magic is a rich person's hobby. When she names the price as 1 gold coin, Rimuru is startled by how expensive a single introductory book can be. Rimuru starts rethinking his cover identity too, deciding that an odd-masked boy is probably the easiest role to keep using in human cities. The granny explains the real reason for the cost. Magic books cannot be copied by machine, so every one on the market is handwritten. She casually adds that she wrote this very book herself when she was younger, which makes the purchase feel a little more personal. Rimuru pays the gold coin without hesitation and leaves the shop even more determined to collect magic books wherever he can. Outside again, Rimuru stops Elan's trio and silently asks if they understand what the illusion flower price really means. The 3 of them obediently hand over 10 bouquets each, and Rimuru pays each person a gold coin to buy the stock for himself. Elan finally blurts out the obvious problem. Processing those flowers is supposed to be difficult and dangerous enough to kill people. Rimuru just smirks and boasts that handling a mere weed like that is easy for him, which only makes the trio more openly jealous. With the market research finished and a new profit plan in hand, the group heads for Bruman's Freedom Association branch. The guild branch turns out to be a stately 5-story stone building, far grander than Rimuru expected from this world's usual construction. The moment they step inside, Rimuru notices the air is magically regulated, a small detail that tells him human civilization is more advanced than he assumed. That makes Rimuru think harder about the human world, because its magic technology and fear of monsters could someday turn into a real threat to Tempest. Instead of brushing it off, he decides this trip matters even more now, because learning how humans live is part of protecting his own nation. As they move deeper inside, the trio explains the guild's 3 counters and how adventurers enjoy far more freedom to cross borders than ordinary citizens. Cabal then leads Rimuru toward the restricted back area and casually tells the staff that their masked guest is here for the guild master. The room around them immediately buzzes with admiration for Elan's trio, and Rimuru can only wonder why these 3 idiots are so popular everywhere. At the back, 2 guards open a secured room, and Rimuru finds a teleport circle instead of a staircase. Rimuru uses the circle and realizes the upper floors are layered behind magical transport and security, with the 5th floor locked even tighter against spies. Beyond the final security point, they enter the guild master's room, where a short, sharp-eyed man greets Rimuru with open recognition. The man introduces himself as Guild Master Fuse and calls Rimuru the one who commands monsters, making it clear this meeting is no ordinary courtesy visit. Rimuru answers just as directly, naming himself the ruler of the new monster nation Tempest and formally accepting the meeting. Their questioning and talks run so long into the night that Rimuru ends up staying in a room inside the Freedom Association itself. After a long first meeting the night before, Rimuru rides out with Fuse for the real political talk, still sorting through everything he learned about the human countries. As he heads there, Rimuru pieces together that the Freedom Association's main headquarters is not in Bruman at all, but in the safer and more connected kingdom of Ingratia. He also realizes the Council of Nearby Nations is held together by trade and the church, which means most countries around the forest already share political and religious ties that Tempest does not. That makes the offer from Fuse more important. If Rimuru wants to meet Yuki Kagarazaka at headquarters, he first has to satisfy Bruman by meeting one of its nobles. Rimuru is relieved to be away from Elan's noisy trio, but the quiet also feels strange because he notices he is not lonely at all. At the residence, Rimuru nervously admits he knows nothing about noble etiquette, and Fuse's uneasy reaction does not reassure him. While they walk in, Rimuru remembers how Fuse pressed him the night before about the Great Jura Forest, Shizu, and even Veldora. Rimuru had kept Tempest's situation vague, dodged the truth about Veldora, and only spoke about Shizu up to the point where her final promise became too personal to share. Fuse accepted that much in silence, and that quiet trust is the reason Rimuru came this far even though he still hates dealing with stiff human formalities. A butler leads them deeper inside, and Rimuru briefly gets distracted by the polished maids and the full noble house atmosphere around him. After passing through a magically hidden inner room, Rimuru finally meets Baron Beluard, a sharp-looking minister who wastes no time getting down to business. Beluard greets him first, and Rimuru answers plainly as Rimuru Tempest, openly admitting he is a monster who wants peaceful ties with humans despite his lack of manners. Beluard immediately proposes cooperation, Tempest should support adventurers entering the forest and help deal with dangerous monsters when trouble breaks out. Rimuru quickly sees the logic. Brumund is a small country with weak anti-monster defenses, so it wants Tempest as a stabilizing partner on the edge of the forest. Still, he pushes back and asks the key question: what exactly does Tempest gain from a deal that sounds one-sided? Beluard answers with the real prize. Brumund will officially recognize Tempest as a legitimate nation, with the king's approval already secured. That is enough for Rimuru, because even if the wider council does not accept Tempest yet, recognition from Brumund after Dworgen is a huge step forward. Rimuru accepts, and the room finally loosens as Beluard brings out the royal certificate and its magical proof of authenticity. Rimuru confirms it himself with Analyze, and the straightforward magical verification makes this world's contracts feel cleaner than the messy fraud risks he knew before. With signatures and witnesses in place, Brumund and Tempest formally establish their treaty. Then the hidden catch appears when Beluard calmly adds that if Brumund ever needs to move troops through the forest, Tempest is expected to cooperate. Rimuru instantly realizes he has been outplayed, because the treaty does not just cover monster attacks, it also makes Tempest a buffer if the Eastern Empire pushes through the forest. Beluard admits it with a grin, and Rimuru can only accept that the old noble tricked him fair and square after getting his signature first. The sting stays with him, but Rimuru turns it into a lesson and vows to think much more carefully the next time he negotiates with humans. Instead of leaving empty-handed, Rimuru puts a medium healing potion on the table and pivots the meeting toward business. Fuse and Beluard inspect it and are stunned, because this is not the cheap local medicine sold in town but a high-grade product closer to royal capital quality. When Rimuru says he already has 500 and could supply thousands more every month, the conversation turns from curiosity into serious opportunity. Rimuru sees the opening right away. Brumund needs ways to attract adventurers, and quality potions could become a powerful draw where local supply is weak. To move that plan forward, Beluard and Fuse introduce Rimuru to the merchant guard Maior Miles. Rimuru arrives at the large Miles firm, where Maior Miles stands out as a rare trader licensed by both Brumund and the Freedom Association. Maior Miles starts with showy merchant charm, but Fuse cuts through it by declaring Rimuru a guest of the state and handing the whole matter over to him. Fuse leaves just like that, and Rimuru is abruptly on his own for another negotiation. Rimuru introduces himself, presents the potion, and Maior Miles immediately switches from chatter to sharp appraisal mode. The deal settles at 22 silver per potion for Maior Miles, with a local retail price of 25 silver in Brumund. They also agree on future restocking terms, including a lower bulk price in Tempest and the same 22 silver rate for adventurers buying there directly. This time the handshake feels clean, and Rimuru is relieved to close a contract without any nasty surprise buried inside it. Then Maior Miles points out the obvious problem: without a proper carriage route, regular trade with Tempest will stay awkward and slow. Rimuru answers on the spot that he will solve it by building a highway connecting Tempest and Brumund straight through the forest. Maior Miles is stunned, and Rimuru casually adds that a direct route and some tree clearing should make carriage travel possible in a matter of months. With the promise of the road in the first 500 potions, Maior Miles eagerly commits, and Tempest's trade with Brumund truly begins. Rimuru leaves with a bigger vision too, because once that road is finished, Tempest can start reshaping the region's trade routes and weaken Brumund's dependence on pharmas. With the trade contract finally signed, Rimuru decides the next order of business is simple: celebrate with Maior Miles. Maior Miles eagerly promises a top-class place for the night, and Rimuru plays along like a picky customer with very high standards. That one celebration turns into a full week of nights spent drinking under Maior Miles' generous hospitality. Rimuru is not just loafing around, though, because during the day he uses Shadow Step to jump back to Tempest and keep the city moving. Back in Tempest, he tells Rigurdo that Brumund has officially recognized their nation and that the agreement is in place. He also orders Bester to start mass-producing medicine now that Tempest has a real market waiting in human lands. Then Rimuru tells Kaijin and Gerudo to build a proper road all the way to Brumund, turning trade into a lasting route instead of a risky forest trip. He adds 2 more practical orders: prepare lodging for future adventurers and train people who can repair armor and weapons for travelers. Even though Tempest just finished one burst of construction, everyone is so fired up that they jump straight into the next one. Rimuru figures the road should be finished in about 2 months, so he decides he can safely leave the project in his people's hands. The medicine sale leaves Rimuru with a tidy profit, and after handing Maior Miles a huge advance for seeds, sprouts, and every kind of spice, he still has money left. He had planned to splurge in the capital, but there is strangely nothing he actually wants to buy for himself. Maior Miles even covers an entire week's worth of drinking, making it obvious he is investing hard in a profitable long-term relationship. Rimuru genuinely likes him, but he does not relax, because behind that friendly smile he can see a merchant who knows exactly how to control people through profit and debt. After a week of quietly judging his character, Rimuru decides Maior Miles is worth working with as long as both sides keep benefiting. Once the contract and future deliveries are settled, Rimuru tells Maior Miles it is time for him to move on. Rimuru promises that in 2 months he will send an escort from Tempest to guide and protect Maior Miles on the road to the monster city. Maior Miles answers with surprising humility, and the people around him stare because this arrogant shop owner is bowing to what looks like a child. Rimuru realizes a little too late that using his adult form might have made that goodbye look less absurd, but by then he just leaves it alone and heads out. From there he goes straight to the Freedom Association, because he still needs both Fuse's introduction letter and an official identity recognized beyond one kingdom. Rimuru decides the easiest answer is adventurer registration, since a guild card will work across every country tied to the association. At the noon reception desk, the receptionist mistakes him for a little girl and gently warns that he looks far too young to sign up. Rimuru pushes past the objection, and the receptionist reluctantly hands over the registration form. On the form, he only writes what he feels like revealing: the name Rimuru and the specialty swordsmanship. When it is time to choose a division, Rimuru picks the dangerous subjugation division without a second thought. The receptionist tries one more time to talk him out of it, then explains the rule: combat divisions require at least E rank, so he has to pass a trial first. Since it is not a written exam, Rimuru immediately accepts the test. The receptionist disappears into the back and returns with a one-legged proctor who looks like a retired fighter now running these trials. He tells Rimuru to come at him, and the odd matchup instantly catches the attention of every bored adventurer nearby. As they head to the testing hall, the onlookers start whispering that this tiny masked kid cannot possibly be serious. A few sharp-eyed spectators notice the strange sword on Rimuru's hip, and the mood shifts from mockery to wary curiosity. The trial arena is a gym-sized hall where rank tests are always supervised by veteran proctors, and Rimuru quickly realizes this man probably lost his leg in the job. Before they begin, the proctor lays down the stakes: pass, and Rimuru starts at E rank; fail, and he must grind 100 F rank points before trying again. Rimuru accepts the condition without hesitation, which only makes the proctor more serious. The proctor points him into a 20-meter magic circle, and a barrier dome rises around the arena the moment Rimuru steps inside. When Rimuru says he is ready, the proctor starts the practical test with a summoned hound. The hound dies so fast it barely has time to react before Rimuru cuts its head off in a single slash. Rimuru casually asks for the next one, and the entire hall goes dead silent at how effortless that looked. The proctor finally realizes Rimuru was never a beginner at all, and Rimuru bluntly says he wants to reach a rank as fast as possible. The proctor explains that local testing only goes up to B and anything higher must be done at headquarters, so Rimuru decides to clear every rank available here. Next comes the D-rank hound wolf, and Rimuru cuts it down just as neatly as the first monster. The C-rank giant bear follows, and it lasts no longer than the wolf did. Then the C+ giant bat appears, and Rimuru almost laughs because this is the same kind of monster that attacked him long ago. He cuts the giant bat down too, reaching C+ while the spectators stop cheering and just stare. Now genuinely impressed, the proctor warns that the final local test is a true B-rank monster and asks if Rimuru is still ready. Rimuru tells him to bring it on, wanting to finish this in one go. The proctor summons a four-armed lesser demon, and Rimuru is more intrigued than scared because he has never seen a demon race before. The proctor loudly warns that normal physical attacks do not work on it, and urges Rimuru to give up before he gets killed. Rimuru immediately senses something off, because the challenge feels more like hazing than a fair B-rank test. Before Rimuru settles on a method, the demon starts casting and throws 4 fireballs at him at once. Rimuru dodges them easily, and the explosions hammer the barrier hard enough to show this thing is no joke. The crowd blurts out that a lesser demon is usually a team fight, which confirms Rimuru was right to smell something fishy. Rimuru considers simply eating the demon, but with this many eyes on him he decides he needs a cleaner trick. To keep his real abilities hidden, he quietly feeds a controlled amount of magic into his blade and turns it into a magic sword. The moment the lesser demon rushes in with all 4 arms, Rimuru cuts it clean in half and the summoned body collapses into worthless scraps before vanishing. Rimuru casually asks if that is enough for B rank, and for a beat the entire hall is too stunned to answer. Then the crowd explodes, cheering, flirting, and shouting for the masked prodigy to join their parties. The proctor drops the hostility entirely, grabs Rimuru's hand, and declares that he passed with flying colors. Ignoring the crowd, Rimuru heads back inside to finish the paperwork and officially claims his new status. A few moments later, he receives his adventurer card marked B rank, sword specialty, and subjugation division under the name Rimuru. The same receptionist who treated him like a child now speaks to Rimuru with the crisp respect she would show any accomplished adult adventurer. With his identity problem solved, Rimuru has someone lead him up to Fuse's office to collect the promised introduction letter. The moment Rimuru enters, Fuse barks that he stood out way too much by cutting down a lesser demon with a sword in front of everyone. Rimuru fires back that if Fuse was watching, he should have stopped the test before it got that far. Fuse explains that magic swords are still rare experimental weapons tied to otherworlders, so Rimuru accidentally showed off a technique that is supposed to be kept special. He promises to silence the proctor and smooth things over, but tells Rimuru to be much more careful from now on. Rimuru realizes he picked a little too advanced a trick on impulse, and quietly decides he needs to watch what he reveals around humans. After thanking Fuse and collecting the introduction letter to Yuki, Rimuru leaves the Freedom Association with everything he came for. Looking back on Brumand, Rimuru sees a clean win, official identification, travel money, practical support for Tempest, and real diplomatic ties with a human nation. More than anything, he wants this first contact with humans to stay cooperative, because he would rather build friendly relations than ever fight them. With Brumman behind him, Rimuru resumes his journey for the royal capital of Ingrasia to meet Freedom Association Grand Master Kagurazaka Yuki, another world traveler. Rimuru heads for Ingrasia Kingdom with Ranga shrunk down into a big black wolf, and the trip stays smooth because nothing on the road can keep up with them. 2 days later, the royal capital of Ingrasia finally rises ahead of him, huge, walled, and clearly built to impress and control anyone entering. Inside, the scale only gets more overwhelming, with tall buildings, strict city planning, and a lake-bound white castle linked to the city by 4 bridges. Rimuru quickly realizes the city is locked down hard, with knights guarding key points and a gate system designed to stop trouble before it starts. His B-rank guild card saves him a lot of pain, because regular visitors have to survive document checks, body searches, and another long line just to get inside. Before entering the city proper, Rimuru quietly hides Ranga in his shadow and waits out the last stretch of the line so he does not bring a wolf into a human capital. Once inside, the capital feels less like a fantasy town and more like a bustling metropolis, packed with theaters, performers, flyers, and even glass storefronts. He notices the class divide too, with common shops farther out and wealth tightening closer to the castle where nobles dominate the best districts. After looking around, Rimuru books a room in an inn in the sightseeing district and puts off any bar hopping because he has business to handle first. He learns that the nearby district also holds a conference building, a school, and the Freedom Association headquarters, all under especially heavy guard. When Rimuru asks a knight for directions, the man casually points him toward the flashy Freedom Association building right beside the Western Saints Church. That church placement makes Rimuru uneasy, because he would rather stay far away from a religion that treats monsters as enemies. The headquarters itself surprises him again with a glass front and an automatic door, proof that this world has rebuilt strange bits of modern convenience. A receptionist greets him like he just walked into a luxury hotel, and Rimuru immediately presents Fuse's introduction letter to request a meeting with the Grand Master. While he waits in a polished guest room with tea service, Rimuru asks how a place this important can look so open. The answer is that the front door was screening him all along, because only B-rank adventurers and above can even enter this headquarters. That makes Rimuru glad all over again that he pushed himself to B-rank in Brumman, because otherwise he would have been turned away to another branch. Then the Grand Master arrives, and Rimuru is stunned to meet Yuki Kagurazaka, a black-haired, black-eyed young man who looks more like a student than a powerful guild leader. Elsewhere, Melim bursts in on Fry in a ridiculously good mood and immediately starts showing off the dragon knuckles she got from Tempest. Fry plays along and nudges her with one word Melim cannot resist, calling them friends until Melim happily starts bragging about the monster city and all her new things. Once Melim is softened up, Fry offers her a beautiful pendant as proof of friendship and asks her to wear it. The trap snaps shut the instant Melim accepts, because Clayman's demon marionette spell takes hold, and her cheerful face goes rigid on the spot. As the dragon knuckles slip from her hands, Fry quietly confirms to the hidden Clayman that the brainwashing worked. Clayman steps out of the shadows thrilled that he has just turned the strongest demon lord into his puppet. Drunk on his own victory, Clayman slaps and beats the defenseless Melim just to vent his resentment, now that her usual barriers are gone. Fry finally cuts in to warn him that Melim has an automatic rampage mode, and if he pushes too far he could die before understanding what happened. Clayman reins himself in, but only long enough to threaten Fry too, reminding her she is already tied to his scheme and cannot back out now. In his head, Clayman is already counting power, convinced that with Melim and Fry under his influence he can force the rest of the demon lords to submit, starting with Carrion. Fry watches his delusion in silence, and on the floor Melim's fallen dragon knuckles keep glowing faintly even though there is no light left in her eyes. Back in Ingrasia, Yuki turns out to be easy to talk to, and Rimuru learns that his youthful body is stuck that way because of a curse from crossing worlds. Their guarded meeting becomes instantly more personal when Rimuru openly admits he is really a monster, even a slime, and asks Yuki to keep it quiet. Yuki is shocked less by the slime part than by the fact that Rimuru built an entire city where monsters can actually live together. To test him, Rimuru jokes with old Japanese pop culture references, and Yuki immediately catches them, proving without doubt that they came from the same world. After that, they sink into easy conversation about Japan, anime and manga endings, life in this world, and Shizu's final moments. Once the nostalgia dies down, Yuki asks the real question behind Rimuru's visit, whether he came here hoping to return home. Rimuru asks if that is even possible, and Yuki's silence says first that the answer is not simple. Yuki explains that Earth is a fully material world, while this one runs on magic and half-material bodies, so crossing over is easy in one direction and almost impossible in reverse. Even so, he adds that legends about demons and devils suggest world travel back to Earth might still be possible if the right conditions are met. Rimuru admits returning is no longer his main goal, because he mostly came to meet another Japanese person, inspect the capital, buy magic stones, and most of all learn magic. When Rimuru mentions the library, Yuki immediately sees an opening and steers the conversation toward magic education instead. Yuki confesses he cannot use magic himself and envies it badly, then asks how long Rimuru plans to stay in the capital. The moment Rimuru says about a month, Yuki tries to stretch that into 3 with an offer tied to a teacher shortage at his academy. The deal gets sweet fast: dorm lodging, 3 meals a day, 10 silver a working day, and free access to the capital library. That last perk settles it instantly, and the two of them laugh as Rimuru grabs the offer on the spot. With the paperwork finished that same day, Rimuru is told to move into the dormitory tomorrow and suddenly finds himself employed in the royal capital. He spends one last night at the inn enjoying the capital's good food and rare public bath, while thinking the dorm will still be the smarter choice for 3 months. Before work even starts, Rimuru heads straight for the library because learning magic matters more to him than resting. Thanks to Yuki's promise and his adventurer card, he gets into the restricted magic section without trouble. Rimuru quickly realizes this is no ordinary library, because along with local material it also stores rare magic and ancient techniques gathered by adventurers from many places. There are far too many books to read normally, so Rimuru decides on a shameless shortcut and lets Great Sage and Gluttony copy them at high speed. To everyone nearby he just looks like a strange kid flipping books for a second each, but in reality he is building his own private catalog of copied magic texts. Even with that trick, one full day only gets him through about 1/10 of the collection, so he resigns himself to coming back constantly. The next day at the academy, Rimuru learns his teacher job is really a substitute instructor post for the special S class left vacant after Shizu. The other staff warn him right away that Shizu's successors keep running away, because her students are not ordinary children at all. Rimuru still walks into class thinking they are just kids, only to have that confidence blown apart the instant he starts his introduction. A flaming sword suddenly comes flying at his face, and Rimuru has to dodge before he even finishes saying hello. The 5 students cheer the attack instead of apologizing, making it painfully clear that this class treats a new teacher like a target, not an authority. Looking at the hostile otherworlder kids in front of him, Rimuru finally understands Yuki dumped the worst possible class on him, and the old sinking feeling in his gut comes rushing back. At the academy, Rimuru walks into his new class and immediately feels it. All 5 children are staring at him with raw hatred. As he checks their files, Rimuru learns they were all picked up around the Jura region, all branded monsters, and all suspiciously close in age. The files also say the children only trusted Shizu and would listen to Yuki, which makes their reaction to Rimuru even more ominous. Rimuru tries a rough, upbeat introduction, warning them he is their new instructor and not as gentle as Shizu was. Instead of calming down, the children snap back that adults only deceive, kill, and throw them away once they are useless. When one of them even asks if he murdered Shizu, Rimuru realizes this is not normal classroom rebellion, but real trauma and killing intent. Rimuru gives up on forcing the issue, ends the first day with only a greeting, and decides he needs the truth before he can reach them. Outside the room, the children are still rattled by the masked new instructor, while Rimuru leaves Ranga to watch over their self-study. Rimuru heads straight to Yuki's office and asks him without pretense to explain what happened to those kids. Instead of answering directly, Yuki asks how much Rimuru knows about Hinata Sakaguchi, tying the children to a much bigger problem. Rimuru admits he only knows Hinata as another Japanese person, so Yuki shifts to a harder question: the difference between a summoned person and a world traveler. Rimuru explains the little he knows. Summoned people usually gain a unique skill, the success rate is low, and a curse is carved into their souls. Yuki confirms that much, then asks the real question: what happens when people force a summoning without the proper conditions? He reveals that even a proper ritual is almost impossible, taking 30 magicians chanting for 3 days just to scrape together a tiny chance of success. Worse, any magician who uses that spell is supposed to rest for decades before trying again, which is why repeated summoning should not even be possible. But if those rules are ignored, the ritual can be repeated more easily, and the people dragged over are usually children. These children arrive without the unique skill needed to contain their power, so their own magic slowly destroys their bodies from the inside. Rimuru finally blurts out the obvious question, and Yuki confirms it. The kids in his class were summoned that exact way. Yuki says the current record is only 3 years, meaning those children are already living on borrowed time as failed attempts to create heroes. Rimuru, sickened, asks if Hinata and the church forced this in pursuit of some new human savior called a hero. Yuki does not deny it and admits he has secretly raided facilities to rescue children, but he still has no way to stop them from dying. When Rimuru asks why the summoners keep going after so many deaths, Yuki answers with bitter disgust: because they can simply summon more. Rimuru explodes and demands why anyone allows the church to survive, but Yuki finally shows how trapped he is. Yuki explains that the Western Saints Church dominates almost every nation around Jura, and even his own organization would split apart if he openly fought it. That answer leaves Rimuru with the full picture, and he finally understands why the children met him with hatred instead of hope. Rimuru asks the blunt question next: why did Yuki make him meet those children and tell him all this now? Yuki admits he was hoping Rimuru might find a way to save them, because after losing Shizu he has no one else left to trust with that hope. He also says he would have stayed silent if Rimura had not noticed something was wrong on his own. Even the school's location is part of the deception, because Yuki says the church would never suspect rescued children were hidden right under its nose. Then Yuki tests him one last time and asks if he wants to quit after learning the truth. Rimuru answers immediately that he will not quit and will handle this his own way, complaints or not. Yuki bows his head and entrusts the children to Rimuru, openly asking him to save them if he can. For Rimuru, that settles it. Saving these children becomes another duty Shiza left behind. He leaves the Freedom Association, steels himself not to show a gloomy face, and heads back ready to do whatever he can for the class. Far away in the Beast Kingdom, Carrion looks up in alarm as a massive wave of magic rushes straight toward his country. The incoming threat is Melim, and Carrion instantly understands she is not hiding anything and is coming to fight for real. Instead of shrinking back, Carrion gets excited, because a chance to beat someone stronger than himself is exactly the kind of fight he lives for. He remembers old warnings that a dragon princess's anger could erase a nation, but now he is ready to prove those stories wrong. Carrion heads for the sacred mountain behind the castle and orders his followers to raise barriers and protect the people while he fights Melim himself. With his forces roaring in response, Carrion launches into the sky to intercept Melim before she reaches the heart of the kingdom. He opens the battle without a word, driving a full power punch at Melim just to test what kind of monster he is facing. The hit never reaches her body, so Carrion summons the Hyako Siryu lance and follows with a storm of slashes and compressed air shots. He breaks through several barriers, but Melim herself stays untouched and casually catches every strike with her pale blue demon sword, Evil God. Carrion pulls back and admits the truth. Even before going all out, Melim already feels far beyond what he expected. He also notices something wrong in her blank expression and realizes he is fighting a puppet, not the real Melim he wanted to challenge. Even so, Carrion drops all restraint and transforms through his beastly stages into his full demon lord form, the Lion King. In that true form he wears a vermilion bird crown, black tortoise armor, and great wings built for aerial war, and even Melim's eyes flicker for a moment. Carrion declares the fight will end here and pours everything he has into one decisive strike. His secret technique, Beast Roar, condenses enough power to wipe out everything in its path, and this time he focuses it all on Melim alone. The technique drains him badly, but he bets everything on it because Melim's layered defenses leave him no room for caution. Then Melim fires back so fast he can only dodge downward, taking blood across his back and realizing something impossible has happened. When he looks up, Melim is completely unharmed and has shifted into her real battle form, with dragon wings, a crimson horn, and black armor. Carrion can only laugh bitterly at the gap between them, because after his full power attack, she is still standing there untouched. Melim finally speaks, but her flat monotone makes it clear the person talking is not the cheerful Melim Carrion expected. The instant she offers to show him something, Carrion feels pure death coming and sends one urgent order to his subordinates: run. Melim spreads her wings and unleashes Dragon Nova, a blinding rain of destruction that swallows the castle and even the mountain behind it. Carrion survives only by escaping the direct hit, and in that ruined aftermath he finally accepts the old warning that Melim is destruction itself. As he tries to speak about Melim's strange state, a blade suddenly touches his neck and Fry appears behind him. Carrion realizes Fry is involved too, but before he can do anything she coolly cuts him off and his consciousness drops into darkness. Deep in the forest, Grucius is on patrol when a sudden telepathic call hits him hard enough to shake his composure. His teammates immediately check on him, and Grucius covers his alarm by calmly insisting nothing is wrong. Then Carrion's message comes through in full: war has started, contact may be cut, and Grucius must judge for himself until victory is secured. Hearing panic in Carrion's voice for the first time leaves Grucius deeply unsettled, and even his return call gets nothing back. Elsewhere, Clayman receives the battlefield report with open delight because Melim and Carrion really did end up fighting. Fry calmly reports that Melim overwhelmed Carrion and even blew away the royal castle, while the other spies back up the same story. Clayman takes the report as proof that Carrion is dead and savors the idea that even a demon lord falls easily once Melim's absolute power is turned on him. He smugly declares that everything is proceeding just as planned, making it clear he thinks he already owns the board. Fry asks the practical question of who is supposed to handle Melim now, since anyone trying to calm her could get torn apart. Clayman casually pushes the problem onto Fry, saying she can deal with Melim because they are friends and he does not want his own castle destroyed. Fry sees exactly how far his arrogance has gone, but she hides it behind a thin response and walks out under his orders. Once Fry is gone, Clayman lets himself grin wider because he believes the whole operation is unfolding according to a larger mastermind's design. He remembers that the original scheme was to raise the Orc Lord into a controllable demon lord, but Tempest's sudden rise forced a major change in plans. Now Clayman is using that monster nation as bait, and the one who bit hardest was the strongest demon lord of all, Melim. Satisfied, Clayman continues his careful interference and routine reports, still acting as the loyal servant of a true master hidden behind the curtain. At the frontier garrison, Mulan's days have become brutally busy because she is not just a shaman anymore but also a trusted staff officer handling real command work. The more responsibility they hand her, the more absurd it feels to Mulan that these good-natured people trust the devil so completely. Living among them starts waking up feelings she thought were long dead, and that makes the next problem hit even harder. Yomu finally says what he has been circling around for days and bluntly confesses that he loves her and wants her to date him. For Mulan, the confession is terrifying precisely because he means it, and she has no experience with love to hide behind. She wants to refuse, but the words stick because Clayman still holds her heart, and because some part of her is genuinely shaken by Yomu's promise to make her happy. Instead of rejecting him, Mulan postpones her answer, and the uncertainty leaves even a centuries-old woman feeling strangely insecure. Before she can sort out those feelings, Clayman contacts her through telepathy, and just hearing from him drags all the old dread back. Clayman praises her information and dangles the impossible reward. After one last task, he may finally return the heart he stole from her. She answers carefully instead of celebrating, because she knows better than to trust a demon lord who lies as naturally as breathing. Clayman cuts the line before she can question him, leaving her with a tempting promise, a final order still hanging over her, and no way to tell if it is a trap. After the call, Mulan cannot stop wondering whether she would have accepted Yomu if freedom had really been within reach. Far away in the holy church, Hinata wakes from a light nap in a private room where Nicholas is already serving her coffee with total devotion. Hinata treats Nicholas less like a lover and more like a loyal pet, fully aware that his worship is built on an idealized fantasy of her. Nicholas happily prepares breakfast for her, a shockingly domestic side no one in the church would ever believe from the cold cardinal they know. Hinata accepts the quiet morning, but the softness ends the moment Nicholas says a spy has brought urgent news. As she combs her black hair and puts on her round glasses, Hinata shifts fully into her cold professional self and tells him to speak. Nicholas reports that monsters in the Great Jura Forest have built a town, and some human countries have already started trading with it. That news instantly matters because a peaceful monster nation trading with humans directly undermines the church's entire doctrine that monsters are mankind's natural enemy. Hinata decides not to strike yet, because if the monsters are not openly causing trouble, the church still needs a reason to move against them. Her first order is intelligence. Find out that town's true strength and make sure it is still a force the church can crush when the time comes. And if no excuse appears on its own, Hinata is perfectly willing to manufacture one, showing just how ruthless the church can be when doctrine is threatened. Nicholas answers by unleashing the church's blood shadow, a murderous fallen knight too useful to discard and dangerous enough to do the dirty work. Hinata leaves the details to Nicholas, and with that decision the church quietly sets a bloodthirsty hound loose toward Tempest. Back in the academy classroom, the 5 summoned children sit in tense silence as Rimuru walks in with Ranga and is met with pure hostility instead of a greeting. Rimuru decides there is no point easing into this and abruptly announces a test, instantly drawing loud complaints from every kid in the room. The children snap back that studying is pointless when they expect to die soon, and their bitterness makes it clear they have already given up on a future. Rimuru reframes the test as a game they can use to vent their anger, then lays down the real rules: a sealed classroom, one-on-one mock battles, and 20 minutes to bring him down. Behind his calm face, Rimuru is not trying to beat them at all. He wants to force out their full power and learn whether any path exists to stop the unstable magic inside them from killing them. The first challenger is Kenya Misaki, who strides up with a wooden sword and the swagger of a kid convinced no grown-up can beat him except Shizu. With Alice acting as timekeeper, Kenya charges hard, but Rimuru slips around every swing so easily that the gap between them starts to look cruel. Halfway through, a frustrated Kenya switches to fire magic, but Rimuru immediately sees the spell is weak and badly used despite the child's huge raw reserves. Rimuru even tells Kenya to stop copying Shizu and fire pure energy instead, but the boy refuses to listen and clings stubbornly to the spell he admired in her. When the 20 minutes finally run out, Kenya slumps back to the group in defeat and Rimuru bluntly claims his reward by demanding to be called sensei. Next comes Chloe Bell, a quiet little girl with striking black and silver hair, and even the other children sound more worried about her getting hurt than winning. Chloe calmly opens the book she carried in and chants a spell, and real water surges up around Rimuru's feet before he can even finish wondering what she plans to do. Her water prison wraps him in a stretching bubble and Chloe coldly warns that the next step is to drown him unless he admits defeat. Rimuru praises the spell as genuinely impressive, then casually steps out of the trap and pats Chloe on the head, showing her strongest move never had a chance against him. The shock breaks Chloe's fighting spirit, but instead of anger she sits down red-faced, touching the spot he stroked as if the loss confused her in a completely different way. The third challenger, Gail Gibson, skips the tricks and opens with a single lethal blast, having already realized from the first 2 matches that half measures are useless. Rimuru swallows the attack with gluttony before it can damage the barrier or classroom, and Gail instantly explodes that adults winning by cheating is completely unfair. Rimuru shamelessly agrees that adults are cheaters, and Gail, still bitter, rushes in with his fists only to end up just as helpless as Kenya did. Ryuta Sekiguchi looks timid when his turn comes, but the second Kenya yells for revenge, the boy's eyes change and his whole body surges into a dangerous battle trance. Rimuru recognizes the skill as a shine-like battle frenzy that boosts Ryuta's speed and power, but also robs him of judgment, which makes it deadly against weak foes and useless against someone stronger. Even with that explosive boost, Ryuta cannot touch him once in 20 minutes, and another child leaves the center of the room beaten by a wall he could not even reach. The final challenger is little Alice Rondo, a doll-faced 7-year-old tomboy who steps up clutching a stuffed bear instead of any obvious weapon. Alice throws the toy into the air and cheerfully orders Bear-san to attack, and the harmless-looking doll turns into a real golem that immediately mauls across the room at Rimuru. Rimuru quickly realizes Alice's golem master ability may be the most dangerous of all, because if a stuffed toy can hit this hard, a proper combat doll would be terrifying. When Alice multiplies the summons into a whole pack of bear golems, Rimuru nearly loses his patience, but he keeps running instead of burning them just to avoid making the little girl cry afterward. By the end of the last match, Rimuru has what he came for, proof that every child's power is wildly real, wildly uneven, and shaped by whatever they wanted most from the bottom of their hearts. The bad news is even harsher. If nothing changes, their overloaded bodies will collapse within 3 months, and all this test really proved is that spending their excess power can only delay the deadline a little. So Rimuru drops the playful tone, raises Shizu's mask, and tells them flatly that the strongest person in the room is now promising to save every one of them. Alice timidly asks if that mask belonged to Shizu, and when Rimuru says Shizu entrusted both the mask and the children to him, her biggest doubt finally starts to ease. That question jolts loose a crucial thought in Rimuru's head. If Shizu asked him to save the children and also to deal with Demon Lord Leon, those two missions might actually be the same problem. Rimuru remembers that Leon once saved Shizu when she was just a child, and he starts to suspect Leon may know the exact method needed to keep these summoned kids alive. Great Sage backs the theory enough for Rimuru to stop guessing and start acting, because for the first time he feels he has found a real lead instead of blind hope. With that confidence, Rimuru tells the children that preparations start tomorrow and swears he will not let any of them die after being entrusted to him by Shizu. This time the children answer him seriously with a shared plea of sensei, and hearing that one word is enough for Rimuru to accept them completely and swear to save them for real. A month and a half after becoming the children's teacher, Rimuru finally moves on the plan he came for and takes them toward the dwelling of the spirit in Ulg Nature Park. The academy had kept the children shut inside because nobody knew how far the church's influence reached, and that control only made Rimuru more determined to get them out. Rimuru learns that Shizu once tried to take the children outside too and was blocked, which makes the Academy's obsession with confining them feel even more suspicious. Instead of waiting for permission, Rimuru decides to do what he thinks is right and remove the children from that cage himself. To make the trip possible, Rimuru has the children learn transfer magic, an absurdly advanced spell they should never have been able to master this young. When theory alone is too slow, Rimuru uses his shapeshifter ability to directly embed the knowledge into the children, choosing speed over fairness because their time is running out. He also calls in Ranga's shape-shifting subordinates to impersonate the children, and leaves a clone of himself behind so nobody notices they are gone. Yuki had warned him this outing was too dangerous, but Rimuru could not afford a slow argument when Great Sage had already judged the children might have only 3 months left. Rimuru's route is careful and sneaky: transfer straight out, avoid inns and checkpoints, rush across the distance with Ranga, and return before lunch so the church never catches on. The travel itself doubles as treatment, because making the children spend large amounts of magic power can delay the breakdown of their unstable bodies. Once the fear of high-speed travel wears off, the children's first real outing turns into pure excitement, and they start smiling like normal kids for once. The trip is messy in a very childlike way too, and Rimuru quietly suffers one embarrassing accident without exposing who did it. At last they reach the Ulgrasia Republic, a small nation outside the Western Church's grip where spirit users are common and public order stays strong. Rimuru understands this country runs on contracts with spirits, where most citizens can borrow spirit power through covenant magic. He also learns the sharper divide here. Ordinary contract magic borrows strength, but true spirit summoning calls on the spirit itself and overwhelms the weaker style. That difference matters because Rimuru's whole gamble is built on one idea: if Shizu survived by fusing with Ifrit, maybe these children can be stabilized by bonding with high-rank spirits too. There are 2 places to make contracts in this city, but only the dwelling of the spirit gives them a real chance to meet the rare high-rank spirits they need. The dwelling of the spirit turns out to be a dimensional labyrinth hidden behind a door set into a huge rock in Ulg Nature Park. Because they might not be able to transfer back once inside, Rimuru prepares for an overnight risk and quietly sets an escape circle outside as insurance anyway. Before entering, Rimuru warns that they may not return once they step through, and the children answer with brave voices instead of panic. Their trust in Rimuru is real now, built in part by all the times he transformed into a black wolf and instantly tore down monsters in their path. Inside the labyrinth, Rimuru finds a bright corridor that feels harmless at first, so he has everyone advance carefully with Ranga assigned to guard the children. The straight path is a trick, and Rimuru only realizes it because his mental mapping catches the lights and shadows quietly shifting to scramble normal sense of direction. Then mocking voices suddenly speak straight into their minds, not just one spirit but a whole noisy chorus that sounds delighted to scare visitors. The spirits openly mock them and demand more fear, but instead of panicking, the children bunch together around Rimuru. Even timid Ryuta steps forward with a sword to shield the girls, showing how much the children have changed since Rimuru started training them. Rimuru tries the polite route and asks whether the hidden speakers are spirits who can guide them to a high-rank spirit contract. The answer is pure mischief. The spirits cackle that he is interesting and point them onward instead of helping directly. Following that invitation, the group enters a great hall where a huge guardian waits in the center, and the spirits finally announce the trial. Rimuru immediately checks the terms and gets the simple answer he wanted: beat the giant, clear the trial. He leaves the children under Ranga's protection and walks forward alone, despite the spirits teasing him for being overconfident. A closer analysis tells Rimuru this is no joke at all. The 3-meter Colossus is a magic steel golem with A-rank power and crushing mass. The moment it moves, Rimuru realizes the real threat is its impossible speed, because that much weight moving like a master swordsman would be fatal on impact. Rimuru snaps back at the spirits that this feels less like a trial and more like attempted murder, but their only response is delighted laughter. Even irritated, Rimuru reins himself in because he refuses to lose his cool in front of the children, then calmly starts choosing the right attack. He quickly rules out the obvious options, since lightning would ground out on metal, basic magic would do nothing, and even swordplay would risk breaking the blade. So Rimuru gives the spirits one last chance to apologize before he destroys their guardian, and they laugh in his face and dare him to prove it. With permission practically handed to him, Rimuru unveils his reinforced sticky steel threads and binds the entire Colossus in place before it can dodge. Then he compresses a hell flare into a tiny control dome around the trapped golem, using Great Sage's support to turn a huge destructive spell into a perfect execution. The dome detonates with a thunderous blast and leaves absolutely nothing behind, proving the spirit's unbeatable trial monster was erased in one hit. The spirits can only stammer in disbelief, suddenly realizing the visitor they toyed with is far beyond what they expected. Behind him, the children are left wide-eyed and speechless as Rimuru quietly notes that the spirits have finally dropped their condescending attitude, and it is time to teach them a lesson. After vaporizing the golem, Rimuru smirks and calls out the hidden troublemakers, bluffing that he already knows exactly where they are. Panicked voices answer at once, and a flock of tiny winged fairies finally flies out of hiding. Their leader tries to make a grand entrance, fumbles her words, and still proudly declares herself Ramiris of the Labyrinth, one of the 10 great demon lords. Rimuru takes one look at the pint-sized braggart and swings at her on instinct, convinced no real demon lord could look this pathetic. The fairies burst into noisy chatter, and Ramiris angrily blurts out the real problem. Her thought manipulation does not work on Rimuru. Rimuru realizes the irritation he felt came from failed mental interference, but he still refuses to believe this fairy brat is a demon lord. When Rimuru compares her to Malim, Ramiris explodes and insists brute force is not the only way a demon lord can be terrifying. She also calls Rimuru unreasonable, because the hell flare that erased the golem was far beyond what she expected from one person. Once everyone settles down, the mood flips completely, and Rimuru ends up sitting with the fairies and the children over snacks instead of fighting them. Ramiris complains that the golem was only supposed to be a showpiece after they had their fun, not a weapon meant to kill anyone. She proudly explains how the machine worked, with earth spirits handling weight, water spirits moving joints, fire spirits powering it, and wind spirits regulating heat. That explanation hits Rimuru hard, because the ruined machine sounds exactly like the failed dwarf elf magic soldier project Kaijin once mentioned. Ramiris gleefully confirms it, and admits the fairies rebuilt a discarded shell after the original researchers failed to make its spirit magic circuits work. Rimuru sums it up as a brilliant but impractical prototype, dangerous if perfected, and reluctantly admits this idiot fairy may actually be useful. So Rimuru drops the joking and tells Ramiris the truth about the children, explaining their summoned bodies are breaking down under unstable magic. Ramiris immediately remembers another visitor tied to this problem. A young Leon once came here experimenting with spirits. She brags that she could have beaten him easily, but even her own body language makes it obvious she is lying. The real story is worse for her pride. Leon ignored her thought manipulation, overpowered her illusions, and ended up controlling the situation instead. Ramiris admits that was why she started building the golem in the first place, so she would finally have something strong enough to act as her arms and legs. Leon had come searching for spirit summoning knowledge, after somehow calling a high-level fire spirit through pure rage and then losing it again. Then Leon pushed even further and asked about summoning world travelers, a request so absurd that Ramiris still cannot get over it. According to Ramiris, Leon actually looked ready to cry when she told him it was impossible, which makes Rimuru wonder what drove him that far. Rimuru reins the conversation back in and asks the only question that matters now: can a spirit stop the children's bodies from collapsing? For the first time, Ramiris drops the clowning completely and studies each child with a surprisingly gentle, loving expression. She tells Rimuru that besides being a demon lord, she is also a guide for saints and heroes, so she will help them fairly. Then Ramiris commits fully and promises to help summon the best spirits she can for the children. With that settled, Ramiris begins teaching Rimuru what spirits actually are, starting from the ancient order of the world itself. She explains that a holy spirit came first, then light and darkness, then time, and from the moving world came the 5 great spirits of earth, water, fire, wind, and sky. Rimuru takes it in as a strange, but probably real creation story, especially because it talks about raw energy instead of gods. Ramiris clarifies the practical part. Great spirits are mindless masses of energy, and smaller spirits are just fragments that split off and gain awareness. That gives Rimuru the answer he needed. If a suitable fragment can be born or summoned, it might bond with the children and save them. Ramiris confirms it, but warns that birthing a new spirit or calling an existing one is not easy, and there is no guarantee the result will obey. Rimuru knows the risk is huge and does not even know if the children can handle possession by a spirit, but there is no better option left. He tells them they can only trust the attempt and move forward, whether they end up summoning a spirit or receiving one that chooses to possess them. When Rimuru asks if they are ready, all 5 children answer together without hesitation, ending the moment with shared resolve. Rimuru leads the 5 children and Ramiris down into the labyrinth's deepest oracle room, where each child is supposed to stand alone on a narrow altar path and call a spirit. Ramiris cheerfully tells them to call out anything they want, but the children's nervous faces make it clear none of them trust this weird ritual yet. Rimuru steps in to calm them, deciding that if no spirit answers, he will force the issue himself and save each child no matter what. Because the path is so narrow, they settle on going one by one, with Gale first and Chloe last. Gale walks with Rimuru into the silent inner chamber, and, so tense he talks like he might die, asks Rimuru to look after the others if something happens. Rimuru answers by rubbing Gale's head and promising to save him, then urges him onto the transparent-looking platform. Gale kneels at the center and prays, and after a tense wait, glowing flakes begin to fall through the darkness like snow. A spirit finally appears before Gale, but the instant Rimuru confirms it is a mindless mass of energy, he devours it before anyone can react. Ramiris explodes in alarm, but Rimuru cuts her off and has Great Sage rebuild the spirit into something Gale can safely take in. Rimuru places a hand on Gale's head and bestows the remade spirit, instantly calming the magical collapse inside the boy's body. When Rimuru tells him he is safe now, Gale bursts into tears and bows in gratitude. Back with the others, Gale's success lifts everyone's spirits, but Rimuru quickly reins them in because the rescue only matters if all 5 survive. Alice goes next, too scared to walk the narrow path alone, so Rimuru simply carries her toward the altar. Alice kneels and prays with both hands gripping her skirt, and just like before, light starts falling from above. The moment Alice's spirit forms, Rimuru devours it too, ignoring Ramiris's rising protests because the method already works. Great Sage remakes Alice's spirit with sky affinity, and its bond with Rimuru's own power even evolves into spatial transfer before he gives it to her. Alice stabilizes cleanly, beams up at Rimuru, and kisses him on the cheek hard enough to leave him flustered. As soon as Rimuru carries Alice back, she starts bickering with the furious Chloe, making their little rivalry impossible to miss. Now confident in the method but aware it is draining him, Rimuru brings Kenya in and hopes the third rescue goes just as smoothly. Kenya barely starts praying before an unusually huge mass of light drops in and takes the shape of a boy. Instead of a mute spirit, the newcomer casually greets them and introduces himself as the Spirit of Light, which instantly throws Ramiris into a shouting fit. The light spirit reveals he knows Ramiris and, after hearing the situation, decides on his own to help Kenya because the boy suits Light well. While bantering with Ramiris about heroes and blessings from long ago, the spirit makes it clear he is far above the normal spirits they expected here. Then the light spirit enters Kenya without waiting for permission, and Kenya's unstable body settles almost instantly. Rimuru bluffs that this was all according to plan, and Kenya, still shaken, returns to the others looking a little more mature than before. Ryuta is next, and Rimuru worries the timid boy might fail to call anything at all. But the moment Ryuta prays, an emerald spirit with twisting double-element energy appears, and Rimuru snaps it up before it can do anything unexpected. Great Sage remakes Ryuta's 2-element spirit into a corrected form with strong transformation potential, and Rimuru bestows it without overthinking the stranger parts. Ryuta stabilizes too, leaving only Chloe, the last and now most worrying case. Chloe claims she is scared to walk there alone, so Rimuru carries her too, and she looks far too happy about it for that excuse to be convincing. Red to the ears, Chloe suddenly blurts out that she loves Rimuru, catching him completely off guard right before the most dangerous summoning yet. Chloe kneels to pray like the others, but this time what descends is not a normal spirit at all. An overwhelming silver black-haired maiden appears with the presence of a living soul, and Rimuru immediately realizes she feels far too real and unstable to be an ordinary spirit. Before Rimuru can act, the astral maiden grabs him and kisses him, leaving him stunned for one absurd heartbeat. Then the maiden turns toward Chloe, and Ramiris instantly decides the being is too dangerous to live. Ramiris fires instant death annihilation magic at Chloe to stop the possession, and Rimuru throws himself in front of her without hesitation. Rimuru survives the attack and demands an explanation, but Ramiris can only shout that the thing before them is dangerous beyond words. During that argument, the astral maiden overlaps with Chloe and disappears into her body before either of them can stop it. Rimuru immediately checks Chloe and finds the one fact that matters most. Her collapse has stopped, and she is stable. Pressed for answers, Ramires admits she barely understands it herself but suspects Chloe was touched by something born in the future, maybe even a spirit of time. Rimuru gives up on solving the future right now, decides Chloe is safe enough, and lifts her happily because every child has finally survived. Back with the group, Rimuru thanks Ramires for helping save the children, and the kids pile on with their own excited thanks until she turns red from embarrassment. As the other fairies gather around Ramires and the children finally smile without fear, the nightmare hanging over them is over and Rimuru knows he really saved them. With the children finally saved, Rimuru is ready to leave Ramires' spiritual dwelling and head home. Ramires suddenly grabs Rimuru by the collar and begs him to wait, reminding him that he destroyed her guardian golem and left the fairies defenseless. Rimuru wants to brush her off, but he admits to himself that vaporizing the old golem was his fault. Instead of wasting a mountain of demonic steel on another giant construct, Rimuru starts thinking about making a smaller golem and giving it a real occupant. Great Sage confirms the idea will work. Rimuru can create a golem and assign either a spirit or a demon to inhabit it. Remembering that spirits tend to come without much personality, Rimuru decides a demon is the better choice for a reliable guardian. He tells Ramires he will make a stronger replacement, but only if she later shares what she knows about ghost researchers for Kaijin's sake. Ramires happily agrees, and Rimuru warns her that the new guardian will be locked to defense only because it may turn out dangerously powerful. Rimuru pulls out refined demonic steel from his storage, and the children crowd around to watch in fascinated silence. To keep the altar area safe, Rimuru makes the children step back and begins the summoning with only Ramires behind him. A magic circle blooms under Rimuru's feet, and a greater demon appears kneeling before him with immediate respect. Rimuru offers the demon a contract: possess the golem he is about to make, guard Ramires and the fairies, and stay for 100 years. The demon accepts at once and says the magical energy from the summoning is already enough payment, which catches Rimuru off guard. With the contract settled, Rimuru starts shaping the demonic steel into a humanoid body, and Great Sage's precision lets him build exactly what he imagines. Ramires peeks over his shoulder and is openly stunned by how skillfully the doll body is taking shape. The demon is impressed too, explaining that a body like this only needs magical energy through its joints to move properly. Rimuru finishes a human-sized golem with the same face as his own mask, compact but far more advanced than the old guardian. The greater demon enters the body without trouble and immediately praises its incredible defense and overall strength. After testing the body, the demon kneels again and asks to keep serving Rimuru even after the 100-year guard duty is over. Rimuru jokes about whether he will even be alive that long, but the demon treats the idea as ridiculous and doubles down on its devotion. Even though he knows naming a powerful being is expensive, Rimuru decides to do it anyway and gives the guardian the name Beretta. The name drains a huge chunk of Rimuru's magic, and Beretta starts evolving on the spot. When the light clears, Beretta has become a far more human-shaped arc doll with long black hair, pale skin, a mask, and crimson glowing eyes. Beretta introduces himself in his new form and formally accepts Rimuru's order to live for his will. Then Beretta turns to Ramires and calmly declares that he will protect her exactly as Rimuru commanded. Even Ramires is briefly intimidated, but she quickly accepts her terrifying new bodyguard. The tension finally breaks, and Rimuru notices the children have fallen asleep peacefully with Ranga as their pillow. Satisfied that Ramires now has a stronger guardian, Rimuru waits for the children to wake and then leaves the spiritual dwelling with them. 3 months pass, and Rimuru keeps discussing the children's future with Yuki instead of rushing them out of the academy. They decide the children should stay where they can keep studying, because the academy offers better teachers and the children themselves want to remain there. When Rimuru tells the children he has to leave, they break down crying until he promises to come back for their graduation. Their spirit bonds have fully stabilized them, so their magic no longer leaks and even skilled analysis should not expose them. Yuki explains that if they quietly endure for 3 more years, the church should stop looking for them altogether. Rimuru keeps one last secret from both Yuki and the children. Once their spiritual balance settles, some of them may awaken unique skills. With the crisis behind him, Rimuru actually enjoys his final weeks in the royal capital, wasting time on picnics and fooling around with his usual idiot friends. His business there also thrives, and he uses his new spatial travel ability to visit Miles and move around instantly. Using the money he earned, Rimuru even buys magic stones from Yuki and looks ahead to new research back home. By the time his 3 months in the capital end, Rimuru feels like everything has gone almost suspiciously well. He leaves the crying children behind, carrying good memories, a stronger bond with them, and the sense that Tempest itself is still prospering. But that calm mood sours when Rimuru reflects that prosperity always creates enemies who profit from seeing it fail. Just after leaving the royal capital, Grishus comes running after him in obvious panic. Rimuru stops and asks what happened, already sensing the news is bad. Grishus finally spits it out. The Pharma's kingdom has sent troops toward Tempest. The worst possibility has arrived, and Rimuru instantly decides to abandon everything else and return home at once. He offers to take Grishus with him, and Grishus accepts without hesitation because trouble has clearly hit Yomu's side too. Rimuru activates rapid transfer with Grishus, and the chapter closes as peace gives way to the beginning of war. In Pharmas, King Edo Maris receives a report and immediately knows something is wrong with the kingdom's trade. Pharmas built its wealth by sitting between Dworgen and other nations, taxing goods that had no safer route to take. That easy income made the kingdom greedy, so they tightened control over trade and tried to squeeze out even more profit. The plan looked good at first, but within a month the city's merchants, inns, and shops all started losing customers. When the investigation comes back, the answer sounds ridiculous. A new monster city has appeared inside the Great Jura Forest. At first the king can barely believe it, because monsters living together in an organized town should not exist at all. The report gets worse when it says whole groups of goblins and orcs have evolved, learned human speech, and started building roads and doing business. Edo Maris realizes this is not just a strange rumor but a direct trade route through the forest that cuts Pharmas out of the middle. For a kingdom with weak industry and little else to sell, losing that choke point is a threat to Pharmas itself. An emergency meeting gathers the upper nobles, and everyone in the room understands that Tempest could wreck their fortunes. The answer hanging over the room is obvious, but no one wants to be the first to say they should invade a monster nation. Even if Pharmas mobilized everything, most ordinary soldiers would be useless against evolved monsters. That means a real victory would demand elite knights, mercenaries, and a huge war budget that none of the nobles want to pay for. The king sees their fear clearly. Everyone wants the profits, but nobody wants the losses pinned on them. Once he starts thinking about conquest, Edo Maris turns greedy and imagines taking Tempest's land, roads, and surviving monsters for himself. What really hooks him is a sample of Tempest silk, a fabric so extraordinary he decides the kingdom must seize its production method at any cost. The military problem already has an answer, because Edo Maris secretly contacted Cardinal Nicholas before this meeting ever began. He wrote the church carefully, presenting Tempest as a problem they could solve without staining their image. Then Edo Maris realizes Nicholas's angle too. If Pharmas begs for help, the church can call the attack a righteous punishment instead of naked aggression. With church backing, the king stops seeing this as a risky war and starts seeing it as a holy crusade that could make him glorious. So the council itself becomes theater, and Edo Maris waits for the right moment to make the nobles accept the path he already chose. He opens the floor as if he is still undecided, baiting the court to speak before he closes the net. Marquis Muller finally objects, warning that Tempest already trades with adventurers and has Berman's support, so a direct attack could anger other countries. Earl Hermann backs him up, adding that Tempest also has dwarf craftsmen and growing technology, so rash mobilization will draw even more attention. The king acts patient and asks what they propose instead, even though he already knows he will reject it. Muller argues for diplomacy, saying that if Pharmas talks to Tempest, safer roads and tourism could bring new profit instead of war. His logic is sound, but Edo Maris only sees a trade future he does not fully control and refuses to accept it. He also suspects the border nobles oppose war because their lands touch the forest and Bermond, not because they care about Tempest. Then the king crushes their argument by demanding to know who will take responsibility if the monsters betray them later. He frames coexistence as reckless naivety, and the two nobles go pale because they cannot promise to protect everyone if trust fails. That was all Edo Maris needed, and with no more resistance in the room he finally makes his move. In the name of Pharmas, the king declares that an army will be raised to subjugate the monster city Tempest. After the nobles leave, the room changes from public ceremony to secret plotting when a messenger from Cardinal Nicholas is brought in. Edo Maris tells him the army decision is made, and the messenger calmly says the cardinal will be pleased. When the king mentions a few nobles objected, the messenger's response is chillingly direct. Will those men be dealt with? For a moment even Edo Maris is unsettled, because Ryohumi's eyes look bottomless and quietly insane. Once the real business starts, the church formally agrees to reinforce Pharmas for the anti-monster campaign. The promise is massive: 3,000 professional monster exterminators and 1,000 church knights armed with anti-monster magic swords. With his own knights, church troops, and hired mercenaries, Edo Maris now sees the numbers lining up for a crushing attack. At that point he is already dreaming of the title of Hero King, treating church donations as a cheap price for the wealth he expects to steal. So the king and the church messenger keep talking in secret, and by the end Tempest is already being surrounded by greed, politics, and holy war lies. Right after sending Grishus away, Rimuru tries to return to Tempest too, but his transfer skills suddenly fails. Great Sage warns him that a wide barrier is already up, and the instant Rimuru hears it, a cold sense of doom hits harder than anything before. He calls for Ranga through his shadow, but even that connection is cut, making it obvious he has been completely isolated. When Rimuru checks his next option, Great Sage drops worse news. The barrier is also sealing his magic and even his thread techniques. That is when he understands the setup. This was never a random trap. He is the one being hunted by someone who prepared specifically for him. Heat perception catches only one person approaching, which makes the trap even creepier because a barrier this large should have taken several people to build. The lone attacker steps into view, and Rimuru is thrown off by how familiar she feels even before she opens her mouth. Hinata greets him with chilling casualness, and makes it clear she came here to crush the ruler of Tempest before he can get back. Rimuru plays dumb and claims to be a normal adventurer, but Hinata flatly says she already knows his name, his city, and that she has informants in the royal capital. Seeing only her step forward while the hidden barrier team stays out of sight, Rimuru realizes she either trusts the trap completely or is strong enough to kill him alone. He tries one last delay, asking her name, and the woman finally introduces herself as Sakaguchi Hinata, captain of the Emperor's personal knights. The moment he hears that name, Rimuru's anger spikes too, because this is the woman tied to the trouble with his students. Rimuru still tries to talk, saying he needed to speak to her about Shizu, but Hinata shuts him down and says she is here for revenge because she believes he killed Shizu-sensei. In desperation, Rimuru switches to Japanese and says he was reincarnated here, which finally surprises Hinata for a split second. But Hinata crushes that opening too, arguing the odds are too absurd to believe, so she refuses to accept a single word he says. Rimuru snaps back that he will repay her for what happened to the kids, and Hinata coolly asks what kids he is even talking about. Before he can press further, Hinata moves, and 7 rainbow flashes burst from her jeweled rapier in a blinding rush. Rimuru barely dodges, but the barrier has weakened even his body, and 3 hits still land with a pain that burns straight through him. He tries to block the next wave with his sword, but Hinata's attacks slip through his defense, as if the blade itself means nothing. After jumping back, Rimuru realizes with a chill that 6 or 7 total hits will probably kill him even though his flesh looks untouched. Great Sage helps him piece it together. The strikes are hitting his soul directly, and he is suddenly facing an enemy far deadlier than he expected. Hinata finally explains the real trap, saying the holy barrier purifies monster energy itself, strips high-level monsters of their power, and was built exactly for disasters like him. She adds that weaker barriers are being taught to the force heading for Tempest, and that blunt warning hits Rimuru even harder than her sword. With no time left, Rimuru drops the idea of negotiation and decides to fight using only what the barrier cannot seal, pure skill and non-magic abilities. He boosts himself with fighting spirit technique and Herculean strength, then charges first to break Hinata's rhythm. For a moment Hinata goes on defense, but Rimuru quickly sees she is not pressured at all. She is calmly dissecting his style like a professional hunter. The comparison stings, because fighting her feels like fighting Hakuru and Great Sage at once, someone who reads every move before it finishes. Even with a near-sonic strike, Rimuru cannot cut her, and the instant his balance slips, Hinata punishes him with 2 more precise hits. Hinata tells him he is already 6 hits deep and calmly reveals the rapier's name, Dead End Rainbow, whose 7th strike means certain death. Rimuru sees through the kindness in her explanation too. She is trying to rattle him into a mistake, and that only proves how brutally careful she is. Still refusing to die quietly, Rimuru reaches for a different trump card and calls out the spirit sleeping inside him, Ifrit. Ifrit materializes at full power, a high spirit untouched by the holy barrier, and Rimuru finally has a way to force Hinata to split her focus. But the opening lasts only a second, because Hinata handles Ifrit without panic and still has the nerve to cut off Rimuru's follow-up. Then Rimuru notices Ifrit hesitating and looking back at him, as if someone else has reached into the spirit and grabbed the reins. Great Sage confirms the nightmare. Hinata used a forced control ability, and nearly stole Ifrit away from him. When Rimuru calls her out, Hinata openly admits it and names the skill too, Unique Skill Usurper. That confession makes the whole fight click for Rimuru at once. The barrier was only one layer of the trap, and Hinata herself is the real monster here. With 1 hit left before soul death, Rimuru quietly decides to gamble everything on his last hidden move and leave the execution to Great Sage. He tells Hinata they will settle this next time, and she answers coldly that the final strike will hurt more than all the others. Hinata drives in the 7th strike with Dead End Rainbow, and in the same instant Rimuru orders Gluttony to awaken before his consciousness drops into darkness. At the moment of the fatal hit, something else takes over Rimuru's body, and Hinata instantly senses the change. Her sword suddenly grows heavy in her hand, and she lets go just in time, a split-second instinct that ends up saving her life. Rimuru tries to transform, but the barrier blocks a proper form, leaving only a formless slime-like thing that starts swallowing everything around it. The thing homes in on Hinata using sound, heat, and smell alone, and for the first time she feels real anxiety because Dead End Rainbow should have killed anything with a soul. As she studies it, Hinata reaches a terrifying conclusion. This thing is moving without a soul she can recognize, which means it no longer fits the world's normal idea of life. She tries Astrobind next, raising an amulet, and casting a barrier that should lock body and soul alike, but the slime keeps crawling anyway. That failure convinces Hinata this is only Rimuru's empty husk acting on a final command, so she switches from killing a person to stopping a disaster. She floods the field with summoned spirits to pin the devouring slime in place, sacrificing them just to buy casting time. While the spirits hold it, Hinata begins a full chant for the church's ultimate anti-personnel holy magic, something too heavy to skip even with her talent. With open disgust at having to pray, she still finishes the chant and unleashes disintegration, a white holy beam meant to erase the target from atom to soul. The devouring husk disappears without a trace, and Hinata finally lets out a relieved breath after a fight that was far nastier than expected. She sends word for the Holy Barrier Squad to dispel the field, thinking the extra caution may have been more necessary than she first believed. Even then, one loose thread nags at her. Rimura's words about the kids do not fit what she thought she knew, but she pushes the question aside. Once the barrier is gone, Hinata decides her next move is not Tempest yet but the church, because she wants fresh information on the subjugation force first. By the time she leaves, she has already filed Rimuru away as a finished target, thinking only about strategy, the campaign ahead, and the fact that she now needs a new sword. Once the holy barrier finally falls, Rimuru carefully comes out of hiding at the edge of the battlefield. Ranga bursts from Rimuru's shadow in obvious relief and asks if his master is safe. Rimuru checks his body, confirms his skills have returned to normal, and realizes he only survived by the narrowest margin. He bitterly admits Hinata completely overwhelmed him, even if he tries to call the escape a draw instead of a defeat. Rimuru reveals his backup plan. Before the fight turned hopeless, he physically split off part of his slime body as a hidden decoy because a magic clone would have been detected. That hidden piece stayed nearly inactive until the end, letting Rimuru slip away only because Hinata did not know he could survive like this. Even after escaping, Rimuru is still rattled by how absurdly strong Hinata was, especially because she beat him without even needing armor. Still, Rimuru forces himself to focus on what he gained from the disaster: Hinata's consumed rapier, her skill data, and records of her magic. Great Sage kept the data link alive through Gluttony's rampage, so Rimuru now knows just how terrifying Hinata's disintegration really is. His conclusion is simple and ugly: if that spell locks onto you inside a barrier, your only real options are to run or stop the cast before it finishes. The relief from surviving vanishes when Rimuru tries to transfer back to Tempest and senses the destination but gets no response from the city. Rimuru immediately fears Tempest has been sealed by the weaker barrier Hinata mentioned and orders Ranga to move. He transfers to the Cave of the Seal, just outside the affected area, and finds Gabble and his force already waiting there in alarm. Gabble blurts out that Tempest is in trouble, confirming the fear Rimuru was trying not to name. Because there is no time to waste, Rimuru force links telepathy with Gabble's group and accelerates their thoughts, so he can pull the whole report in an instant. The emergency report says assailants hit Tempest about an hour earlier, and even sees shadow movement, and normal telepathy stopped working inside the interference. The spirit communicators kept the cave and city connected for a while, but all reports from Tempest cut off around 15 minutes ago. Gabble adds that Rigurdo ordered his group to hold the cave, but everyone was torn between obeying and sending scouts toward the city. Rimuru cuts through the debate, and orders Gabble to keep guarding the cave and capture any invaders alive if possible. When Gabble asks if Bester can still head for Dworgen, Rimuru tells him to wait until the situation is clear. Rimuru breaks the link and thinks with bitter frustration that, without Hinata's delay, he would have made it back in time. He shadow steps close to Tempest instead of directly inside, judging that if he jumps into the city blind, the barrier may trap him in shadow. Then he launches forward at top flying speed straight for the sealed city. The city barrier resists him, so Rimuru thrusts out his left hand, absorbs part of it, and tears a way through. Once inside, he feels the barrier seal itself behind him and realizes Tempest's field is suppressive but nowhere near as lethal as Hinata's holy barrier. That small relief dies quickly when Rimuru hurries to the central square and finds the whole city gathered in silence with dark faces. The crowd notices Rimuru, parts for him, and drops to their knees as he walks forward in rising dread. Rigurdo and Kaijin step out to meet him, but their tense attempt to stop him only makes the dread worse. Rimuru orders them aside, and the people reluctantly clear the final stretch of the square. What waits there is a nightmare: rows of dead monsters, men, women, and children, laid out so gently they almost look asleep. Rimuru's mind blanks as he realizes 100 of his people are dead in front of him. When he finally asks what happened, even his own voice sounds cold and far away to him. Rigurdo explains that a group claiming to serve the Western Saints Church attacked after a sudden wave of lethargy and collapsing communications. He adds that another squad hit among adventurers, and Rimuru immediately understands Hinata's church moved faster than he expected. An elder says Tempest followed Rimuru's order to welcome humans peacefully, and Rigurdo instantly snaps at him for sounding like he is blaming Rimuru. The apology barely reaches him, because Rimuru has already started blaming himself for the massacre. He tells himself the truth he cannot dodge anymore. He chose this path because he wanted monsters and humans to live together, and now his own decision feels soaked in blood. Forcing himself back into command, Rimuru convenes the elders and coldly reviews the facts of the attack. They confirm only 10 direct assailants butchered 100 residents in 10 minutes, while the barrier team stayed outside where their full numbers could not be counted. The attackers openly declared Tempest a monster den and announced that within a week the church and farmers would cleanse it under King Edomaris's banner. They even offered surrender in the name of their god, pretending this slaughter was justice while they cut down women and children. Benimaru can barely contain himself, but Rimuru knows his subordinates are also suffering under the weight of orders they followed because they trusted him. Next, Rimuru goes to the human guests and finds around 50 merchants and adventurers waiting anxiously nearby. The humans say they understand why farmers want Tempest crushed, but they have come to like this city and cannot accept the kingdom's methods. Some even offer to help prepare an ambush, though others are plainly terrified of making an enemy of the church. Rimuru thanks them but refuses their help, insisting Tempest will clean up its own dead and settle this itself. Instead, he asks them to leave quickly and spread the truth of what happened here. When they suggest sending only a messenger, Rimuru bluntly says that would play straight into the enemy's hands. He explains the attackers will likely kill any messenger themselves and blame Tempest, because they already want the world to see monsters as bloodthirsty savages. At first the humans struggle to believe the church would sink that low. Then one of them remembers a rumor about the Blood Shadows, a secret church squad infamous for slaughtering even children without hesitation. The room turns noisy as the rest connect the massacre to that rumored fanatic unit, which makes the whole church plot feel even uglier. Rimuru concludes that because Tempest is being treated as monsters to subjugate instead of a nation to negotiate with, the humans must leave now or become more dead witnesses to frame him with. The merchants and adventurers reluctantly agree, and Rigurdo offers Tempest carts and wagons to get them out faster. As the Brahmin visitors leave, they promise to report everything and return with reinforcements. But Rimuru no longer expects anyone to save Tempest for him. In his heart, Rimuru has already chosen a darker answer. This is Tempest's problem, and he wants to personally slaughter the ones responsible. Only after the humans are gone does Rimuru ask the question no one wanted to hear. Where is Cheyenne? The instant he says her name, Rigurdo, Benimaru, Sui, Hakuru, and Shuna all go still, and the silence tells Rimuru more than any answer could. Rimuru first guesses Cheyenne ran off for revenge, but their guilty faces tell him the truth is much worse. When Rimuru presses harder, no one can answer, and Shuna is visibly holding back tears. Rimuru quietly promises he will not be angry and begs them to just tell him where she is. Benimaru finally nods and leads Rimuru back toward the center square. There, among the dead, lies a girl under a plain white cloth that had been left unremarkable so Rimuru would not notice too soon. Rimuru realizes it is Cheyenne, and the shock hits so hard he can barely even process that he had been standing among the dead without seeing her. The explanation comes in fragments. Cheyenne protected a child, the barrier weakened her, and an ogre-eater magic sword cut her down. Rimuru refuses to hear any more, because all he can think is that Cheyenne needs to open her eyes. He wants to cry, but his monster body gives him no tears, and that empty fact only makes the loss feel colder. Rimuru asks to be left alone with her, and the others quietly obey while Shuna clings to him for one last tearful moment. Alone at last, Rimuru feels grief, regret, and murderous rage mixing together while his mind stays horribly clear. He starts firing impossible questions at Great Sage, asking what the right choice was and whether he was wrong from the start. For once, Great Sage has nothing useful to give him and can only repeat that the answer is impossible to calculate. That failure only sharpens the pain, because this is the first time Rimuru has truly lost someone precious to him. His magic erupts with his emotions, and the pressure finally cracks the anti-demon mask on his face like a tear running downward. Night settles over Tempest, and Rimuru can only stare up at the moon, searching for an answer that never comes. 3 days after the massacre, Rimuru still sits beside Cheyenne and refuses to accept that she will never wake up again. Even through the numb shock, he bitterly wishes for the old Cheyenne back, including her reckless energy and terrible cooking. Great Sage finally finishes analyzing the giant barrier over Tempest and offers to cancel it, but Rimuru immediately refuses. He asks the real question instead, whether any magic exists to revive the dead, and Great Sage gives him a cold answer, nothing found. Rimuru knows that answer makes sense, but he still refuses to stop searching for any path that could bring them back. To protect even a faint chance, he pours magic into Cheyenne and all the others so their bodies will not decay while he keeps looking. When no answer comes, Rimuru decides he will keep the dead inside him for safekeeping, praying they might someday wake again. Before he can do it, voices call out to him, and Ellen's urgent tone snaps his drifting mind back into the room. Ellen says there may be almost no chance, but old fairy tales do tell of the dead returning, and that tiny hint is enough to jolt Rimuru fully awake. Rimuru immediately tells Ellen to explain everything, because even the smallest possibility is now worth chasing. Ellen recounts a forbidden tale about a girl whose dragon died, driving her into such rage that she destroyed a nation of 10,000 people and awakened as a demon lord. That awakening linked the girl's soul to her dragon and revived it, but because its soul was already gone, it came back as a mindless chaos dragon instead. In the end, the girl had to seal the very dragon she wanted to save, and Ellen adds that other revival stories also came with twisted personality changes. The details come from forbidden books in Sarian's secret library, but Rimuru barely cares about the source once he hears the part that matters. Evolution changed the outcome. Rimuru starts piecing it together. If a monster's evolution can trigger a miracle, then maybe becoming a demon lord could save Cheyenne too. The problem is the soul, but then Rimuru looks at the barrier over Tempest and realizes it might have trapped the dead souls inside the city instead of letting them disperse. Great Sage runs the numbers and says Cheyenne's and the other souls may still exist, with a 3.14% chance. To anyone else that number would be tiny, but to Rimuru it feels like real hope at last. When he asks whether becoming a demon lord is even possible, Great Sage reveals the brutal answer. Rimuru already has the seed and only needs 10,000 human souls. That requirement does not shake him at all, because the enemy army marching on Tempest has already handed him the sacrifice he needs. Rimuru thanks Ellen for the story, then bluntly asks whether she is truly willing to help him become a demon lord. Ellen answers with resolve, admitting she is really a Sarayan noble named Aryun, and saying she wants to stay in Tempest and help save Cheyenne. She says the church's hatred of monsters is unforgivable, and she has already chosen Tempest over the safe life she had before. Cabal and Jaido back her up, revealing they are not just casual adventuring friends but loyal retainers willing to follow her choice. Rimuru accepts Ellen's decision but warns her that if becoming a demon lord changes him, he will not take responsibility for what he might do. Ellen still says she believes in him, and even Cabal and Jaido, sighing all the way, choose to stay on her side. With the invasion expected in about 3 days, Rimuru finally locks in his decision. If saving Cheyenne means becoming a demon lord, he will do it. Before gathering his executives, he covers the whole city with his own massive barrier so the souls inside Tempest will not be lost if the enemy field is removed. The cost is enormous, but compared to yesterday's despair, Rimuru feels almost relieved now that he has a path to try. He heads to the conference room for a strategy meeting, only to find 3 unexpected guests already waiting there. Yomu bows and apologizes for what his country did, while Grishus and Mulan bow with him, though Mulan looks especially shaken. Rimuru thanks Grishus for the warning, then cuts straight to a bigger issue. If the city barrier blocked monsters, how did Grishus and Mulan get through? When Grishus tries to play dumb, Rimuru bluntly states that he already knows both Grishus and Mulan are Majin. Grishus admits it and explains that Mulan, who specializes in barriers, temporarily disrupted the field so they could enter. Then Mulan says there is something she must beg forgiveness for, and the room goes still as she finally meets Rimuru's eyes. Over tea served by Shuna, Mulan confesses that she was secretly serving Demon Lord Clayman, while he held her life in his hands by stealing her heart. She says Clayman promised freedom after one final job, so she kept sending him information about Tempest and clung to that hope. Meanwhile, Yomu's frontier force was suddenly ordered back into Pharma's territory, where they discovered troops gathering for an attack on Rimuru's nation. Yomu sent Grishus to warn Rimuru and Mulan to alert Tempest, but the message from Mulan never came. Mulan reveals why. Clayman gave her a final order not to warn Tempest and to let hatred between humans and monsters explode into war. Even after obeying, she never got her heart back, and that is how Tempest was left blind when the disaster struck. Yomu desperately asks Rimuru to forgive her, taking the weight of her confession head-on. Rimuru decides Yomu is not the one who betrayed him, and before anyone can guess his intent, he walks straight up to Mulan. Then Rimuru drives his hand into Mulan's chest, ignoring Yomu's horrified shout. Instead of killing her, he crushes the false heart Clayman used to control her and replaces it with a new core of his own making. Rimuru tells her she survived only because there is still a chance to save Cheyenne and the others, and warns that this is her last chance. With that, Rimuru frees Mulan from Clayman's curse and orders her to tell him everything she knows about that bastard. Mulan's testimony confirms that Clayman was also behind Jelmud's manipulation of the Orc Lord Rampage, tying this disaster to a longer chain of schemes. Hearing that, Rimuru quietly decides Clayman is someone he will personally kill. When Rimuru asks what she wants now that she is finally free, Mulan says she would rather spend even a short human lifetime tied to Yomu than walk away alone. Rimuru gives them his blessing, then turns to Yomu with a new request that sounds absurdly simple coming out of his mouth. He tells Yomu to become king. Rimuru lays out the plan. The invading Pharma's army will be completely wiped out, and those deaths will also give him the 10,000 souls needed to awaken as a demon lord. He has no intention of slaughtering every citizen in Pharma's unless he must. But once the army and corrupt rulers are gone, someone still has to steady the country. That someone is Yomu, who will purge the remaining rot, calm the people, and take the throne so Tempest can deal with a workable new government. Yomu is stunned, but Mulan tells him she will stay beside him through everything, and that promise finally steadies him. With renewed resolve, Yomu accepts, and he and Rimuru seal the plan with a handshake. After the meeting, Rimuru holds on to one clear thought: the dead usually do not return, but Cheyenne and the others may not be completely lost yet. Though he does not believe in gods, Rimuru finally chooses to pray for a miracle anyway. Under the moonlight, he prays that Cheyenne and the others will be all right, and the soft light around him feels like a quiet answer.